Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the build-up show for one of the most exciting PLEs of the year. Of course, it is the first of the year, and that is the Royal Rumble. There's so much to get into. We're going to be talking predictions. We're going to be talking last-minute rumors. We'll also go through some of our previous predictions, and we'll see if any opinions have changed based on last-minute rumors as well. So we'll be doing that right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, guys, welcome back to the channel. I'm really excited because I'm in the mood for the Royal Rumble. Now, if you're not in the mood yet, or you want to kind of get even more hyped up, then stay tuned to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, because this is where we build up towards the PLE. We take you right the way up to it with our predictions and our last-minute chatter, essentially, to get us all hyped up in the mood for the PLE. That's how we do things here at Rebellious Noise. And again, no different for the Royal Rumble. Well, I say no different. It is a little different because it's the most, or one of the most exciting PLEs of the year, as I mentioned. This Royal Rumble, and of course WrestleMania seems to be when wrestling fans are at their most hyped. SummerSlam is up there as well, but man, this period leading towards WrestleMania itself is so exciting for wrestling fans. And Sludge agrees with me. It's Rumble Day in all caps and exclamation marks. It is indeed, buddy. Good to see you here. Casper's here as well, so it's back in the house again. I hope you're doing well. Just finished watching Friday Night SmackDown. Appreciate you joining us as well, Casper. Yeah, SmackDown's in the books now. I was having a little bit of a chat with the Rebellious Noise gang offline, and a little bit of a talk saying basically that the go home show, it was like it wasn't the best SmackDown in recent weeks, and I do agree, but I've kind of got used to go home shows not really being that exciting these days. They're kind of just preparing for the PLE, I guess, a little too safely in some ways. Anyway, let's see how the Rumble itself goes. Marcus says we'll be streaming the Rumble. We won't be streaming the Rumble, buddy. We'll be taking you right up until the Rumble itself, kind of previewing it, and then we'll come back after the show with an instant reaction review. I know our friends Give Me a Whole Yeah will be doing a watch along, so maybe go over and join those if you want to have someone to keep you company. But appreciate you tuning in now. Hope we can get you in the mood for the Rumble at least. Namish is in the house as well. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us once again. Look, the Royal Rumble, again, one of the most exciting shows of the year. So let's jump into the card itself. Tonight, we look to find out as to whether or not AJ Styles will be leaving WWE or retiring, however you want to phrase it. He faces off against the career killer in Gunther at the Royal Rumble. We've also got the Women's Royal Rumble match, of course. Quite a few have been added to the list of announced names now, so we'll be running through some of those later on in the stream. Then we've got WWE Champion Drew McIntyre facing off against the man who is yet to defeat him in Sami Zayn, and the man who's yet to become a world champion in WWE. Can he do it tonight at the Royal Rumble? If he does, he might have one of these guys or another 20-odd looking down his throat, looking down his face like these guys are here. Because one person in the match here will be going on to WrestleMania to face a champion of their choosing. It could be the world champion. It could be WWE champion. That could be Drew. That could be Sami. Who knows? It could be someone else entirely different. But that is the card that we've got for the Royal Rumble. Is AJ Styles joining AEW after retirement from WWE? We'll touch on that a little bit later on. There is a possibility that he leaves the WWE tonight and does some other stuff for his final year. But I'm not sure if that is the case. I know Lucas has sent us in some videos to let us know his predictions, and he touches on that a little bit as well. So that's a little preview for you later on. Talking of previews, last night, thank you so much to everyone that joined us on our preview weekend show, the Weekend Kickoff from Rebellious Noise, and also those that joined us on our watch along of the WWE's Kickoff show. Now, I really enjoyed WWE's Kickoff shows. I know it's not something that a lot of people watch, but look, I do think it is somewhat new. Noteworthy, newsworthy, there we go. And both those things. And it does give you sometimes a little bit of an indication as to who they're booking in what position. So I'm looking forward to hear what you guys thought of the kickoff show from WWE and what you thought of SmackDown last night as well. And as I mentioned, we'll dive into more predictions later on. Now, if you haven't seen the kickoff show already, then don't worry. We are going to replay our watch-along experience for that in a minute. So if you do want to watch it, now's a good time to get that loaded up on WWE's YouTube page and align this stream with it. And I'll say on that stream, it's a replay. You'll see when that show starts. Even if you don't want to watch it, stick around and you'll hear my kind of reaction to it as it happened. Of course, conversation dives into other areas as well. So we'll be playing a replay for that very soon. After that, we'll also show you our weekend kickoff show. And then later on, we will be coming back live as we really knuckle down and get closer to the Royal Rumble kicking off itself. Let's just get to a few more of these comments in the background as well. SmackDown was okay. Otto, a dragon start, but got better. Did enjoy Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss and the Judgment Day stuff. Yeah, I agreed. I think I mentioned last night in the weekend kickoff show that I enjoyed the Charlotte and Alexa stuff there as well. Have you seen the Roman Reigns interview, his name-ish, on McAfee show? He took an indirect shot at Paul. I didn't see that. I did see some kind of comments flying around about him talking about WWE not creatively stepping forward. Is that what we mean by Paul, as in Levesque rather than Heyman? But yeah, I saw those comments, if that's what you're referring to. Ilya versus The Miz, Axia versus Gargano was a fun show. Actually, yeah, good point. They were good matches, Casper. So yeah, thanks for highlighting the positives on the show, because it was good. I just don't know if it really sold the Rumble massively. But hey, it was an okay show. It wasn't bad, but I don't think we get as much kind of chaos as we used to leading into PLE anymore, which, you could argue is maybe a good thing when it comes to certain booking. Right. As I mentioned, we did do a watch along for the kickoff show. So what I'm going to do now is hand over to me from yesterday, about 24 hours ago, actually, where I was reacting to that kickoff show. And then after that, I'll come back and we'll have a little bit more of a chat before we go into our weekend kickoff preview as well. Then later on, again, the build-up show, where we hope to have some more guests on helping me preview the Rumble itself. We'll talk last-minute rumors, so anything you guys hear, let us know in the comments. Speaking of which, keep commenting away. I'm going to be here lurking in the background while I watch me from the past alongside you. And some of my favourite comments will kind of bring back up when the panel comes back onto the show with the live sections as well. But in the background, I'll be kind of replying to a few here and there. Sludge says, Ilya, Miz, Trick, all announced for the Rumble as well. Be great to see the reception that Trick Williams gets. I'm really looking forward to his entrance. Right, with that in mind, let's get ready to watch my initial reactions to WWE's kickoff show that they did last night. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We are here for the kickoff show for WWE Royal Rumble, and we'll be talking about that right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are about 9 minutes away from the kickoff show starting out in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Of course, it is the Royal Rumble event. I was going to say the first in Saudi Arabia, but it depends how you look at the greatest Royal Rumble PLE they did a few years back. But look, seriously speaking, this is the first proper Royal Rumble, one that is canon, if you will, and it's going to throw out some interesting scenarios this weekend. But of course, we've got the kickoff show first of all. As I say, we're about 9 minutes away, so this is going to be a watch-along experience for that, where we break down all of the big stories to come out of this highly anticipated fan event in Riyadh. From memory, the last time they did one of these in Saudi Arabia, it was at WWE, whatever they call that experience thing they had over there. And it was pretty exciting. It was a different setup to the way they'd done it in Europe and in North America. So it'd be interesting to see what they do here. Of course, the Royal Rumble has had a purpose-built stadium built for it. So maybe we'll get to see some of that on this show as well. So stay tuned. And again, we'll give you our kind of thoughts on everything that comes out of the Royal Rumble kickoff show. I really enjoy these shows. I enjoy these streams because they are quite strange and a little bit talking about not being canon. So are these, the wrestlers seem to go a little bit off script with their promos, but it does give us a little bit of an indicator as to kind of what they might be thinking as far as, I guess, limiting fan expectations for the event as far as who's going to be victorious and who they're actually putting a highlight and a focus on as well. So it'd be interesting to see who they actually use at this event. Let's talk a little bit about the card before we do get going, though. Again, we're about 8 minutes away now from the Royal Rumble kickoff show kicking off. And the first person I want to talk about is, I'm wearing this shirt in honor of him, but the face that runs the place and the man who built SmackDown Live into what it became, an incredible period that AJ Styles was at the top of his game, of course, in that SmackDown Live era. He is now looking to defend his right to be a wrestler, it would seem. He's going to go up against Gunther, and his career is on the line. So we'll be talking about that, and it'll be interesting to see again if we see any of these two guys appear on the kickoff show. Of course, we've got a women's Royal Rumble match. This graphic here highlights just 10 of the women due to compete, and I'm sure we'll find out more as the evening goes on. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Of course, the Royal Rumble itself, always a exciting match, and look, it's the reason why we're here for the PLE, right? The women's and men's Royal Rumble always bring up a lot of possible scenarios on the road to WrestleMania. Next up as well, we'll also be covering Drew McIntyre defending his WWE Championship against Sami Zayn. Now, Sami Zayn, of course, is going to be not a hometown guy, but certainly have some sort of advantage because, as we've seen over the past few years, Sami Zayn gets a fantastic reception in Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure this will be no different. Will Sami Zayn, though, come away as a WWE champion? Time will tell. Of course, Drew McIntyre only recently picking up the victory from Cody Rhodes. Speaking of Cody Rhodes, he is a entrant into the Royal Rumble for the third year running. Can he become a winner of the Royal Rumble for the third year running? We'll have to find out. Again, here's another example where we see 10 of the participants. And since this graphic got released, we've also heard that Brock Lesnar has been added to the mix as well. So, of course, 30 people in the Royal Rumble match. We are no longer dealing with that one-off occasion where we had 40 and Del Rio won. Back to the regular 30 for the women and the men, of course, for quite some time now. But that does mean that we've got at least 20 more faces not on this graphic that we'll see in the match. Again, one of those will be Brock Lesnar. So, hey, that's 19, I guess. But as I say, as the day, I should say at the moment, it's nearly 2 o'clock here in the UK, kind of runs through. And then we have SmackDown later tonight, time of recording. I don't know what's going on in SmackDown because we are live for the kickoff show. But we'll cover that later on in our weekend kickoff, by the way, guys. We will be back again in a few hours' time to cover the big stories coming out of SmackDown and again preview the show in a bit more detail. Of course, we'll also have our build-up show, which we always have on the night of a PLE, where we try to get you guys and us hyped up and in the mood for that PLE. And of course, the Royal Rumble is one of the best times to do it. It's one of the most exciting times of the year for wrestling fans. And I'm sure this year is going to be no different. So if you haven't already, please subscribe. Join us on Saturday for the build-up show. And of course, as I say, our weekend kickoff show, which is going to be coming to you live 10 p.m. UK time on Friday night. Now, you may be watching this as a replay on the build-up show, in which case, hey, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed SmackDown. But in my timeline, SmackDown has not happened yet. We are just a few minutes away, though, from the kickoff kicking off. We're 4 minutes away, to be exact. And I want to know, guys, what are you looking forward to at the Royal Rumble? Which match are you most excited for? And give me a few of your predictions as well. And again, we'll be diving into these throughout the weekend before we really do ramp up our coverage on the build-up show on Saturday as the hours tick down to the Royal Rumble. An interesting time for us to watch it here in the UK. It will be 7 p.m. on Saturday that the Royal Rumble PLE kicks off, which is a really, really nice thing to be able to say instead of 12 or 1 a.m. But look, either way, it doesn't matter when the time is. It always wakes you up when you see that klaxon counting down from 10 and big surprises and things like that as well. So let me know what you think of the rumors flying around. There's certainly a few of them at the moment, as there are each and every year. And as I say, we'll dive into these further throughout the weekend. One more time, let's go over the card though again. We'll have to see who's going to be appearing on the kickoff show, but you'd have to think that one of these two guys is going to be appearing. The face that runs the place, AJ Styles, he might have a lot to say about his potential last kind of 24 hours in WWE as an active wrestler. Or Gunther, who again has been running his mouth quite recently. Of course, made John Cena tap out like a you know what, and has a lot to say about that fact. So yeah, it's led to this match here. Will AJ Styles be retiring at the end of Saturday night? It'll be a shame if he does. It'll be a shock, but certainly a possibility. If he doesn't, maybe he'll stick around for one more match, at least even on this night. Maybe we'll end up in one of the Royal Rumble matches. Of course, we've got the Women's Royal Rumble and the Men's Royal Rumble. Again, predicting these is always a load of fun. So I want to hear what you guys have to say when it comes to the Royal Rumble matches. And the WWE title picture, of course, is a big part of this weekend, as it always tends to be with Royal Rumbles. But you don't often see titles changing hands at the Royal Rumble. I'd love to see a stat for how many times this actually happened. But yeah, I don't know what I think yet. And again, I don't really want to commit to my predictions just yet. If you're interested to see what I have to say officially when I put pen to paper, if you will, then join us on the Weekend Kickoff show where I'll dive into these matches in more detail, talk about the build as far as the last few weeks go, and also kind of any last minute rumors, which again we'll be doing on Saturday itself. Because there's always, I mean, I'm talking last minute things popping up, of course, when it comes to the PLE days themselves, especially when you see people appearing at airports and stuff like that. We 2 minutes away, kickoff beginning as well. Thank you to those tuning in, whether it's live or on demand, to see my reactions to everything we see on the kickoff. Again, these are shows that I really enjoy doing because I really enjoy the kickoff shows. I know a lot of people kind of skip over them, especially when they're with international audiences. I really think it creates a great buzz and energy. The last time I went to a PLE, there was no such thing as a kickoff show in this form. I've been to a few WrestleManias that they had their kickoff shows, which are now considered the countdown. But I'd love to go to one of these kickoff shows and kind of soak in the atmosphere. So I'm sure those out there in Riyadh are going to be doing exactly that. But yeah, let's see how it goes down. Before we do, just going to throw it over to a quick ad so you know exactly what to expect from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, and once again, you're here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. So if you like what you saw there, please subscribe. Check out more of our content. And as I say, this weekend we're diving further into the Royal Rumble content, of course, with our Weekend Kickoff show and the build-up. But you are now here for our live reactions to WWE's Kickoff show. It is now beginning. We've got the Then, Now, Forever graphics coming up together, I should say, as well, of course. So here we go. The kickoff show is about to begin. Let's see if we do get a shot of that purpose-built venue. All right. Michael Cole on the microphone at the moment, showing the financial hub of Riyadh. Nice drone footage there. It's nice and sunny. Here we go. Look, talking about the stadium being built. They're literally showing it as a time lapse. And I was saying 30 days ago it was a parking lot. So I can hear the Linkin Park song in the background. I saw some reports that they were going to be performing at this show, which would be quite something. I mean, here we go. It's a stage set up on the outside as well. Gunther is backstage on the phone, so it looks like we're going to see Gunther and hear from him. I'm looking forward to that. Again, he's had some quite fun promo since retiring John Cena. Really come into his own as far as his kind of character work. Completely different to what he'd been doing before. Little teaser here with the countdown. And there we see the Judgment Day in a golf cart. All three of these ladies in the Royal Rumble match, as Michael Cole says. Be interested to see how that goes down between them. And also, all four members of the division, as Michael Cole says, have arrived. Again, interesting to see how they kind of work together in the Royal Rumble match come Saturday. Jey Uso, now tag team champion, is here as well. Looking up at this Yeet graphic. Jey Uso is going to be on the stage as well. Okay. There we go. Royal Rumble Kickoff show in full effect. And a video package is about to play. Let's see what it is. Narration from Triple H. Well, yeah, forget Jey Uso won it last year, didn't he? That's me saying Cody winning 3 in a row. Yeah, he can't win 3 in a row. All right, wins 3. Yes, we're ready, Triple H. I don't know what that says about Jey Uso. Does that say it's forgettable? Or does that mean that the Cody one was so, overwhelming that I can't stop thinking about the fact he did it twice? But will he do it 3 times? Maybe not in a row, but he could do it 3 times. The fans are in kind of good spirits, it seems. Very loud. There we go. Looks like Michael Cole's making his way to the stage. Nice cheer from the fans in Riyadh. And a Michael Cole chant as well. Again, we are here with the watch-along experience for the WWE Royal Rumble Kickoff show in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let me know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble. And I wonder if our kind of experience here is going to sway that. Michael Cole chant to the Daddy Cool theme. Not Big Daddy Cool. A lot of love for Michael Cole. It's really got a great reception. Right. He's got a question for the fans. Are you ready to kick off the road to WrestleMania? Good point. It's not just a kickoff for the Royal Rumble show, is it? It's now, I guess, the start of that road to WrestleMania. Yeah, first time it's been out in North America. Big moment for WWE and for Saudi Arabian fans. And now they're talking about WrestleMania coming there next year. Again, quite a controversial topic. But, hey, it's set. It's happening. In some ways, no surprise there, but hey. Of course, this year as well, controversially taken away from, where was it going to be? Was it New Orleans? And it's moved to Las Vegas again. A lot of interesting decisions made by WWE as far as locations go. Some of it very beneficial to me, don't get me wrong, watching it at decent times, and a lot of European shows as well, which I've appreciated. And Michael Cole's just running down the card for Saturday night. So again, on our weekend kickoff show in a few hours' time, we'll also cover what happens at SmackDown, because I'm sure that will shape some of our views of what could happen at the Rumble. Join us for that, where I'll predict each and every one of the matches in full detail. Oh, we're about to find out who the cover star is of WWE 2K26. Now, there's been a lot of stuff about Triple H going around lately. I think it's a special edition he's on, and people are making memes about just constantly using him. This looks like the Royal Rumble stage that we're seeing here with the 2K26 graphics, by the way. So who's the cover star? This is a big way to reveal the cover star, isn't it? Okay, right. The Attitude Era one. I mean, these have been circulating online. I'm guessing these are just special editions, yeah? Cool artwork, though, I've got to say. I do wonder if any of it is AI tweaked. Great artwork, though. Monday Night War edition and Attitude Era edition. I mean, if there's anything to lure me back into playing WWE games, it might be that. I know Casper, a regular viewer of the channel, will know. I don't really play the games anymore. I know he's a big fan of them. It's been a long time. Oh yeah, it is Triple H on the front. No, that's the King of Kings edition. Okay, all right, come on, stop teasing us. I don't know why I'm so into it when I don't play these games, but they're cool pieces of artwork. All right, so who's on the cover? A lot of chanting for CM Punk. Logan Paul. I'm joking. Who's that? Oh, it is CM Punk. Oh, there you go. First time since 13. I'm guessing. I said it as he said it, so I missed what he said there. But I know he was on WWE 13 before it went to 2K. That weird period between that was actually era themed as well. That period between SmackDown versus Raw and 2K games. So there we go. CM Punk is the cover star of 2K26. And here he comes. Fans are very happy at this announcement. It looks fantastic, though, doesn't it? Look at that stage and the amount of fans and the aerial shot we've got here. It's like a proper festival, don't it? I think I saw some food trucks on the side. I mean, these are getting bigger and bigger. What they should start doing is what they used to do for NXT in the early days when they, speaking of festivals, took it to like Downloads Festival and places like that, and just put a few matches on for the people there. Or like, yeah, even like a NXT mini like televised show. I mean, look at all the effort they put into this one. Of course, it's sing song time, as CM Punk is one of those themes that internationally, especially, gets a lot of singing. Punk very happy to be there. Wait, what's Punk doing in the Rumble? Nothing. Am I right? Like, he's not got a title match. Is he just going to be at ringside to watch Bron Breakker or something? All right, yeah. So he's all the way over in Saudi, and he's not even on the show at the moment. I mean, maybe he'll appear in some way, but again, they could just do like they did with Roman last year, where he was up in the box watching. I mean, yeah, he is the cover star. They have announced that, of course, but it's reminding me that he's not on the card. Punk is really sucking up to the fans. I know he's a baby face, but I do think this is related to the last time when he had come out on one of these fan events and said what he said about his previous comments about Saudi Arabia. Politics work, is where it is. Who do you want to see win the Rumble? Says Punk. See, at the moment, like I reckon they'd want Sami Zayn because I've been saying for those that are just tuning into us for the first time, I think Sami Zayn might lose and then go into the Rumble and win it. So they're getting boos for the Vision basically, and a cheer. They seem to be chanting for the OTC. Punk hyping up over Femi. I noticed he's on the graphic, which is interesting. I thought they might have done a surprise, and he's still within the company. Don't get me wrong, but all right. Talking about AJ Styles now. Punk says his money is on AJ Styles. You don't want to think about that. He could have had his last ever match with him on Monday Night Raw. His last Monday Night Raw match, I should say. Yeah, really interesting, man. Like it really, I do think it could go either way. I think when it happens, it will be like, oh yeah, obviously they were going to do that. But at the moment, like I started really being like AJ Styles would be. He just said AJ Styles is his second favorite AJ. um, yeah, at first I was like, yeah, there's no way he's retiring, but like I started to really believe it could happen. There we go. Okay, Punk's going to be in a countdown show on Saturday. All right. He's going to be talking trash about Finn Balor, he says. Becky Lynch. All right, looking forward to that then, seeing what CM Punk does on the countdown show. So they're using him this weekend, don't get me wrong. But they are short cards these days. All right, CM Punk, the first to grace the audience with his presence and talk all things Royal Rumble. I think he's now signing a replica World Heavyweight Championship. And here we go. We've got the Vision backstage now. Up next to preview the Royal Rumble match itself, the men's one, of course. Logan Paul really enjoying his camera time at the back of the crew each time. I wonder if that's going to play into something here where they keep saying stop getting distracted or kind of saying about you or something like that eventually. Because it's got the character to lean into that. But yeah, we are 14 minutes into WWE's kickoff show, guys. I hope you are enjoying it so far, and about 25 minutes into our own stream. And again, I hope you have been enjoying this. I want to know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble over this weekend when we hit you with more of these streams. Again, in a few hours' time, we will be going live 10 p.m. UK time to preview the Royal Rumble weekend in depth. This, of course, will be after SmackDown has hit the airwaves, and we'll be talking a little bit about what goes down there as well. As far as a go home SmackDown, Raw, of course, is in the books. It was a decent show. Really, again, hyping up this WrestleMania season we're about to enter, of course, with all the shenanigans that will lead into that from the Royal Rumble. And again, I'm really looking forward to it. It really is the best time of year for wrestling fans, this period between to January and April. If there's anything to make the winter blues go away, hopefully it's a fun Royal Rumble, then the Elimination Chamber, and before you know it, WrestleMania around the corner. But hey, it's all about the Royal Rumble at the moment. Again, we are watching the kickoff show together. I appreciate those that tuned in with live or on demand. And again, it'd be great to know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble and your thoughts on the kickoff show. Really enjoyed it so far. It's only, again, as I say, 15 odd minutes in. I do the presentation of it. I think the stage is great. And again, I just kind of wish I was there, really. These kickoff shows do look like a lot of fun. The only thing I would suggest is that maybe they put on stuff, or maybe there is a lot more kind of going on part of this show that fans can experience there. As far as the show itself, usually about an hour. I always think they're quite entertaining, and again, a nice little kind of peek into what WWE are thinking and booking for that PLE's kind of weekend. So we've got a commercial break graphic at the moment. Where is the commercial break? I mean, who's getting an ad? Is this because it's on ESPN and they're getting ads at the moment, which is a little bit? Yeah, it must be that because I think all these shows are now on ESPN or their kind of what do you call it, online platform. Which I just thought, does that mean that those in the States don't get to watch this on YouTube anymore? Does that mean that this isn't even a YouTube show for them? Of course, Saturday night's main event is on Peacock in the States, and internationally it is on YouTube. But that's because there's just nowhere else, I guess, that they're putting it. It's not part of the Netflix deal internationally. It's not part of anything else, it would seem. So it just goes on YouTube. I imagine that gets added to something at some point. But hey, I'm fine with it being on YouTube anyway. But surprising if they've taken the kickoff off of YouTube in the States. Let me know in the comments if you are watching from America and you're unable to watch them on YouTube. It's just an ESPN thing now, or if it's getting shown on both, like the days where it would be on Twitter and, well, the old kickoff, which is now the countdown, being Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. But yeah, YouTube is where I've always really tuned into it. It's not great though. I'll be honest. It's really disrupted the flow of this. I know ads. I mean, I get ads. It happens, but for a kickoff show, I mean, it's as much as I enjoy these shows. And I do try to encourage people to watch them because I think they're interesting if they've got time. Realistically, it's not the most kind of storyline progressive event that people are going to be kind of hanging on the edge of their seats for. So to disrupt the flow like this, I do think is a bit of a risky move unless they start adding more to it. There should be pull apart brawls and stuff like that on this. We've seen stuff like that. Of course, we go back to the first big one they did at WrestleMania 40 a few years ago. The slap heard around the world. Changed the course of WWE history, it would seem. But yeah, we are hopefully not long from the kickoff show returning, but again, currently on a break. Namish is in the house. Good to see you, Namish. Hope you're doing well. Says, hey, what are your expectations for SmackDown? Look, I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's always hard to tell what they do with these go-home shows, especially when they're international. Sometimes you kind of get a almost pre-show to the PLE, like a night, or a bit like a night one, if that makes sense. You get title matches and stuff like that. As of time of recording, let's see what the card is looking like. They're now showing 2014 shots of the superstars in Saudi Arabia. Quite interesting to see clips of that, pictures that far back. 2018, of course, the greatest Royal Rumble. Yeah, Braun Strowman, of course, the winner there. Interesting to see Cody Rhodes there. Yeah, I can't see anything really on WWE's website about what to expect from SmackDown itself. But yeah, as far as what type of show, Namish, I'm just expecting one that maybe leans into, of course, heavy last-minute promotion, but maybe leans into a few of the matches that we would have usually got on the PLE if it was the old days, where we had about 6 or 7 matches. But again, we only get 4 these days, don't we? So, okay, who's this? Okay, some guy who is a super heavyweight and wants to join WWE, saying he's an arm wrestling and powerlifting champion. He's going to the Performance Center. Okay. Is he from Saudi Arabia? Is that why we're seeing this? All right, just looking on social media, and again, there's not really anything about SmackDown tonight being promoted at the moment. There we go. Yeah, the guy from Saudi Arabia is now making his way to the stage. Now, again, timing-wise, look, I'm happy for the guy. I'm happy for the fans of Saudi Arabia. But if you are a casual viewer of WWE and you don't know this guy and you've just gone for a break, I don't think this is a good time to put this spot. But good for those in attendance, I guess. Namish says they're doing the SmackDown in the same Saudi stadium in which Royal Rumble is going to be held. Probably gonna ruin the arena excitement. Yeah, I agree with that. I didn't know they were doing it in the same place. I would imagine it being a smaller arena, but no, if they built it, they're going to get use out of it, right? So I kind of get it in that sense logistically, but yeah, it does kind of ruin some of that spectacle, right? When we've seen it already. It's nice to get a preview on shows like this, and when we do the WrestleMania reveals and stuff like that. But yeah, I agree with you, Namish. What are you expecting for the SmackDown? Are you looking forward to it? Do you think it's going to be one that has big news coming out of it going into the Royal Rumble? Now, the guy, the arm wrestling, powerlifting, every other thing he does, guys, on stage. I don't know his name, unfortunately. I keep missing it when they say it, so apologies there. Is he going to be in the? Is he okay? Is he in the Rumble? Is that what we're saying, or is he just promoting it? I mean, it looks like cool, quite the figure to put him in a role. Yeah, WrestleMania next year. Who knows? Maybe he'll have a main event it. The Mania in Arabia. Well, he's got a nice little chant going in there. Good for you, mate. All right, let's get back to the action. Now we're getting an ad. See, no, WWE, no. The flow in the last 10 minutes has been wrong. If you want people to watch this show, if you want to convince people it's worth watching, you do not go for an ad break, someone people don't know, and then your own internal promotion for a podcast or two. Now we're getting the vision next, which they said 9 minutes ago. But here we go. And look, it's like I like the kickoff shows. I do. I just think it's hard to win some people over when you're doing things like that. But here we go. Back to the action. The Vision are now making their way on stage. To booze, as expected. OTC chance. She's still got the Tribal Thief shirt being worn by Bronson Reed. So I wonder if we will see Roman Reigns going after him. He's going to introduce us to the most famous personality on the face of the planet today, Logan Paul. All right. And now he's going to introduce you to the what himself? Okay, the hottest prospect. Okay, Austin Theory. Very different Austin Theory to one we've seen before. Hopefully, he doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Mentioning of Roman Reigns there in reference to Bronson Reed's victories over him. So you got to think that there might be some sort of interaction between the two of them at the Royal Rumble. Will Roman Reigns win the Rumble though? Will he be coming out of the Rumble with more vision kind of problems, or is it? That sounds weird to say. Vision problems, not like that. Maybe he might get hit in the head. Bron Breakker has been introduced as well, right? Yeah. Or will he be going on to the title? Namish asks, who do I think is going to win the Rumble? Namish, look, I don't want to dodge the question, but I'm gonna. Because I really, really haven't put too much thought into it too yet. Look, what we're going to do, though, is we're going to be live after SmackDown, about an hour or so after it ends, so 10 p.m. UK time. And we are going to preview each and every one of the matches in detail. And I will try my best to commit then. We'll also have our build-up show on Saturday night where we do last-minute kind of predictions. We'll kind of take in any kind of last-minute spoilers, rumors going around that could potentially be spoilers, or kind of indications at least. And yeah, we'll have a clearer picture there. But at the moment, if you know what, I'll give you a little bit of a prediction. At the moment, I think it might be Sami Zayn. I think Sami Zayn might be losing against Drew and then going in and winning the Rumble. Yeah, I hope that happens. Yeah, I'm saying it. I hope that's what happens. Who do you think is going to win, Namish? Right, standard heel promo now from the Vision. Ron Breaker's a strong contender. I mean, especially if he goes after CM Punk again. Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't want CM. Oh well, he doesn't want Michael Cole to cut him off. But he didn't mention Sami Zayn, who is going for the title there. Yeah, he mentioned Cody Rhodes. But at the moment, there's nothing to do with the title picture, unless he also tries to win this match. Okay, Michael Cole's trying to butt in again. I think that's kind of the point they're making then, that they're not being respectful to Michael Cole. Michael Cole's got a question. Okay, so they all agreed on Raw they're going to sacrifice themselves so that Braun Breaker can win. It'd be interesting to see if they do that. I mean, especially Logan Paul. Is that the character to do that? Oh, so you won't be happy if Sammy wins the Rumble, Namish? Wow. Okay. Who would you like to see win the Royal Rumble then, and who do you reckon will win it? I want it to be Sami Zayn. I got to say. I wouldn't mind Braun Breaker because it is that kind of star breaking into that kind of upper tier. Roman Reigns is your pick. Is that who you want to win and who you think will win? Roman Reigns is a strong contender. Don't get me wrong. Anytime Roman Reigns is in a match, there's a chance he's going to win it. He's not been doing too much lately, and you've got to imagine he's going to be getting a big spot at WrestleMania. So this would secure that. FU Theory, they're saying, the fans, with a few hand gestures as well. Logan didn't want to answer Michael Cole there. I wonder if Austin's going to do the same. A few kind of glitches in the stream here. I don't know if it's from my end or if WWE are having production issues here. And maybe she say, "Yeah, I think he's going to win this time, and you also want him to win." No, I'm a Roman fan these days. Don't get me wrong. I don't want him to win because I think he'll get, no matter what, he'll have a big match at WrestleMania. So I think it's kind of a wasted spot in that sense. But it's not like years ago when he won, then I really didn't want him to win back then because he was kind of shoved down our throats and stuff like that. He's not been around too much lately. So, but I like it when the Rumble is won by someone new, and I like it when the Rumble is won by someone fresh, breaking into that kind of main event scene. But hey, look, maybe you'll be right, and maybe you'll be happy come the end of Saturday night, mate. This guy here is going to be someone trying to stop that, of course, the tribal thief. Maybe going to steal the WrestleMania opportunity from Roman Reigns, or maybe even from his fellow Vision teammate, Braun Breaker. Will they really stick together to help Braun and the greater cause, I guess? Yeah, another non-answer there, says Michael Cole. Oh, and a mic drop from Paul Heyman. Dusts off his hands, and they go to walk away, but the Yeet Man's music plays, and the fans erupt. Here we go. He eats. Great entrance here. Of course, current world tag team champion with his brother Jimmy. Arguably the greatest tag team of all time. After a period where Jay has certainly done very well to stand out on his own. Jimmy as well, but of course Jay become a mega star, world champion in his own right in the singles division. But here he comes with a tag team gold over his shoulder. And he's looking, it seems, to win the Royal Rumble once again. as we watch Jay's entrance. Let's get to another comment here from Nemish, who says Zayn getting an opportunity as number one contender will be enough to please the Saudi people. I get where you're coming from. I do completely understand that, and it kind of aligns with my usual thinking of people getting one shot to get a moment and please the fans. You know, I've said on this channel many times I don't like when someone returns and wins the Rumble, because I think the return is the moment, and we could have two moments. You know, a surprise winner as well, but not necessarily someone who's a surprise entrant. And this kind of goes into that as well. You know, do we really need to get two big moments for Saudi? Is the big moment not just a match? But I don't really think he's going to. If he won the title, yeah, obviously, and then he wouldn't need to be in the Rumble either. But I just think there's an interesting story to tell of him losing, but still somehow winning and getting another shot after Drew trying to stop him. But look, we'll dive deeper into that again on our weekend kickoff show. At the moment, we are watching the kickoff show that WWE are producing, of course. And I appreciate anyone that's tuning in, whether it's live or on demand, to WWE's Royal Rumble Kickoff Show and our reactions for that. As I say, in a few hours' time, we'll be back as well with our weekend kickoff show, our own kickoff here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We'll be previewing each and every one of the matches on the card. And then on Saturday night itself, we've got the build-up show, where we usually like to get more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team and our friends from the wrestling media world to preview the show last minute. We talk last minute rumors and all the exciting things flying around the PLE as well to get hyped up and in the mood. But at the moment, you are joining me, on my time at least, at just after 2:30 p.m. here in the UK as we watch the kickoff show that WWE are producing, and Jey Uso is on the stage, and I think he's going to run it back. There we go. Now, I know some people are a little bit about this stuff from Jey Uso at the moment, but look, people were there enjoying it. And this event here, as much as I say needs a bit of tweaking as far as its production from a thing to grab audiences internationally online to watch it, I do think in person this is a great event. And I think things like this is exactly what they need to be doing. Saying that, I hope you don't do it for a third time. That sounds good, Jay. Naomi says, I think he's going to lose against Drew because Drew is going to keep the title to WrestleMania. I think Drew's going to keep it as well. To WrestleMania, I hope so, because I think there's an interesting story to tell with him champion until then. But I think it's because I think Sammy should beat him at WrestleMania. But it's looking like it might be for Jacob Fatu and Cody Rhodes, in which case maybe Jacob Fatu wins the Royal Rumble. Jey Uso says he thinks he's going to do it. Kieran's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you're enjoying the kickoff show. Thank you for joining us for the watch along of that. It says, isn't Brock Lesnar in the Rumble? Yes, Brock Lesnar has apparently declared himself for the Royal Rumble as well, as has, again, big name Roman Reigns. We talked about that just a few moments ago. So there are some heavy hitters in the Royal Rumble. But again, I hope it's not an established main event that already wins, has won it before or anything like that, or won titles before even. Yeah, so keeping it short and sweet, mainly about the entrance there, as a lot of people say it is generally. I'm not one of them. I'm a big Jey Uso fan, I've got to say. Judgment Day now making their way to the ring. Aiden's with us. Good to see you, Aiden. Hope you're doing well since you just finished college and tuning in to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling's coverage of the kickoff show that WWE have produced. What have you missed? So far, you've missed CM Punk being announced as the cover star for 2K26. We also got some guy from Saudi Arabia. Forgive me, I forgot his name. Didn't really catch it. Big dude, hyping up the Rumble and WrestleMania. I wonder if he's going to feature at the Royal Rumble. He's Saudi Arabian himself. And now we're going to another break. And this is something I've been saying, Aiden, for those that are just tuning in now, that I'm not a fan of with this version of the kickoff show. For them to go to ad breaks, I don't think is a good idea. But hey, it's on the ESPN. I guess they got to squeeze the ads in somewhere. Namely says, Jey Uso was just trolling people by saying he's going to win this Royal Rumble. I don't think he's going to win the Rumble. It'd be crazy if he did. I mean, that would feel a bit of a troll, right? As much as I say as I'm a fan, I agree with last year. Not so much with this year. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be Jey Uso. Look, again, we're going to be diving into predictions. It's not just me from the Rebellious Noise crew. Hopefully we'll have more members tomorrow. Our friends from the rest of the media to dive into a build-up show and get some other opinions. Again, I want to hear your opinions, guys. Who do you think is going to win the Royal Rumble? Both the men and the women. And beyond that, of course, two incredible singles matches to look forward to as well. Miss Big Sexy Drew. You have not, Aiden. Don't you worry. You know what? He's not been shown at all. I don't know if he's going to be on this show. We got Gunther backstage on his phone, so I think Gunther's going to be appearing soon. Probably going to be the one that closes the show, to be honest, talking about AJ Styles. I don't know if AJ Styles will show up. I reckon it might just be Gunther healing it up. But next up, we've got, as you saw just a moment ago, ladies from the Judgment Day, Raquel Rodriguez, Roxanne Perez, and Liv Morgan, of course, two of which very much involved in the women's tag title picture, and the other involved in the women's world title picture as well. So busy period for the Judgment Day women. But interesting dynamics going on within the Judgment Day itself. You know, Finn Balor being a bit strange at the moment. Dom not really being due to injury, although he's still on promotional material for the Royal Rumble. So will we see him show up at the Royal Rumble? I'm not sure if he'll be ready for that, but it'll be interesting to see. Aiden says, are we going to be going live for the Rumble itself? Aiden, at the moment, we currently don't plan to be live for the Rumble. We won't be doing a watch along, but hey, we'll be doing our regular build-up show as we do. As you know, I know you've got plenty of times now on the day of a PLE, getting us all hyped up and in the mood for that. We'll do an instant reaction review as soon as the Rumble goes off the air. I'm going to come and let you know what I thought of the show stuff. But we won't be doing a long experience for that. I do know, though, that our friends at Give Me a Whole Year are going to do a special one-off stream. They haven't done too much lately, but they're coming back for a one-off show. So if you haven't, go check those guys out. Hopefully we get those guys on our build-up show tomorrow, and they can tell you a little bit more about what they do as well. But again, always want to give love to our friends from the wrestling media world that hop on our shows, and we sometimes hop on theirs. Again, if we aren't covering it, we always want to send you in their direction. So yeah, Give Me a Whole Year. We'll be doing a live stream, I believe, of the Royal Rumble. But we'll take you right the way up to the show itself, as always, with our build-up show. If you're new here, let me explain what we do on the weekend of a PLE. Right now, you are tuned into the kickoff show. Watch along, WWE's Watch Along, WWE's Kickoff show, I should say, is live at the moment, and I'm breaking down everything we see on that show. And if you hours time, 10 p.m. UK time, exact, I'm going to be going live again, giving you a Rebellious Noise Kickoff show. It's the weekend kickoff for the Royal Rumble here on the Rebellious Pro Wrestling channel. We're breaking down the card in further detail and committing to some of those predictions. Then on Saturday, we are going to have a live build-up show. And of course, on the build-up show, if you're a regular viewer, you know it starts with some of these replays, for example, of the kickoff events that we've had over this weekend. But then there will be a live portion where we are usually joined by more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team and our friends from the wrestling media world. And it's always fun to do it for the Royal Rumble because, hey, it's one of the most exciting shows of the year. Who's going to win the Rumble? I want to know what you guys think. And again, we'll commit to our predictions over this weekend. Don't you worry. And we'll talk last-minute rumors. Again, the build-up show is so fun on these weekends because it's those last-minute rumors that make it exciting, right, when it comes to PLE. And there are none more than around Royal Rumble and WrestleMania, right? So Royal Rumble probably tops it as far as last-minute rumors. I remember, when I was first getting into wrestling, just how exciting it was to talk about possible returns and stuff like that. And that's been the case, a theme ever since I've been a wrestling fan. I remember back in when I was in school, all the rumors about who might be showing up and stuff like that. And look at me now, I'm a big old adult, and here I am still excited about potential returns and debuts. Speaking of big debuts at the Royal Rumble, of course, it's been 10 years since AJ Styles debuted in WWE at the Royal Rumble. Incredible moment, one of the best surprises for the Royal Rumble in history. But will we get the surprise of a retirement for AJ Styles at this year's Royal Rumble? We'll have to see. Looks like the sun's starting to set there in Riyadh as the Judgment Day women are making their way to the stage. Naomi says, I'm glad this Rumble is in Saudi Arabia this time because I'm going to be able to enjoy a PLE for the first time. Is it IST 11:30? Where's IST? Is that I am gonna go India. Are you based in India? Let me know, buddy. But either way, 11:30 p.m. That's a decent time to tune in. Same. You're talking about a half hour there. It will be on the hour, no matter where you are in the world, I believe. So double check that, buddy, because it's on 7 p.m. UK time. So I don't want you to miss half hour. Right, they say it's inevitable that the women from this group are going to point to that sign at Royal Rumble, of course, the WrestleMania sign. I was thinking, why are they all dressed in this like black? Yeah, and I realized, oh yeah, they're going to be dressed differently, aren't they, in Saudi Arabia? So on Monday she's facing Stephanie McCare. Okay, right. So I guess she's not in the Rumble herself then. All right. So yeah. So she's saying, look, when I beat Stephanie McCare, whoever wins the Rumble is coming after me. Will it be one of these two then? I mean, that'd be interesting because it seems like there is something going on between, again, the Judgment Day and the women within it. You know, Liv seems to have a plan. So maybe that's what we do. The age old story of like, oops, I've won the Rumble and I'm going after my friends. Yeah, Liv been in every single women's Rumble. Yeah, she's had a few good times in Saudi Arabia, she says. Beat Becky Lynch for the world title. Yeah, become what? Crown Jewel champion there, she says. And now she's going to finally win the Rumble. I think she could. I do think she could, guys. There's been a few years where I thought she should as well. Okay, now my call saying as if Raquel's in it. Oh, here we go. Lara Valkyria's music hit. And the graphic with Bailey, so I imagine they're both there. Yeah, here they come. All right, so again, you're tuned into the Royal Rumble Kickoff Show. Watch along here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Bailey Live and Valkyria now made their way to the stage to confront the Judgment Day. Michael Cole's just like they're not announced. They're coming here to interrupt, surely. So why is Michael Cole being like, yeah, let me talk to you? Like, Brady chance now from the fans in Riyadh. And a big shut up from Morgan, which reminds me of Lincoln Park. Speaking of those who are providing the soundtrack for this show, again, there were rumors that they were performing, so maybe we're not going to get that. It doesn't look like it. I mean, there's nothing set up on stage, is there? And the show looks like it probably is going to end within 15 minutes. So usually, at most, about an hour. We've been going for 45 minutes. Our stream, however, has been going for just under an hour. Appreciate everyone that's tuned in and watched this. Yeah, Lyra Valkyria really working the crowd here, saying they could be one of the best crowds they've ever seen in WWE. I do think they're going to have a good fan reaction tomorrow. Good point. Yeah, Bailey won it in 2024. I don't think she should be winning it again. Not this year, anyway. As she said, yeah, only Royal Rumble winner on the stage. I mean, she played into one of those stories where, you know, champion and Royal Rumble winner were from the same stable. Of course, her when she was in Damage Control. Oh, here we go. What a surprise. Rhea Ripley's music's here, and the fans have got excited for this one. I assume it's going to be her and Io. Here we go. As they sing along to Rio's. I say Rhea. I actually said Rio by accident, but that's what they're called now. Rhea's theme song. I mean, look, you got to give it credit. You know, give them credit. These fans, they are very vocal, very, very excited to be there. And again, I do think because of that, we're going to get a good good crowd tomorrow at the Royal Rumble itself. Again, if you're tuning in live, we appreciate you. We're watching the kickoff show along with you. Liv Morgan is not looking impressed by what she sees on the stage. If you're watching on demand, then hey, tune in to the rest of the content that we have here on Royal Rumble weekend, including our build-up show on Saturday evening, where we have a live portion going all the way up until the show itself, and an instant reaction review after the event. Right, Rhea says she's won a Rumble as well, so it's not the only person on the stage now with that credential. She entered the number one. That's something I haven't even thought about. Who's going to enter number 1 and 2, guys? Yeah, so this year she says she won't be going in alone because she has Io Sky to have her back. But again, it's always interesting to see how these teams work in the Rumble matches themselves. They're saying they're going to go right to the end. Last 2 women standing. Rio is always on top, says Io Sky. Yeah, they say they're going to basically win and go against each other. See, look, as much as I like seeing those who came out and interrupted, this is supposed to be a scheduled interview for the Judgment Day, and they haven't even finished that interview. Anyway, backstage we've got Gunther walking, clearly pre-recorded now because it is not that bright out anymore. Gunther is live next. We are about 12 minutes away from when I expect this kickoff show to finish. Will we get an interruption here, though? Will AJ Styles make his way onto the ramp and interrupt the man who is looking to put his career to an end on Saturday night? Again, speaking of Saturday night, we will have our live build-up show taking you all the way up to the show itself. Build-up show is one of my favorites in the Rebellious Noise kind of schedule, and of course in the calendar of the year, the Royal Rumble one is one of my ultimate favorites as well. We always try to get our friends from the WrestleMania world to join us and yeah, just have a little bit of fun on the evening of a PLE. Now in the UK it's going to be 7 p.m. that it kicks off, so remember to check where you are around the world where it's going to be. I don't want you to miss the Royal Rumble and its excitement of being live. It's one of those shows that you really, really don't want to get spoiled up there at WrestleMania for me. But yeah, big weekend coming up. Speaking of which, we'll have our own kickoff show later on, so stay tuned for that. Going to be live at 10 p.m. UK time on Friday night here. We are going to break down the card in more detail, and I'll give you my thoughts on the kind of go-home shows and all that surrounding the Royal Rumble as well. While WWE are on a break, let's have a little look at the card itself. We've talked about big Drew McIntyre a little bit tonight. It doesn't look like he's going to appear on this show, but we've got him defending his WWE title against Sami Zayn at Saudi Arabia's Royal Rumble event. Again, a big, big crowd reaction you've got to expect for Mr. Sami Zayn as well. Will we see the end of AJ Styles' career? If Gunther has anything to do with it, that will be the case. He is going up against the face and runs the place, AJ Styles, as he looks to potentially bow out at the same event he debuted in just 10 years ago. Now, this world title picture, of course, has huge implications going towards WrestleMania. Now, will it be one of these two guys facing off against one of these 10, or maybe the 20 not pictured in this graphic? Can have something to say about that as well. One of those we know not pictured here is Brock Lesnar. Will he win the Royal Rumble? Will it be one of these 10 we see here? We'll have to see. The Women's Royal Rumble, of course, again, has also had a few names announced. You'd imagine some might be announced during SmackDown as well. But the Women's Royal Rumble, of course, as we just saw there, is a highly anticipated one with a lot of heavy hitters in there, a lot of big names already announced. And again, a lot of those just now on the stage where there are ties between kind of friendships that might have to fall by the wayside when it comes to people going at it solo in order to headline WrestleMania. Speaking of headline in WrestleMania, how are they going to map out this year? Sometimes the Royal Rumble gives us an early indication as to what night one and what night two might look like. Sometimes the Royal Rumble winner opens the show. Will that be the case this year? Again, Royal Rumble isn't the Royal Rumble isn't going to feature CM Punk in a wrestling capacity anyway, but of course he is the world champion. Will the Royal Rumble winner on the men's side become someone that challenges him, or would it be someone that challenges WWE champion, whether that be Sami Zayn or Drew McIntyre? Again, Rumble is always a great time to shake things up, as is Elimination Chamber. Speaking of which, we will be back for Elimination Chamber content as well, covering it in depth. So if you like what you see here throughout Royal Rumble weekend, make sure you subscribe and check out more of our content. It's not just PLE previews and predictions that we do on this channel. We also have the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars. Speaking of Rhea Ripley, we've also had a great conversation with her in the past, as we have also done with Liv Morgan. At the moment, Kit Wilson is a big star, and we've interviewed him on this channel as well as his buddy Elton Prince, of course, out injured at the moment, but we do wish him a speedy recovery. If that sounds like your sort of thing, then check out more of the content on this channel. Again, those interviews are on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel's archive as well. Subscribe if you want to know when we go live. Make sure you hit that bell for notifications. Again, we will be going live Friday night, 10 p.m. for our weekend kickoff special, and then our build-up show on the night of the PLE itself. Speaking of kicking off, we are back for WWE's official kickoff now. You are tuned into the watch-along experience for that. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Scott, representing the Rebellious Noise crew here on this stream. And again, I appreciate everyone that's tuned in, whether live or on demand. Your comments have been greatly appreciated. All right, so they are now previewing the main event. Well, I say main event. I don't know what's going to go last. Will it be the Royal Rumble match? Either one of them. Will it be the title match? Will it be, if it's AJ Styles, it will look like he's retiring for sure. So on SmackDown, there we go. We wondered, didn't we, earlier on? Namish was asking us about, what to expect from SmackDown. We now know there's going to be a face-to-face confrontation between Sami Zayn and Drew McIntyre on SmackDown. We're now getting a AJ Styles promo package to promote his potential last ever match. Again, to go in and out of Royal Rumble would be quite something. Now, they showed Nakamura there. Of course, they had their recent match at Saturday Night's Main Event. Quite an enjoyable one at that. And there was a big post put up by Nakamura, wasn't there, after about, working with AJ for the last time. And when he spoke to AJ about a year ago, AJ told him then he would be retiring at the Royal Rumble. Some people see that as a mistake. Some people see that as a swerve. But AJ Styles will be going up against Gunther, someone who's retired two other legends not too long ago. John Cena, of course, at Saturday Night's Main Event in December, and Goldberg at another Saturday Night's Main Event earlier in 2025 as well. Was that late 2024? Either way, he's retired Big Bill as well. In WWE, at least. It didn't seem like Big Bill was too happy with the way he went down at the end. But at the moment, he's retired two of the biggest stars in wrestling history. One from WCW, as far as, the face of that company in many ways, and another who certainly spent a lot of time as the face of WWE. Can he now retire? A man who's had a strong career globally, but of course was the face of another company, TNA Wrestling. We'll have to see. He's also been the face that runs the place for SmackDown Live. Will we see SmackDown's last ever AJ Styles appearance today? Man, that was cool. Those little kind of flashes back into AJ's career there. Oh man, it's going to be emotional. It really is going to be emotional. AJ Styles' potential last match. I mean, John Cena's one we knew it was his last match. Goldberg, we pretty much felt it would be his last match as well. It wasn't announced, was it? But it was a competition. There was a tournament to face John Cena, so we knew that for sure. AJ said he's retiring this year, but is it going to be the first PLE of the year? And is it going to be Unlike John Cena's one where it's announced, is it going to be you lose and you're gone? Here we go. The career killer, as they're announcing him, Gunther, making his way to the stage in Riyadh. And again, the audience is still very much behind this show, booing Gunther now. And the darkness is really set in on Riyadh, not just because Big Bad Gunther's making his way out. Now, the good thing about his theme song being back, even though the last one ended up becoming one I liked, is that, look at this, the fans are singing along. They're not saying CEO either. We are just a few minutes away from the hour mark on the WWE's kickoff show. Again, it's usually the limit they set. Sometimes they've been as short as about half an hour, I believe. But I don't think they've ever really gone much beyond an hour. So I'd imagine this is the last thing we see here. It's very dark there. And people are waiting around for whatever's going to happen here. So maybe there'll be a little bit of confrontation with AJ Styles. If he is retiring this weekend, then maybe there's an opportunity to give him as many opportunities to perform in front of fans as possible. Where is the phenomenal AJ Styles as Gunther? He ain't seen him all day. He's saying he's sitting back there regretting his decision to put his career on the line against the greatest pro wrestler in WWE today. Hard to argue that. It'd be mad if Gunther does it, AJ's career. And even if he doesn't, well, that's an interesting point. He could be in the Rumble. I mean, it sounds like he is in the Rumble. He's literally just said, Michael Cole, you could end AJ's career and then win the Royal Rumble. I didn't even think of that. That'd be mad. All right, he's saying, keep chanting for him. He's not here. The interview's about him. Will we get interruption? It'd be a big pop if AJ does show up tonight. Well, on this show. Again, maybe he'll show up at SmackDown. You got to at least promote or like hype up what could have been his last SmackDown, right? Oh, AJ Styles chant now. Gunther says to Michael Cole, do you really believe AJ Styles can beat me? Michael Cole gives a maybe. The fans are giving a yes. And he's just called everyone stupid for that. Great heel work from Gunther, man. I really have enjoyed this new version of him. It's different to his usual character, but still somewhat Gunther. And there we go. It looks like we're wrapping up. His music is hit. He is smiling as he has done for quite some time now. And he's making his way back through the curtain. Will AJ come out and attack him? No, he won't. We've transitioned to a wide shot here with a great big Royal Rumble logo around the fans there in Riyadh. And again, quite a fun show. Really did enjoy that one. I've got to say, though, I mentioned it earlier on, the flow itself, the interruption wasn't really great. I don't think many people, I'd say many people, there's thousands that tune into this, don't get me wrong. But compared to like a weekly show or anything like that, you don't get as many as you would. Probably get less than you would get for a countdown show because it's on the night of the PLE, that of course as well. But I've always really enjoyed these, and I really enjoy covering them. I think they're quite fun and they're a little bit different. And again, they do give us a little bit of an indication as to what WWE are looking to predict that to book maybe that weekend, and it kind of plays into predictions in my opinion. So again, quite enjoyable event. My only concern was, or criticism I should say, is the way that they pace it. And I still think they should do a few things that maybe get aired on SmackDown to say, hey, look, next time watch this. Like a little pull apart or something like that. And again, for me, the ads really interrupted the flow. We had the ad, then they introduced someone that maybe those in Saudi could appreciate, but the rest of the world are thinking, who's this guy? And then they went to a podcast promotion as well. I just felt like it was a little bit weird. It was 10 minutes where they kind of were just saying up next is the Vision, and they did not show up that quickly. But from what we got from it, from the Vision, from Gunther, from the women that are going to be in a women's Royal Rumble match, from Jey Uso, I thought was quite entertaining, and it does kind of lead us towards our own kickoff show quite nicely. Again, we're going to be back with our weekend kickoff show, 10 p.m. UK time Friday night, where we're going to break down the card in detail, and I'm going to commit to some predictions there as well. We'll also have our build-up show, and again, if you are unfamiliar with that, let me tell you all about it. On the night of the PLE, we basically tried to get you and us hyped up for that big PLE, talking last-minute rumors. We'd like to get our friends from the wrestling media world to join us on that as well, so hopefully we'll have a few people join us for that. But you've been watching the WWE Kickoff show watch along experience on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We really do appreciate it. Aiden joined us back for watching the end of the show. There wasn't much going on, if I'm honest. Gunther came out and did his kind of regular shtick at the moment, which is enjoyable. But again, if I was there in person, that's the kind of thing where I'd be like, I want to see something kind of cap off the show. Aiden's going to bring in predictions by 10 p.m. Good to see you, buddy, for this stream. But again, it'd be great to see you on the weekend kickoff show. Appreciate everyone that tuned in for this watch along experience. And again, I hope we've kind of whetted your appetite for what we've got for you Royal Rumble wise this weekend. You've been watching the WWE Kickoff watch along show for Royal Rumble, and later on, as I say, we'll have our own kickoff show as we kick off the weekend in style with our Royal Rumble kickoff show. Then the build. All right, you mentioned the build up here. Well, you are live on the build up show now, guys. You've just been watching my reactions to last night's kickoff show that WWE did. Hope you enjoyed that and enjoyed my reactions to it and my thoughts. Again, I mentioned there our weekend kickoff, so we'll be showing the replay for that in just a bit. But now that we're back on the live portion of our build up show, I want to say welcome on in to anyone that's just joined us. Whether you're here for the first time or you've been here 25 times before, we appreciate you either way. The build-up show is our chance to get you guys and us all hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE. And of course, the big one today is the Royal Rumble. So excited about what we could potentially see happen at this huge show. Again, I've been lurking in the background, watching me from yesterday as well. I appreciate all the comments that have been flying in, but had some great conversations in the background here as well while we were watching my original reactions to what we saw on Friday in Riyadh. Again, I'm going to get to some of my favorite comments before we take it over to our weekend kickoff stream. Gary says, welcome back. Thank you, Gary. Good to be here. Good to see you here as well, mate. Always good to have people popping in that we recognize. A lot of names in the comments we've seen here time and time again, but a lot of new guys popping up as well. We appreciate you. We hope you subscribe if you haven't already, guys. It's not just us predicting shows and giving our thoughts on the shows. We've also got interviews with some of your favorite WWE superstars, as you would have seen just a moment ago, such as Rhea Ripley and Finn Balor, to name a few. Let's get to some of these comments, though. I do want to fire through some of them as we make our way into the hours counting down towards the Royal Rumble itself. Again, you're watching the live build-up show where we will talk last-minute rumors and stuff like that. But for now, let's get into some of the comments that you guys have been sending our way. Where do we start? Let's go with trying to see where we are. With so many comments coming in, guys. Thank you so much for that. Right, let's go. I know Gary was talking about shock returns. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, Gary. But you will see my kind of initial thoughts on that last night when I showed that stream in just a little bit as well. A few people are asking what time it starts. In the UK, it starts at 7 p.m. So see what that is in relation to you globally. But in the UK, it starts at 7 p.m. Bit of chat from Casper about Charlotte and Alexa. We talked a little bit about that last night as well. But yeah, good to see them doing well. And again, I think it's really done wonders for Charlotte's career. Sludge says, I'll be livid when I hear he's picked for women's and men's Royal Rumble. He hasn't put them in yet, but I said I'll be looking forward to maybe a stressful reaction from me. Apparently not a big, I'm not going to be a big fan of what he says. Ronda Rousey says B. Peterson must return tonight. Can you imagine that? Ronda Rousey. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think someday she will return. I know she's not really on good terms, it would seem, with WWE at the moment, but I do feel like she could be showing up. That's a potential surprise. You never know with the WWE. You never know with the Royal Rumble. Another possible surprise from B. Peterson here is Zilla Fatu, saying we want Zilla Fatu debut tonight at the Royal Rumble. Again, it's a name that's popped up so many times, but we'll see if he does arrive tonight. It's gone a little bit quieter lately, but I do wonder if he will eventually show up at WWE or if it's just going to kind of dwindle out that kind of expectation. Casper says, I hope Chris Jericho shows up. Yeah, we'll see if he does tonight. I do think that's probably the most likely. Sludge also said there's talks about Mr. Iguana being in the Royal Rumble. Man, I really can't wait to see Mr. Iguana show up in the Royal Rumble with his little lizard friend as well. A lizard friend? Iguana friend? What am I talking about? It's in the name. Christopher Clare had a great comment, said, if Roxanne Perez wins the Royal Rumble, she will become the youngest person to win a Royal Rumble match, passing Brock Lesnar, who was 25 when he won it in 2002. That would be an incredible achievement from Roxanne Perez. Do you guys think she's going to do it? I mean, there was some great conversation about Roxanne's great, outing in the Rumble last year, and it made me realize how much, not she's fallen, but like she's a bit of a background character within the Judgment Day now. So I don't expect her to be winning. Out of anyone in the Judgment Day, I don't think it would be her. B. Peterson says Sammy must beat Drew for the championship. I think Sammy deserves the championship. Again, I completely agree with you. We'll get into my predictions a little bit later on, and you'll see exactly what I think might happen for Sammy, or at least what I hope was going to happen for Sammy as well. Christopher says I got Liv Morgan winning, but wouldn't be mad if Roxanne Perez was the one to make history again, becoming youngest ever Royal Rumble winner. We'll have to see. B. Peterson talked about the final boss returning tonight. Also speculated whether or not his Shield brethren in Dean Ambrose might be showing up. I don't think that's the case, but look, one day. Keeping with the theme of the Shield, though, is Seth Rollins going to return tonight and cost Bron Breakker? Look, again, I don't know if he's the status of his injury. Look, Unreal's out at the moment, and that's all talking about that fake injury, but now it seems like he's got a legit one. I don't know how long he's going to be out for that and what stage he's at the moment. Even if he can't come back and interfere and therefore become, Bron's opponent at WrestleMania, maybe he can still get somewhat physical. I don't know. But yeah, I thought about it a little bit, how he could get involved, especially because there's such a focus on the vision for this Royal Rumble. What else have we got? Christopher Leclerc talking about how Roman Reigns might eliminate Bron Breakker, and again, I think that'd be a great little feud for the two of them. Maybe is a way to get Roman Reigns away from the title picture, because it just feels like he's gonna get shoehorned back into it, and I don't think he should be. Dingber says Sammy is a winner. I hope that will be the case. We talked a little bit about Ava in the chat as well. Of course, Ava, breaking news last night, has announced her departure from WWE. Strangely enough, WWE put out their own little statement, which they don't often do. So I wonder what's going on there. Anyway, might be nothing. She is leaving WWE, and we were talking in the chat, weren't we, about who might be GM again. I wondered whether or not it could be William Regal. Christopher says he's got Liv Morgan and Roman Reigns as his winners for the Royal Rumble. And Brandon liked my hat. This hat, not at the moment. He was referring to the flat cap I was wearing, which I don't know if that's still around somewhere, but I was wearing on yesterday's stream. Asked if I was Scottish. I guess that's because I had the jacket had the little bit of kind of tartan design on it. No, not Scottish, mate. I am English. But Aiden, are you in the house? I know you're one of our Scottish followers. Of course, Drew McIntyre, Scottish World Champion at the moment. We'll claim him as a Brit while we can. He is a Brit. I'm just saying we'll claim him as a champion on the basis that he's British. He's ours. I'm going to try and say that he's one of us. But of course, he very much Scottish. Christopher says Raquel Rodriguez is in the Women's Royal Rumble match. I was saying, look, would it be weird if Raquel won the title off of Stephanie and then basically had to just challenge herself at WrestleMania. The deals in the house. Always good to see you, buddy. He says, any idea on the match order? I feel if AJ opens the show, he wins, and then Gunther would later dominate and win the Royal Rumble. That's a great point. I haven't really thought about Gunther winning the Rumble because, Michael Cole mentioned, you would have seen it in my reaction there to the watch along from, to the kickoff when we did the watch along last night. Michael Cole did allude to that he could retire AJ Styles and get into the Rumble, but it probably more likely would be the other way around, where AJ wins but Gunther comes in. But if Gunther loses twice, that's what I was thinking. That's not a great look. It's not a great night at work for Gunther. But maybe that's why he comes in. He's so furious that he wins the Rumble. That's a great point, to do. I didn't even think about that. Christopher Leclerc talking about, we had Bayley, of course, on stage on the kickoff show. He says Bayley's not winning the Rumble. I agree with you. Probably not going to happen this year. And again, Christopher was one that brought up about Roxanne's great showing last year in the Royal Rumble as well. Christopher also would like to see Bron Breakker #1 and Obafemi #2. I think that'd be fantastic. I mean, there are a lot of rumors about Bron Breakker already being #1 because of that apparent botch, if you will. I don't know if that really was a mistake. Again, you'll see my reactions to that in a little bit, because I gave a little bit of a kind of review of SmackDown on last night's weekend preview, which we're going to show a replay for in a little bit as well. If Cody wins the Rumble again, I'll riot in my living room, says Laiku Janga. So sick and tired of his, what do you want to talk about? Look, man, I'm a big Cody fan to some extent. Him, I said in the comments, him winning it once was enough, twice was annoying, and I think I said 3 times would be frustrating, essentially. Also asked, do I think that Jericho deserves to win the Royal Rumble? Says, I mean, he always gives us a bang of a performance in every Rumble, just to fall short in the end. This is a great comment and a great question. Thanks so much for bringing that to my attention, mate. Yeah, because I haven't even thought about Jericho in the Rumble. I've said a few times on these streams this weekend, and many times over the years, for me, winning the Rumble should be reserved for certain people, not really returning people. I think that's separate. Keep that surprise separate. But great, showings, as you say. It would be strange not to have Jericho when he retires, not have Royal Rumble winner on his CV. Cody Burris is in the house. Always good to see you, Cody. Hope you are doing well. Gary says, excited to see what Lesnar does tonight with the Vision. Yeah, good point. How would he work alongside him? Of course, with Paul Heyman. Roxanne Perez for the Final Four, says Christopher as well. I do think that is a possibility, Christopher. I don't think she's winning, though. I don't think she's going to be in that kind of position. But I do think it is possible that we see Roxanne Perez do very, very well in this Royal Rumble and go pretty far. Again, there's a big kind of, like there is with Division, there's a big kind of focus on the Judgment Day going into this Royal Rumble. So we'll see what that means as well. Let's get our next replay stream lined up, though, guys. Again, I'm going to be here in the background, lurking along, watching this stream with you. So this is going to be me from last night, reacting to a little bit of SmackDown, and also giving my main kind of predictions for Royal Rumble. And you'll see me kind of squirm at times and try and get out of it, but I do commit, and you'll see my original predictions for the Royal Rumble. I want to know what you guys think. Keep your comments coming. I'll be lurking in the background, replying to some of them as well. And as always, we'll bring our favourites up when we join back live in about an hour's time as well. Before we do get out of here and throw over to that, though, let me just see the other comments that come in. Was there rumours he's going to join them? Yeah, Brock Lesnar. There was rumours about Lesnar joining them, and that's kind of gone quiet. So maybe that is going to be the case, Gary. Roxanne Perez so close to winning the Rumble last year. You're right, Christopher. Again, I think she might go to the Final Four, but I think something's going to happen. And surely Liv. I think Liv's going to do it. Sludge is back in the house. Good to see you, Sludge. You've joined us just in time to watch our weekend kickoff show. I'm about to play that replay for us now. And then again, I'll be back in about an hour's time. I'll be lurking in the background, replying to your comments and keeping this chat going as well. Then again, in about an hour, we'll be live again, and we'll really drive it home to towards the Royal Rumble, taking you all the way up to the Royal Rumble. This is the build-up show, but let's hand over to the weekend kickoff show. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the weekend preview for Royal Rumble 2026. We're going to be breaking down the card and talking about all the latest rumors right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Here we are, everyone, getting closer to the Royal Rumble as you join me live on a Friday night. We are under 24 hours away from the Royal Rumble kicking off. Really, really looking forward to it. But talking of kicking off, WWE themselves did their kickoff show a few hours ago. Thank you to everyone that joined us for the live watch along for that as well. If you haven't already watched it, then why don't you use us as your companion piece when you do watch it, and you'll see my instant thoughts on everything that went down on the watch along show, on the kickoff show. Sorry. We've also got SmackDown in the books as well. Now, I assume it's like every other time it comes on early internationally, that it is still not yet aired in the United States. So I won't touch too much on what happened on SmackDown, but if I'm honest, a little bit of a spoiler here, not a lot happened anyway, so there won't be too much that we need to miss off, essentially. But look, it was still an enjoyable show, and one thing I do want to mention is, as mentioned on earlier on stream, it was a little bit weird that it was within the same venue that the Royal Rumble is going to be out. A purpose-built venue, of course, which does look fantastic, don't get me wrong, and also, do not get me wrong, I appreciate that SmackDown was never going to sell the amount that Royal Rumble Stadium should be filling. But it looked a little bit odd in certain spaces. But hey, it is what it is. If you put that in a smaller venue, it would have looked far better. But I completely understand why they wanted to use what they had built for at least an extra event beyond the Royal Rumble. I wonder if Raw's going to be there too. But look, it's more about the Royal Rumble itself in this stream. We're going to be breaking down the card, and we're going to be giving predictions. I also want to hear what you guys have to say and what you're most looking forward to on this Royal Rumble weekend. And of course, on the night of the PLE, we'll also have a build-up show where we'll be talking last-minute rumors, and we'll have discussions with other members of the crew and hopefully our friends from the wrestling media world. But again, I want to hear what you guys have to say as well. So I can see the comments firing in already. We appreciate those that join in. Again, whether you're watching live or on demand or in the replay section of the build-up show when it starts on Saturday, we appreciate you. But those here on Friday night, we especially appreciate you tuning in and helping me along with the conversation. But there's plenty to sink our teeth into anyway, because we've got some interesting matches and kind of scenarios to predict. Right, let's first of all get to some of these comments. As I say, appreciate all of you guys. But Casper joins us once again, says, hi, Casper, back in the house with you again. Hope everyone at Rebellious Noise and Scott, hope you're doing well. I'm looking forward to the Royal Rumble 2026 this weekend and possibly seeing Royce Keys. Yeah, we talked about this the other day, didn't we, when we did our Saturday night's main event preview. We talked on the Friday night preview there that a little bit of Royal Rumble stuff, and his name did pop up. It's been a name that's been popping up for quite some time, as I'm sure you're aware, others have been already, but he's one of the kind of forerunners as far as surprises go. And let me just get out the gate straight away. I think he is going to be showing up this weekend. But let me know what you think. Will we see the former powerhouse Hobbs showing up on WWE television this weekend as a surprise entrant in the Royal Rumble? Again, following up with that comment, powerhouse Hobbs in the Royal Rumble. Hope we see him, and hope we also get the return of Y2J this weekend, says Casper, at the Royal Rumble. Yeah, me too. That's another big name again. It's been flying around for a few months now. Again, both AEW themed, of course. Don't get me wrong, got quite the career in WWE himself, Mr. Chris Jericho, but still, having spent a few years there, it's going to be significant if he does return back to WWE, and all sources seem to indicate that will be the case. It says, I'm a hope for a mega Royal Rumble this weekend with stars such as Royce Keys, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, Obafemi, Roman Reigns, and Y2J. Yeah, I mean, looks like all those names apparently be set. We know Brock Lesnar's now announced himself on a Pat McAfee show. Obafemi has been promoted as being in it. Roman Reigns has declared himself, and Cody Rhodes is looking to capture his third Royal Rumble victory. And again, those other two possible surprises as well. Let me know if you've heard any other names, guys. We'll definitely sink our teeth into those. And again, we'll do more on the build-up show. Aiden's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Gives us a yeet as well. Good reception, wasn't it, for Jey Uso on the kickoff show that WWE did, and on SmackDown as well. Aiden was a fan of what he saw on SmackDown. Yeah, I enjoyed it as well. B. Peterson says Roman Reigns must win this Royal Rumble. Look, I mentioned it on the kickoff show that WWE did earlier on when we were doing our watch along for it, but a few years back when Reigns won the Royal Rumble, I was one of the many people quite frustrated with that. I wouldn't say I'd be super over moon with him winning it this time, but I wouldn't be as annoyed as I was back then because it's a different Roman Reigns, it's a different period. But generally speaking, as I've mentioned a few times before, I prefer it to be someone that's kind of breaking into that upper tier rather than someone that's been in that position before, let alone won a Royal Rumble before. Aiden says it will be Solo. That's a big call. I mean, that's someone I could have seen doing it a few years back, but it'd be a real shocker for me if he did it this time round. But hey, maybe Solo Sikoa could be coming away and heading to the Royal Rumble as number one contender for a world title. Is the kickoff show up on YouTube for the Royal Rumble, Scott? It is indeed, Casper. WWE went live, UK time at least, at around 2 p.m. We went live alongside it and, again, gave our thoughts on it. So if you do get to watch it, Casper, we'd appreciate if you watch it alongside us. And, yeah, hope you enjoy it either way. Aiden says, yes, it is, in reference to, I can't remember what that was now. Please let Bianca win the Rumble. This is a good call, actually, from B. Peterson here. Bianca Belair, maybe going to be returning at the Royal Rumble. Of course, she's been out for quite some time with an injured finger since WrestleMania, I believe. So let's see if she does make her return at the Royal Rumble. You'd imagine it's a good space for it. And again, leading into WrestleMania itself. If she does, I hope she doesn't win the Rumble. Raquel is a good call from Aiden as well. A lot of conversation about Raquel Rodriguez at the moment. Of course, she has got a title match on Monday Night Raw against Stephanie Becker, so we'll see how that pans out as well. Aiden says he sent his predictions over to me. Let me see if I can get those up, Aiden. I assume you sent it on X at RM Pro Wrestling. Let's see if we can find that. Oh, it's asking me to create some sort of passcode. Brilliant. Fantastic. All right, here we go. Yep, there we go. I've got your predictions. I'll have a quick look at those in a sec, Aiden. Thanks for sending those through. Appreciate you've sent something a little bit too big for the comment section on via our inbox. Again, anyone who wants to drop us a message, especially if you're going to a show or something like that. Again, Aiden is someone that's done that when he's been to one of the house shows here in the UK. If you're going to a show, or was it a TV taping now? I can't quite remember, Aiden. But yeah, when we get you guys going to shows and stuff like that, it's always great to get your kind of thoughts and feelings on them, as well as your predictions on these streams as well. So yeah, thank you for that, Aiden. Let's get into the show itself. Again, as always these days, not many matches on the PLE card. There are only 4 this time round. When you get these big shows that are named after match types, Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber, Money in the Bank, it tends to only be 4 match cards as well. But look, when 2 of those matches are pretty much hour-long spectacles with 30 people in each, you can kind of understand. Aiden says it was a TV show that you went to. I get it now, mate. Thank you. I remember now. Right, let's get on to predicting the Royal Rumble. We've already talked about some of your picks and some of the rumors, but let's get into a non-Royal Rumble match first, and something we saw kind of heavily featured on both Friday Night SmackDown and on the WWE Kickoff show for the Royal Rumble. Now, of course, there's AJ Styles versus Gunther. Now, Gunther is the career killer at the moment, and he's trying to retire AJ Styles. AJ Styles on SmackDown, though, said, look, he wants a phenomenal farewell tour, I think he said, basically like John Cena. And I'm in 2 minds, man. Like, I really can't tell if they're just going to do it. Again, I mentioned this on the kickoff show that WWE did when we did a watch along for that earlier on tonight. Today, I should say, Shinsuke Nakamura put up a message, I think it was on Instagram, where he basically talked about his career of AJ and all the niceties surrounding that and their match they had at Saturday Night's Main Event. And he says that a year ago, he asked AJ Styles about retirement, and AJ said he was going to retire at the Royal Rumble. And of course, this set off speculation like wildfire within the wrestling community because people thought that maybe Shinsuke Nakamura had given away a little bit of a spoiler there. And then people started to wonder if maybe he'd done it on purpose and it was a little bit of a swerve or to kind of just get people talking. I don't know where I stand. And I actually don't know where I stand with what's going to happen here. If you'd asked me a few weeks ago, I would have said this, AJ's not retiring. Like, it's a clever little way to do it because Gunther is in that kind of, retiring legends mode at the moment. And maybe he does it later in the year. But I felt like him saying I'm going to retire in 2026 meant it would get at least most of the year. Maybe not retirement tour like he's announced now, and like John Cena got. Maybe not like a big deal with every PLE with the last time ever, but it was certainly kind of play into it a little bit as they did this past week anyway when he faced off against CM Punk, and of course him appearing on SmackDown, potentially as his last time as the house that AJ Styles built and the face that run the place, but it might not be his last time on SmackDown because he might not be retiring. He might beat Gunther. And again, if you asked me a few weeks ago, I would have said, yeah, he's going to beat Gunther. It's not going to end here. But then you realize it's 10 years since he debuted in WWE. It's at the same event that he debuted at. And they've got this mega run for Gunther at the moment. It makes sense. But it kind of makes sense in a sense that, well, that's how they swerve you. It's a great swerve. It's a great way to get us talking, and I think that's exactly what it's done. So I've started to feel like AJ's gonna lose, but even in I'm getting emotional. I'm a big fan. Even in the last few minutes talking about it with you guys, like I feel like I'm now convincing myself, no. It is just a perfect opportunity to swerve people, and I think ultimately that's what I'm going to go with. I think that's what it's going to be. AJ Styles is not going to retire this weekend at the Royal Rumble. I've said it. I've committed to it. And this time tomorrow, I could be in tears. Not just because my prediction's wrong, but because we say goodbye to one of the greatest of his generation. Man, I won't go too much into AJ Styles' career and kind of how much I've enjoyed his work here. We might do a little bit of that on the build-up show. And this is what's weird about it, because if we knew it was his final match, I think we'd spend a lot more time doing that. Like, it got me wondering about how WWE approached this, because I've seen a little promo package. It was featured on WWE's Kickoff show where they show some highlights of AJ's career. But if they give him like a big old promo package of like a proper like music video type thing, and he doesn't retire, then they're gonna have to do a bigger and better one for when he does. Like if it is an announced match, or like this is gonna be like my final match, or whatever it is, kind of like what John Cena did do. So it's interesting in that kind of front as well. So they've kind of, even if he's not going to retire, they're going to have to make it believable. Now, what we saw in that Kickoff show could be it, and that was pretty good anyway. But I do think there could be a big one. If they do a big one at the Royal Rumble, it's really going to throw me. But let me know what you think, guys. Is AJ Styles retiring from in-ring competition this weekend? Sammy must win the title from Drew this weekend, says B. Peterson. We're going to get to that match very soon. Aiden is not happy about that prediction, as he wants his fellow Scott to retain the gold. Casper says, early predictions do him Bianca Belair is my prediction. I don't think Becky Lynch will win the Rumble. Big fan of AJ Lee. Could win the Rumble as well. Casper hasn't watched SmackDown yet, but we'll be watching SmackDown tomorrow with his brother when he comes in from work. Nice one, buddy. I know you're watching Saturday Night's Main Event with your brother as well, weren't you, last week? So I hope you enjoyed that together, and hope you enjoy the shows as well. Aiden says, if AJ loses, I will cry. Going back to AJ Styles here rather than AJ Lee. Casper says, my prediction, just my opinion. I'm going for a Gunther win over AJ Styles only here. I think AJ Styles will be leaving WWE, unfortunately, only because of Gunther's unbeaten run. Gunther's looking good lately. I mean, interestingly enough, again, SmackDown's happened, right, guys? So if you're watching from the States, apologies. I won't spoil too much. Not too much happened, if I'm honest, but I will be getting into a few things here. But basically, AJ Styles did allude to the fact, as did the crowd very loudly, that Gunther tapped out himself. Remember when he lost to Jey Uso last year, which is topical, of course, because Jey Uso won the Royal Rumble in order to face Gunther at WrestleMania. So it's kind of timely as well. But since then, he's been on a tear. He's retired Bill Goldberg. He's retired John Cena. Will he retire AJ Styles this weekend at the Royal Rumble? Look, again, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to say no. And I hope I'm wrong for many, I hope I'm right. Excuse me. I'm getting confused now. I hope I'm right for many reasons. And the main one being that I want to see a bit more of AJ Styles. But at the same time, like if he wants to go out of the Royal Rumble because it's where he debuted in WWE, fair enough. If he wants to give it to Gunther because they think they're building something good here, fair enough. And if he goes out after having a fantastic match with Gunther, they've already had great chemistry already in their previous showing together, then again, fair enough. So look, we'll have to see. This time tomorrow, we'll know for sure whether AJ Styles is still an active WWE competitor on the roster or whether he has retired. And then it brings open the whole can of worms as to whether or not it's legit, whether it's a retirement, whether it's an actual retirement, whether he goes to another company. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, it looks like if he does retire anytime soon, that may be it for AJ Styles. And that may actually be just a few short hours away. Again, let me know what you think, guys. If you're lurking in the background at the moment, or if you joined the conversation already, we appreciate you. And we want to know what you guys think of the Royal Rumble card and what you think is going to happen at the PLE itself. Again, if you're new here, I'm Scott. This is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You're joining us for our weekend kickoff show for the Royal Rumble, of course, coming to you live this weekend from Saudi Arabia, which means it is at a different time. For us here in the UK, it will be starting at 7 p.m., meaning our build-up show will actually be a lot earlier than it usually is as well. I hear you ask, what is the build-up show, Scott? Well, the build-up show, if you're unfamiliar with us here on this channel, is our way to get you guys and us hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE. And again, it's always fun to do it for the Royal Rumble because it's such a crazy event when it comes to last-minute rumors and speculation. We'll also aim to get some of our friends from the wrestling media world join us, and you'll get a few other opinions there as well. So keep your comments coming and let me know what you think is going to happen this weekend. And make sure to join us on the build-up show on Saturday as well. You may be watching this as part of a replay on the build-up show on the earlier part of the coverage, but yeah, the live portion will be coming to you just a few hours before the PLE actually kicks off itself. It'll take you right up until the PLE. That's enough chat about the build-up show. Let's get back to previewing the weekend overall with the kickoff from Rebellious Noise, and let's talk about another one of these matches. Now, we've already talked about AJ Styles versus Gunther, so let's now move on to the Women's Royal Rumble. Now, this is going to be a tough one to pick, guys. 30 women to pick from, of course. Not an easy one to pick the Royal Rumble, and I think this year is one of the harder years in recent years as well. Apologies, just taking a sip of tea. Right. Who is going to win the Women's Royal Rumble? You know what? Let's bring that graphic back up because, again, we've got some confirmed already. So let's look at who's actually confirmed to be in the Royal Rumble this year from the women's division. We've got Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Io Sky. Who's that? Is that Charlotte Flair? Nia Jax, Rhea Ripley, Roxanne Perez, Becky Lynch. I was going to say her old name there, Asuka, and Liv Morgan. Now, on SmackDown, you did get a nice little fun promo segment between Liv Morgan and Charlotte Flair, of course, best frenemies. And it was quite nice how they played into that. Again, I'll touch on that a little bit more maybe on the build-up show once more people have seen SmackDown. But I thought it was a fun little promo. I don't think either of them are going to win it. I think out of the two of them, I mean, Charlotte won last year, right? Liv, a bit of a slip there because that's kind of where my mind's going with this prediction. I'll get there in a minute. Alexa Bliss is someone that I could picture winning a Royal Rumble. She's not in the height of her popularity at the moment or in the height of her being pushed solo because of her popularity at the moment, it seems. So I think there's more to tell with the Charlotte thing, whether it is because they split or something like that. Which again, I hope they don't. I've really enjoyed what they've done together. And I think it's done wonders for Charlotte Flair. So hopefully they stick to it. But out of the two of them, I could see Alexa being the one more likely to win it. Then going with the rest of the field here, I mean, you got the tag team champions here. Yeah, they could go out and do their own thing. Becky Lynch, of course, you've always got to take her seriously when it comes to big matches like this. But it's the one in the top left corner for me. I mentioned it just a few moments ago, but Liv Morgan is the one that's on my mind. I think that she might be winning this Royal Rumble. I'm not going to commit to predictions just yet. Let's see if I can talk myself into it. But the reason why I go for Liv Morgan is because there's something going on with her in the Judgment Day. So I just feel like a big storyline where there are kind of competing, I guess priorities within the stable is maybe what we're going to see here. I thought it might come from a tag team title run or a tag team kind of split up between her and Roxanne, but maybe they won't even go at it again for the tag team gold. There is the possibility that come Monday, Raquel Rodriguez is the world champion. She's defeated Stephanie Vaquer. If that's the case, and Liv Morgan holds the number one contendership and then goes after a friend after being able to pick either one, by the way, then that would create an interesting story. One that we've seen a few times before, don't get me wrong. I mentioned it earlier on when we were covering WWE's Kickoff show. We see that with Bayley and Damage Control. It's somewhat similar to what we saw with Evolution. You know, when you've got Triple H at the top of the helm, but then you've got Randy Orton and Batista coming after him in kind of quick succession. Sometimes, again, this is using the Royal Rumble kind of to tell that story, and I do think this could be an opportunity here. You've got the other side of the Judgment Day as well when it comes to the men in the group. There's something going on, of course, with Finn Balor. There's still this kind of element of Dominic Mysterio and whether or not he comes back from injury anytime soon. I mentioned it earlier on, but he's still on a promotional material for the Rumble, so there's a possibility he shows up if he is recovered in time. If not, he could certainly still be part of storyline if they wanted to do that as well. Now, of course, Liv Morgan came back a few months ago and attacked John Cena when it looked like she was kind of turning on Dominic at the time. So they've been toying around with this since she came back, and people did at first believe that she'd turn her back on Dominic Mysterio, and it's gonna have to be a big moment when she does. So maybe her winning the Rumble muddies the waters there. Even if Raquel does or doesn't win the championship, we'll have to see how that plays out. Other predictions, look, I think Jordynne Grace is a big one because they definitely see something in her and it feels like they want to push her. She's been highlighted very well in the past few Royal Rumbles anyway. The first one she was in, she was still part of the TNA roster. She might have even been TNA champion, Knockouts champ at the time. And then, of course, she did it once she'd signed with WWE, or at least was close to it, or within the working agreement they had with TNA at the time, where she was appearing more in WWE anyway. This year, though, she's fully fledged on the SmackDown roster. So yeah, maybe it's time to pull the trigger with Jordynne Grace. Of course, there is a lot going on with her and Jade Cargill, so that plays into it as well. When you go into these Royal Rumble predictions, you do have to keep in mind who they've kind of toyed around with as far as, you know, people saying they're going to enter the Rumble and win the Rumble to go after X or Y. And this time it looks like her and Jade are definitely heading into a feud at some point anyway. So will it be made via the Royal Rumble victory? We'll have to wait and see. Let's get to some of these comments here. I want to know what you think about this match and, of course, the rest of the matches on the Royal Rumble as well. Kieran's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you are doing well. And he says, is AJ Lee and Bianca back tomorrow? We've kind of loosely touched on this already, Kieran, but yeah, I believe Bianca... I believe Bianca would have been back ages ago. And I'm not trying to downplay it. I know it's easy to be like, oh, it's just a finger. But it sounded like it was pretty bad. So hopefully she's all right to come back, but hopefully she doesn't win the Royal Rumble. But yeah, I think she might be one of the surprise entrants that we see in the Women's Royal Rumble. AJ Lee, I think, is somewhat nailed on as well to appear at the Royal Rumble. She's, you know, in and around the division at the moment, and her going after Becky Lynch to maybe set up a WrestleMania match between the two is the scenario here, because of course she helped Maxine Dupree win, and that kind of extended what, you know, they'd already done with her and Seth Rollins and CM Punk, so maybe that's what we get here as well. Casper thinks that if AJ Lee is in it, she might actually win. He's going for AJ Lee as one of his picks. And Kieran again asks whether or not she is in the Rumble. It's not been confirmed, Kieran, but it certainly looks like she could be. Kieran says, I'm saying Brock Lesnar and Bianca or Rhea Ripley for the Rumble. We'll get to the Men's Rumble in a little bit, but anytime you get a name like Brock Lesnar, I think you've got to take it seriously. Bianca or Rhea Ripley. So this we're talking about the women's one. Let's dive into those names a little bit more. Again, Bianca Belair. I can feel it coming. I can feel WWE doing something like that, and I just don't want them to. And look, I'm a big fan of Bianca Belair. I really am. I've liked her since her NXT days. I've had the privilege of interviewing her. She's very nice and great interview. Go check it out on this very channel. But I got to admit, I don't need to see her as world champion. Now, I've said, and I said a while ago, for quite some time, her telling Hill, I think, would freshen things up for me. But her going away tends to freshen things up as well. I remember when Becky Lynch went away for quite some time. Her coming back and not going into the main title picture meant a lot. Her going after the IC strap and winning it and putting over Lyra, I think made that title look good, made her look a little bit better in some eyes as well. Similar to what they're doing with Charlotte Flair, taking her away from the limelight as far as the main championships go. I think they got to do the same with Bianca Belair. I think she wins the Rumble, it's going to feel like a wasted spot. And I don't like saying that because I'm a big fan of her work. But again, I prefer the Royal Rumble winner to be someone new, fresh, and breaking into that upper tier. Bianca's been there. She's done that as far as, the several world titles now. So for me, it's not necessary. But looking forward to seeing her back. Hope she's doing well. Rhea Ripley, again, similar to that as well. Big fan of Rhea Ripley. And what do you know? Managed to interview her on this channel as well, so please check that out. You give me a great chance here, Kieran, to plug my interviews. I've never interviewed Brock Lesnar though, but I've interviewed Bobby Lashley about his feud with Brock Lesnar, so I guess that maybe counts. Again on this channel, right? Rhea Ripley is a prediction. Again, she's one of those names you've got to take seriously when she's in a big match, whether it be Money in the Bank, Elimination Chamber, a world title match, or the Royal Rumble. I don't think they're going to do it here, though. I think her and Rio will go on for a little bit longer. My argument last week when we were talking Saturday night's main event was that if these split up, it might be because of Rhea Ripley's turn. I don't think that's what they should do if you're talking about money, because I think she brings in a lot of eyes and therefore money when she's a babyface. At the moment, at least, she could still certainly do that to an extent as a heel. But I think what they've got at the moment is something that they'll probably want to hang on to. But if anyone turns heel, I prefer her over Io to turn on the other. I mean, they're tag team champs at the moment. So it's not going to happen at the moment, I don't think. But yeah, that's the only way I can kind of see it with Rhea Ripley. I don't really need her going after a world title at the moment. Again, I'm enjoying what she is doing with Io Sky. So long may that continue. Casper says, we could see Becky Lynch versus AJ Lee at a Women's Royal Rumble if neither win the weekend. Thoughts on Tommaso Ciampa arriving in AEW was a cool moment and spot to see. Yeah, I enjoyed it as well, Casper. Good to see Ciampa looking well and looking happy with his decision. It's a shame he's not with Gargano. I was a big fan of DIY. I was a big fan of their feud. Genuinely is, in my opinion, the DIY story is one of the best stories WWE have told in the modern era. Probably the best story NXT told. Yes, it had a few dips every now and then and kind of twists and turns that were unfortunate due to injury. Maybe it went on a little bit long, but overall, I just absolutely loved it. And I thought that maybe we'd see it continue on the main roster. They were together, baby faces and heel, but they never had that split. Some might have said it was the same old story if we did get that, and it's probably for the best. But it is odd seeing Johnny Gargano on his own again, especially when he's been teaming. Well, not teaming. This is the point. When he's going against a team in a feud. I mean, yeah, he's got Candice LeRae, and that kind of helps. But it does look notable that Champ is not by his side when he's going up against Fraxium. So anyway, good to see Tommaso Ciampa in AEW, and I hope it works out for him there. Right. Sludge Sports in the house. Good to see you, mate. Hope you are doing well. You're a little bit late. No worries, buddy. Always good to have you on board. You can always go back to the beginning and start it on demand, mate. But thank you for joining us and dropping your comments as well. We've already predicted the AJ Styles Gunther match. Just to give you a little heads up to what I said there. I reluctantly, after a lot of back and forth, I went with AJ Styles winning. I don't think he's retiring this weekend. And I won't say if he does, I'll eat my hat, because there's a chance I'll eat my hat. And I don't want to do that either. I don't know if I'm correct in that prediction. I think it could go either way. And I keep changing my mind on it for many reasons. But yeah, I've gone with AJ Styles winning that match. Here, though, in the Royal Rumble, I don't know how much you've caught my predictions here, buddy. But I've been saying I think Liv's got a good chance. And I think Jordan Grace has got a good chance as well. Some more comments here from Casper says, we might get Kevin Owens back, but not sure. Yeah, Kevin Owens, I don't think he's ready. I mean, these things could be a swerve, but he's meant to be at a kind of watch party, I think, that WWE are holding in Orlando, so it doesn't look like he'll be there. Hopefully we'll get back healthy soon, though. Bianca Belair match set up a feud with Jay Cargill and not getting Tiffany Stratton back in the Royal Rumble this weekend. Yeah, it's weird. Of course, Tiffany, a big star, a big portion of WWE's women's division over the past year and a half. She's not been around for quite some time, so I don't really know her status at the moment. Maybe she could be a surprise. Again, I don't know where she's at the moment. Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair being a feud is one I'd like to see. I'd have preferred it to be the other way around. I've been saying for a long time that I think Bianca Belair could have been part of this this attack on Jade Cargill, but now that she's a babyface still, and that Jade is a heel, it doesn't really make sense. So I don't think they'll go in that direction now. But hey, look, we've been swerved before, right? My prediction is off. I had Cody coming in at number 1. It looks like it will be Bron Breakker. Right, let's get into that, Sludge. Look, we'll talk about the Royal Rumble match itself very soon, but you brought up a great point there. Did anyone see, while Fraxium made their entrance, or Axiom did with Nathan Frazier for his match against Johnny Gargano on SmackDown, that there was a nameplate that came up. Not only was it wrong, it wasn't Fraxium, it wasn't Axiom with Nathan Frazier, it wasn't Axiom alone, it was Bron Breakker. And you might be thinking, all right, they pressed the wrong button. Bron Breakker's name came up. But what did it say next to his name? Entrant number 1. Now, of course, the wrestling fandom has been ablaze since, and people have been jumping all over this, saying that WWE have given away a spoiler. As Sludge here says, whoever did that is definitely getting fired. Now, I do think it was an accident, but I'm not 100% sure it's legit. And the reason why I say this is because they could just have been testing nameplates, put a name and a number, and it's not what's going to happen. Yes, the nameplates could be ready. They could have all of them. Who's number 17? Who's number 13? Who's number 1? But there is also a chance that they haven't done that, seeing as things are going to change quite a bit over this period. If you've watched any behind-the-scenes stuff around the Royal Rumble, you know that a lot of this stuff happens last minute. Yes, they might already know who's number 1 and 2, because that might be something they've locked in as a bigger story. But I'm not sure if that is a spoiler as such. But could it be? Certainly. It definitely could be a spoiler. There's a big chance it is a spoiler, and that Bron Breakker is number 1. If that's the case, will they change their minds? Will they make him even number 2 so that he goes the whole way still? Surely that's what they wanted to do here. He'd go the whole way. Maybe he'd go the whole way and win it. He's the kind of guy, even if you didn't give me this apparent spoiler, you said to me, who has the ability to be booked as going number 1 and going towards the end, and maybe who has the ability to win that as well? I would say at the moment, Bron Breakker's top of that list. So will we see Bron Breakker win the Royal Rumble? We'll get to that one in a little bit, because we've also got to touch on the match that the Royal Rumble may indeed impact. And of course, I'm talking about the WWE Championship match between Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn, of course, has never beaten Drew McIntyre. This is something they're playing to in this feud. Drew McIntyre has only just recently won the championship. Now, just to kind of freshen your memory, he beat Cody Rhodes because Jacob Fatu interfered, believing that Drew McIntyre is the one that kind of put him out of action. And he inadvertently at the time cost Cody the title. Cody and Jacob have been fighting themselves. Drew's been getting involved and taking advantage of the situation, and there's a lot of rumors that that will be the triple threat at WrestleMania for the title. So where does that leave Sami Zayn? So for me, I don't think Sami Zayn is winning, and it's a shame because I want him to be world champion, and I want him to have a moment like that in front of a fan base that are massively behind him. I mean, to be fair, most fan bases are massively behind him. But it would be an incredible moment. Now, a few months back on this channel, myself and other members of the Rebellious Noise crew did talk about whether or not Sami Zayn would become Royal Rumble winner because it's in Saudi Arabia. Now that he's won the championship, number 1 contendership tournament, for the WWE Championship, and he has a match at the Royal Rumble for that title, it looks like we won't be getting that. However, if this match goes on before the Men's Royal Rumble, he could lose the match and then enter the Royal Rumble and then win the Royal Rumble. And this is where I start to get stuck, because that is a lot of factors, right? It's the kind of thing they would do for that character if things aligned. It's the kind of thing I want them to do, if I'm honest, because yes, Sami Zayn's a big star, but he certainly is someone that's never, ever been the top star. Even though he's been dancing with the top stars, even though he's been worthy of that top position, he has never held the gold. And I think him winning the title is something that has to happen. Sami Zayn cannot be another Razor Ramon or Roddy Piper. Two legendary talents that never held the main title in the WWE. Now, you can argue there are two world titles in WWE, so it's, I guess, somewhat watered down in some terms. But look, either way, Sami Zayn should be world champion before he retires. So, will it happen here? Again, I don't think so. And I'm only okay with that not being the case if it happens eventually. And because of how quick things can change in WWE, we only have to look at the last few WrestleManias to see that. I worry that they will continue to miss the opportunity, that it won't align for Sami, and they'll have to shoehorn it in if they do it. And you never know what happens in this business with injuries and with kind of people kind of getting in the way. So for me, they have to pull the trigger. The other best case scenario was Elimination Chamber a few years ago. But of course, it seemed like they had a different story to tell. Cody Rhodes' story, even though they didn't pull the trigger themselves that year with that. I would have preferred... I loved what happened with Cody, but I would have preferred Sami Zayn to have won. And then maybe Roman won it back. And then the next year, Cody did what he did anyway. I don't think he needed to win the Rumble twice and yada, yada, yada. Will he win it for the third time? We'll see. But for me, Sami Zayn needs to win the world title, and Sami Zayn will not be winning it at the Royal Rumble. I would like to see him go into the Royal Rumble and go to WrestleMania and beat Drew. I think Drew is the perfect kind of foil for that story. If it's not going to be a kind of fight and battle against an evil tribal chief, then it needs to be a equally dastardly heel in Drew McIntyre, who's done some of his best work over the past few years since he turned heel. Of course, there's that built-in story again where Sami's never beat him, so you've got that underdog story there. That could be enhanced by Sami not doing it at the Rumble, as can Drew's kind of heel persona by saying, look, you ain't getting another shot, mate. And then Sami could go in the Rumble against all odds, win it, and throw out a different kind of bad guy who's going to ruin the party, but no, he doesn't, and Sami Zayn doesn't, and he goes on to WrestleMania. Now, in some ways, I can see that as anticlimactic, because people might go, oh, we're back where we were at the start of the show. Sami Zayn's got a title shot. But I don't care. I think in the moment, we'll override that. I think people will know what's going on, and I think it'd be an interesting story to tell. Again, if you gave me another wrestler, another feud, maybe I would disagree entirely. Maybe I would say exactly that. Oh, why would we have a number one contender going into it, and then coming out of the show we have the same number one contender? They've done that a few times where they've had the same match, and I'm like, could we not have done this? Could we not have ended this already? But I think it continues that story in an interesting way. People feel like he's missed his opportunity, but then in Saudi Arabia gets that moment, because I don't think he's winning the title in Saudi Arabia. Of course, he had Montreal. The story is somewhat perfect, so we'll see if they do that. But this has led nicely into the Royal Rumble prediction. Now, before I get into that, I do want to say that if Sami Zayn isn't winning Royal Rumble, I guess there's more chance, in my opinion, that he could win the world title, but I still don't think he will. So I'm going to go with a victory for Drew McIntyre. Let's now talk about the men's Royal Rumble. And just like with the women, we've got some names already confirmed. Brock Lesnar, not in this graphic, but already confirmed. Cody Rhodes, the tribal thief of Bronson Reed, Oba Femi, Austin Theory, Rey Mysterio, Roman Reigns, the Tribal Chief, Braun Breaker, Jey Uso, Logan Paul, and Penta. Now, of course, there will be, I'd say, 19 other men because we've also named Brock Lesnar there. And this is another one that I feel is somewhat hard to predict. Look, I've already given one of my names, Sami Zayn, but let's take Sami out of the equation now. And let's think about who may win it beyond Sami Zayn. I know there's a lot of people saying that Obafemi could do it. Now, I like Obafemi, and he's the other end of the spectrum for me, where he's too fresh, he's too new, and it would be too much of a jump to the main event of WrestleMania. I'm not saying he wouldn't be good or entertaining, but like, it's not his time. But WWE've done stuff like this before. They do the person that have had their time, and they do the person who has got their time very, very quickly, and they miss the people in the middle. Your LA Knights, your Sami Zayns, for many years, your Daniel Bryans and your CM Punks. So, with that in mind, I don't think it's going to be Obafemi. I hope it's not Obafemi. And look, that's coming from someone who enjoys Obafemi's work. Let's just go with this lineup we can see here. It's not going to be Austin Theory. It's not going to be Rey Mysterio. It's not going to be Penta. So I don't think it's going to be Logan Paul. It's not going to be Jey Uso again. Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, Braun Breaker, and maybe even Bronson Reed. I think at another time in his career, it could have been him. And it still could be, depending on what they would do with a Vision. But a Vision are very much behind Braun Breaker at the moment. That might go wrong in the match, don't get me wrong. But at the moment, the plan seems to be look after Braun Breaker. Another name there I wasn't too sure about committing to is not winning is Logan Paul, because he's in that feud, that story as well. And I think there's always going to be that temptation by WWE to push Logan Paul to the moon. Austin Theory, character shift, new member of the Division, just doesn't really make sense for me. As much as, again, I'm a fan of his work as well. It's now is not the time for him, even though, again, he kind of fits that picture of someone breaking into the top tier. I think he's only just shook up his character, and he's kind of fallen into the background of the Division anyway. So I don't think it's going to be him. Cody Rhodes winning 3 times, I really hope it's not the case. I said earlier on when we were doing a watch-along for the kickoff show that WWE did that it could be 3 in a row. It's not. Of course, I forgot that Jey Uso won it last year, but still, him winning for the 3rd time will really, really frustrate me. I was not a fan of him winning it 2 times. I got him winning it the 1st time. In my opinion, we could have got to that same finishing the story scenario at WrestleMania without him winning the Rumble and giving him the Elimination Chamber spot instead. Again, that factors into predictions here, doesn't it? You know, we could go in a completely different direction. There are title matches could change things as far as, you know, at the moment, yeah, it's Drew McIntyre, but it might not become WrestleMania. At the moment, it's CM Punk, but it might not become WrestleMania. So that's a factor as well. I wonder if they play into, if AJ wins his match, by the way, just had this thought, if he wins his match against Gunther, will he enter the Rumble? Because he's not retiring. He's like, hey, here's my next match already. We'll see. But they have already kind of touched on people entering the Rumble that do have kind of other things going on, like Raquel Rodriguez in the women's division. So yeah, we'll see. But look, Cody Rhodes, I don't want to do it. I don't think he's going to do it. I know a lot of people are going for Roman Reigns. I don't want him to do it. I wouldn't be as annoyed as I would have been in previous years, but it to me still is taking up a spot. It's unnecessary. Roman doesn't need to be in a world title match at WrestleMania. In fact, I don't want to do it. I think he'll be shoehorned into it. I think there's so much going on both title pictures that you don't need it. The only one where it kind of makes sense is him and CM Punk, and babyface versus babyface. It can work, but I'm not really sure. Let's get to some of your comments, though. I want to see what you guys think. Sludgeport says, my prediction is off. Cody coming in number 1. It looks like it will be Braun Breaker. As again, we mentioned earlier on, there's a spoiler on SmackDown to potentially give that away. We're not entirely sure if that is the case. Kat says, I'm hoping Cody Rhodes and Bianca Belair don't win a men and women's, even though I like her and I'm a fan of Bianca Belair. Cody needs to go in a different direction, I think. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Casper. I think Cody's got other things to do. Gunther AJ Styles are also in the Rumble match. Gunther pulled double duty. You could see a scenario where Gunther beats AJ and goes on to win the Royal Rumble 2026 and push him to the sky. 100%. That's the other example. I forgot to mention that one, Casper. Thank you for bringing that up, because that is who they did mention on the kickoff show. Michael Cole mentioned it, that Gunther could be going into the Rumble and have a big night. Essentially, he could retire AJ and then win the Rumble, is basically how they put it across, which he could very much do. Casper also says, I'm going for Drew McIntyre in this one, as far as the world title match. WWE title, I should say. This one, I hope Drew McIntyre beats Sami Zayn, and that there's no disrespect with Sami Zayn and Drew. Drew holds the title until I would have fan of CM Punk. Look, I think Drew holding the title to WrestleMania is what should happen. Him losing it this quickly to Sami would make him, transitional champ. And then where does it take Sami? Let's say Sami does win. It has to be a bad guy, right? And I think the forerunner for a bad guy winning the Rumble at the moment is probably Bron Breakker, which again, we'll get onto him in a minute. But Bron Breakker, Sami's a story, don't get me wrong, but it's not the story they've been telling so far. They can shift gears, but I feel like if he's going to win it, he's going to go after Punk. I feel like if Roman Reigns is going to win it, he's going to go after Punk. Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre, like roles reversed, babyface and heel. I don't know. I mean, I'd enjoy Drew's work in it, but I don't think we need to see that match. For me, I'd keep Roman Reigns as a spectacle on his own. I'd keep him out of the world title pictures at WrestleMania. But hey, look, I'm not booking, am I? Let me know what you guys think. Do you think Roman Reigns needs to be in the main event match of WrestleMania? He felt kind of shoehorned in last year, let's be honest. Because Seth versus CM Punk was the feud that they were seemingly going for a long time. And then Roman got involved, and yeah, it is what it is. Right. Let me commit. Again, the other big name is Bron Breakker. Will Bron Breakker win the Royal Rumble? I mean, he's the perfect candidate, for what I usually like to see. Someone breaking into that upper tier. But again, it's an example of what we've discussed might be the case with Sami winning it, is that you have a number one contender losing the title shot only to become number one contender another way. He just lost his match against CM Punk on the January 5th episode of Raw on Netflix, where they were celebrating the anniversary of 1 year on Netflix. And it was a great match. I wouldn't mind them doing it again, but does he need to win the Rumble to get there? Yeah, I mean, they've focused on him a lot. To be fair, he's been a big focus over the past few weeks on Monday Night Raw. Since before that, to be fair, will he win? I mean, will we see Seth Rollins show up soon? I don't really know what his injury status is like. And going by the last one where it was faked, you never know with Seth Rollins, but it seems to be a bit longer. But like, they're really focusing on the kind of aspect of division, and also on Austin Theory using his stomp and stuff like that, which is, something they can pick up in the future when Seth does come back. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Seth does get involved or does return. All right, before we get to returns and special kind of entrances and stuff like that, let's commit to the Men's Royal Rumble. I'm gonna go with Bron Breakker. I think Bron Breakker must be one of the favourites to win the Royal Rumble. I wouldn't be against it. I just said, like, him being number one contender, only to become number one contender again. Look, if I want that for Sami, I got to be okay to some extent with someone else. And it's not like Bron Breakker's ridiculously rammed down our throat. I think he's had a natural progression that makes sense. And him main event in WrestleMania kind of makes sense as well. So Bron Breakker, with a vision behind him, going into a big match at WrestleMania against CM Punk, possibly beating CM Punk for that title. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? But I think I want the Sami Zayn story more. I mean, I know I want the Sami Zayn story more. Right. Let me know what you guys think. Let's get on to predictions. I'll tell you what, let's talk Aiden's predictions. I said earlier on, he sent his predictions to me on Twitter/X at RNPW Wrestling. If you don't follow us already, check us out on there. And of course, please subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel if you like what we see here tonight as well. This is your weekend kickoff show for the Royal Rumble weekend. And we will also have a build-up show in the hours leading up to the PLE itself, where we talk last-minute rumours. But let's talk about Aiden's predictions. He sent them in. He says, Royal Rumble predictions, AJ to beat Gunther. We've touched on that already. I think that will probably be the case. Drew to beat Sammy. I agree with you there, Aiden. Raquel Rodriguez to win the Rumble with the most eliminations. We'll try and get into those kind of predictions on the build-up show, by the way, guys. I love doing things like most eliminations, who's going to be in their longest and stuff like that, quickest elimination. Yeah, so we'll get into those on the build-up show. But you say Raquel winning the Rumble. Could happen. It'd be weird, though. She's about to... I'm sure she's facing... Stephanie for the title on Monday, right? So we'll see how that goes. Imagine that, winning the title and being Royal Rumble winner. So go after the other champ, I guess. Solo Sikoa, or just give yourself the night off to win the men's Royal Rumble. Interesting pick there. Bron Breakker with the most eliminations and the Iron Man. I can certainly see that happening if he doesn't win the Rumble himself. The final four, Aiden predicts Perez, Rodriguez, Rhea, and Bayley. That's a good, strong final four. Can see something like that. With final two being Raquel Rodriguez and Rhea Ripley. Men's final four, he's got Solo Sikoa, Cody Rhodes, Bron Breakker, and Jey Uso. Definitely could see something like that as well. With the final two being Solo Sikoa and Cody Rhodes. Of course, Aiden's pick is Solo Sikoa winning the Royal Rumble. Thank you for that, Aiden. Appreciate that, and appreciate all the comments on the stream itself. Another comment here from Casper says, don't forget Trick Williams and Randy Orton in the men's Royal Rumble. And we could get Sol Ruka for the women's, but I do think Sol Ruka will be in the Rumble. The only thing that puts me off is, what did that say? I can't see that there. Is her breakup. Her breakup? She had a breakup? Is that what you're saying? Like a relationship breakup? I saw a rumor that she is going to be in the Royal Rumble, and I can see it. Her and Lola Vice, I can see both of those be in the Royal Rumble. They do tend to rely on a lot of NXT talent when it comes to Women's Rumble, which is not as necessary anymore, especially all the kind of legend spots as well, because there are so many great wrestlers on the main roster. But it's always good to see them get a chance. It was good to see the legends get their kind of moment in the sun once more as well, especially in those early Women's Rumbles where it was great to bring them back to get an opportunity to do something they were never able to do when they were on the active roster. Ava announced that she's leaving WWE. Is that right? Ava is in The Rock's daughter? Wow. You're right. Yeah. That's crazy. Breaking news. Ava is leaving WWE. I'm very shocked by that. Interesting. I mean, a position that she's been in for quite some time, of course, NXT general manager. She was wrestling at first and kind of moved away from that. There's been a lot of speculation around her positioning on the show. Wow, okay, so she says, this past Tuesday was my last appearance on NXT and subsequently WWE. Thank you to all who have cheered, watched, and supported me throughout my journey. While my decision to not renew my contract was very difficult, it's also a new turning point in my life. It's been an honor and a privilege to be Ava. Wow, very interesting. Yeah, she joined in 2020. Of course, The Rock's daughter. Now has left WWE. An interesting time. And The Rock, of course, is a member of the board of TKO, which, now owns WWE. Wow. So, yeah, pretty big news there. Ava leaving WWE. I mean, I would assume she would have done more. Maybe it's just not worked out for her. She's not enjoyed it. She's thought, you know what, I'll give it a go, and it's not for me. Of course, that was the case in the ring. They tried to give her another position. I thought, for the most part, it was all right. It went quite well, but maybe it was just kind of where else does it go from here? So, at such a young age to be an on-screen character in that kind of way after, like, moving away from wrestling, there's maybe only so much you can do. Look, don't get me wrong, there are characters like Teddy Long was on air for a long time, but even he moved from a referee before that, a manager. But these on-screen characters, Eric Bischoff, an on-screen kind of GM and owner and stuff like that for a long, long time, but was pretty young himself, but not quite as young as Ava was when she joined WWE and transitioned. I don't think so. Was a backstage announcer himself, first of all, of course. And interesting Ava, but career change for Ava. Let's get back to some of your comments though. Christopher also says Liv Morgan wins to eliminate Roxanne Perez last. I mean, I can see it. You know, and it'll be awkward when they kind of still probably help Raquel maybe beat Stephanie Vaquer, and then she still says I'm coming after you, sort of thing. We'll have to see how that goes. Potential breakup of Zarya and Sol Ruka on NXT. Sorry, I missed that. I completely missed that, mate. Thanks for filling me in. I haven't watched NXT lately, so yeah, I didn't know that was the case. But yeah, fair enough. I do think Sol Ruka will be showing up at the Royal Rumble, though. I think WWE have got high hopes for her, and yeah, she's been fantastic every time she's been kind of on the main roster. So we'll see how she does here. She does enter the Royal Rumble this year. That pretty much brings us to the end of the show, guys. Again, we've only lightly touched on Chris Jericho.
All right, somewhat the end of the show, the end of yesterday's show, the weekend kickoff. We are here, though, back live on the build-up, though. We're going to take you all the way up to the start of the Royal Rumble itself. We're going to be talking last-minute rumors because there are a lot of stories breaking at the moment, and I want to get your thoughts and predictions on everything to go down right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, well, the action is right here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in so far. And again, we appreciate those that have joined us for our replay streams of our reactions to WWE's Kickoff show and our own weekend kickoff show that we do on PLE weekends as well. If you are new here, my name is Scott. Welcome to the channel. This is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. It's not just previews and predictions we do here. We also have the opportunity to interview some of your favorite WWE superstars. So if that sounds like the kind of thing you're into, then subscribe and check out more of our content. But tonight, it's all about the Royal Rumble and getting you as close to it as possible and in the best mood and excited for it as well. And that's what we aim to do on these build-up shows. Hopefully, you're going to be joined by some of our friends from the wrestling media world. But for now, I'm going to be breaking down the card and again talking last minute rumors and going through some of the great comments that you guys. And I've been checking out your comments. Of course, we've been discussing things back and forth in the comments anyway. But now I'm going to kind of pick up on some of the bigger points that you guys raised as well. But look, we are just under 2 hours away from the Royal Rumble kicking off. And it feels really weird to say that at the moment. It's 5 p.m. in the UK and we are, again, 2 hours away from the Royal Rumble. Look, I'm getting used to these international shows and getting to watch it at reasonable times. But for the Royal Rumble, this is a privilege. Not only that, Arsenal just won 4-0, so I'm pretty happy about that as well. Look, I'm even celebrating the Royal Rumble by wearing a shirt for the legendary Mick Foley, a man who had an incredible appearance in the Royal Rumble. Was it 98 or 99 when he entered 3 times? Once as Mankind, once as Dude Love, and one time as Bang Bang Cactus Jack. Will we see something similar tonight? I did see people talking in the comments about El Grande Americano and Ludwig Kaiser showing up. It's been a bit weird that they haven't used Ludwig at all. I feel like maybe it would have been a good idea to have them both, kind of like they were doing with El Grande and Chad Gable. When's Chad Gable coming back, by the way? Anyway, lots to talk about. Could he return tonight? Who knows? He could be one of those surprises. He's a name that hasn't really popped up recently. Could be for good reason. It could be just because he is nowhere near being ready. Talking about being ready. But it'd be nice if you kept us along in a different tab as well, or on a separate device so that we can kind of watch together and we'll get hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE together, right? I'll react to the things that are going on the Countdown show. I've actually heard rumors, guys. Now, talk about breaking news. I've heard rumors that there are going to be pre-show matches on the Countdown. Can you believe it? Something they don't really do anymore. Apparently, it reminds me of that meme. There are going to be 2 pre-show matches. I believe it when I see it. I've seen who it might be. Let me get to the reports. Let me see if I can tell you. Hold on a minute. Hold on. At the moment, we get a lot of cheers for Sami Zayn backstage. Where did I see it? Oh, he's playing football backstage. There we go. The guy in a Messi shirt. All right, where did I see it? Where did I see it? Yeah, can't find it. But there are reports out there that they're going to be pre-show matches, so we'll see if that is the case. Let me know in the comments if you've seen that as well. Look at that! They got that stage that they had for the watch along, for the kickoff show that we did a watch along for, I should say. Great audience participation outside. It does look fantastic. Sam wants Chris Jericho. Me too, Sam. I really do think we're going to get it as well. I think Jericho will be returning tonight. I don't think he'll win. I know some of you guys have been talking about that in the comments. I don't think he'll win. I don't think he should win. But it'd be great to see him back. Sludge says, I think El Grande comes out 6 and Gable comes out 7 and El Grande gets unmasked. That'd be quite a moment, wouldn't it? Microphone a little bit weird. Sorry, guys. Is it a little bit better now? Apologies for that, guys. Maybe I'm having some technical issues. What time does it start in the Philippines? I don't know, buddy, but it starts in just under 2 hours away. So whatever 2 hours is for you, mate, that's when it starts. All right, let me throw over to the intro, guys, while I try and fix our microphone issues. Let me know if it's okay, though. Anyway, this will tell you a little bit more about this channel in the meantime.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, I hope that told you a little bit about what we do here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Thanks for the comment, Casper. Let me know that the microphone seems to be fine now. Appreciate that. 3 a.m. for you in the Philippines, mate. Is it 1 a.m. for you at the moment? Is that what you're saying? You're 2 hours away from it, so it's going to be 3 a.m. They are saying New Day versus Waller and Motor City Machine Guns. Oh, New Day and Waller versus Motor City Machine Guns and Nakamura and 6-man tag. Thank you, Sludge. So it looks like we are going to get a pre-show match, at least one. I think there's 2 on the countdown. Incredible. Something we haven't seen in quite some time. Kurt HDC. Apologies if I'm getting your name wrong there. It says, which match will start first, the women's or the men's match? If I'm going to predict, let's talk about that, guys. I haven't seen any reports about what is rumored, so I'm going to say this is how I think they might book it. I think the women's Royal Rumble might open. Then I think it will be Drew and Sammy, then AJ and Gunther, and then the men's Rumble. I think that might be how they do it. Casper says it'd be good to see Mickey James. I agree with you, Casper. It'd be great to see her back. And they're saying Talasonga versus Loomis is another pre-show match. Fantastic, Sludge. Thanks for filling me in there. Yeah, can you believe it, guys? 2 pre-show matches. Don't get that often. Sludge thinks that Sammy versus Drew could be the opener and then the women's Rumble. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, going second maybe would be a bit odd. I just think it should be separate and quite far away from the men's Rumble again, because as many of you would have seen, I think that Sami Zayn might lose and then enter the Rumble and then maybe win it, hopefully. But maybe not. Thank you, Hanson, for answering my question. No problem. You are more than welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. And I hope you enjoy our build-up show, getting you hyped up and in the mood for the Royal Rumble, guys. Am I using ESPN? Connor, I am not using ESPN. No, I'm based in the UK, so we don't watch it on ESPN. The Countdown show for us is on YouTube, but I believe in the States it is on ESPN. I'm not sure if it's also on YouTube like it used to be. As far as the PLE goes, here in the UK, we watch it on Netflix, just like we do with all WWE content, barring main content, at least, barring Saturday night's main event. That goes on YouTube as well. But yeah, PLEs, of course, in the States would be on ESPN. All right. So look at that. Look at the shot of how quickly they've built this stadium. It looks amazing, I've got to admit. And the stage looks fantastic. What did you guys think of them using it for the SmackDown last night? I mean, I get getting use out of it since it's a temporary structure, but it didn't make SmackDown look great, did it? I mean, it's perfectly normal to have like 10,000 people, whatever it was they would have had for SmackDown. But when it's in a 30+ thousand arena, whatever it is, maybe 40,000, it just doesn't look great. But it looks even better now. Connor says they have to watch it at 8 p.m. because they are in France. Connor, enjoy it at 8 p.m. for you, mate, and I hope you enjoyed the French PLEs you've had lately. CM Punk now making his way onto the stage. Again, really strange that he's not part of the Rumble PLE itself. Maybe he'll appear, watching it. Maybe he'll be on commentary. Maybe he'll be in a skybox like Roman Reigns was a while back. Fans singing CM Punk's song. He seems to be in good spirits. He hasn't got to wrestle. Bit of a smooth night for him. Casper says, I don't think now El Grande Americano says he is Ludwig Kaiser. What's your thoughts? Yeah, I think he will be. I don't know. I was going to say he will be revealed, but what's going to happen when the original guy playing him comes back, whoever that may be? Slud says, our prediction. I think like Kit Wilson or Grayson Waller will come out and Finn will attack them. Yeah, I can see that. I think Kit's going to have a big moment at this Royal Rumble. It could be, because of his kind of character, him being taken out by Finn and still be a memorable thing for him. Unlike that year where Kofi got beat up and then entered the Elimination Chamber. And then when Becky came out that year, who did she attack? I can't remember now. Lana, I think it might have been. Sludge says his Royal Rumble meal is cereal with almond milk. Guys, Sludge has reminded me of something great there. We love to hear your comments about what you're eating for the PLE, whether you're watching it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, in the night. Let me know what kind of snacks you're having for the Royal Rumble. It'll be interesting to hear if you're having breakfast or you're having a late night feast. For me, it's going to be roughly around dinner time. So I'm going big with it. I'm having pizza, chicken, and chips. Let's be honest, guys. If you're a regular viewer of the channel, you know if it started at midnight, I'd be having pizza, chicken, and chips anyway. But let me know what you guys are going to have. Very poignant comment here as well. Maybe not related to the Royal Rumble, but in some ways it is. Enjoy every moment, he says, because death is unexpected. Yeah, that's a somewhat scary thing to think about, mate. But I do want to drive home that point that you're making there of let's enjoy every moment. Let's enjoy every moment on Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel by subscribing and checking out more of our content as well. But let's enjoy the Royal Rumble tonight. And between friends here on the channel, let's enjoy getting ourselves hyped up and in the mood for the PLE. I hope you were doing well, Pavan Kalyan. Excuse me. I appreciate your poignant comment. Specifically, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, says Sludge. Nice. Okay. I've never had that before, I've got to be honest. Casper says it didn't really bother me last night about the arena. Didn't really notice it too much on SmackDown. Yeah, fair enough. When it had some of the shots, you could see it was quite empty. But again, it's reasonable. Aiden's back in the house. Aiden, what are you having for your snacks? You're here in the UK, so is it around dinner time? Well, it is around dinner time for you, I'm guessing. If you're like me and you have dinner maybe about 7-ish. Casper, what are you having for snacks as well? I know you always go big. I know for Saturday night's main event you had a smaller, more humble setting because you splurged on the PS5, didn't you? So have you managed to build up some phones to have a big old feast for the Rumble at least? Let me know. Aiden's having dinner. So Aiden, what are you having? Don't tease me. Don't tease me. Come on. Let me know. CM Punk jokingly hinting that he's going to go after Carmelo Hayes in the US Open Challenge, by the way. You never know. Maybe he will. So at the moment, we've got the Countdown Show. Again, CM Punk is being featured at the moment. Comment here saying about Dakota Kai. Says, bro, do you see Dakota Kai debuting at AEW Grand Slam Australia as she was born there? No, she was born in New Zealand. New Zealand. Not too far, but and maybe that will play into it. But yeah, maybe she could show up. It'd be a shame if she wasn't used on a big stage. I'll put it that way. I'm a big fan of Dakota Kai's work. What she did in WWE was great. Shame they let her go. Crisps and dip at 7, says Aiden. And then chicken strips. Oh, nice. Potato wedges and onion rings. You're getting me in the mood, mate. Getting me in the mood. This is supposed to get us in the mood for the PLE, but it's also getting me in the mood for my PLE meal later on. Guys, get your comments coming. Not just about your snacks, but what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble as well. Sludge says, I knew you'd be mad, but I think the final four will be Cody, Jericho, Jay, Roman. Cody turns and Jay turns heel, and the final two, Roman and Cody. Cody wins the Rumble. Yeah, this is in reference to Sludge's comment a few hours back where we were showing our replays, and I was chatting to you guys in the comments, and he said that I wouldn't be pleased with his predictions, and they were Cody and Bianca. And if those two win, I won't be too pleased. I'll be honest. As much as I like him, I don't want to win in a Rumble. But yeah, the idea of him turning heel, I mean, that would freshen things up. I just don't see it happening in the Rumble itself. Takara Alex says, bro, what if Sami Zayn wins the belt and AJ Styles wins and we get Sami versus Styles at Mania? Can you imagine that? From AJ Styles potentially retiring and Sami Zayn never becoming world champion. In a few months' time, if we had Sami Zayn versus AJ Styles for the title, that'd be a complete kind of U-turn to what many people expect, if I'm honest. Look, it'd be a surprise. I don't think it's going to happen, but hey, would I enjoy seeing those two go at it? Yeah, of course I would. Sludge says, I wish it was dinner right now and not a big breakfast guy. Yeah, it's early morning for you over there, Sludge, right? Any chance of BDE in the Rumble? Who's BDE? What am I missing there? BDE? Hey, let me know what you mean. Sludge says, I don't know about Bianca because the Women's Rumble is so up for grabs right now. Liv or Jordan Grace could win it as well. Yeah, I think Liv and Jordan Grace are two of the more kind of likely ones as far as who's kind of in and around the match at the moment. Of course, Bianca would be a surprise return. Casper says Kit Wilson in the Royal Rumble, but now what's going to happen with him and his partner Elton Prince when he returns? Not got many snacks tonight, but I love Kit Wilson's new entrance music. I do as well. Kit Wilson, big fan of what Kit Wilson's doing. And again, I mentioned it on last night's stream, but if you haven't already, check out our interview with none other than Kit Wilson and his tag team partner Elton Prince from their time as Pretty Deadly on this very channel. So if you haven't already, checked it out. I've also got great conversations on this channel with Bianca Belair. Of course, we've just been talking about her potentially returning tonight and maybe even winning the Royal Rumble. And also good conversations with current WWE champion Drew McIntyre, and also had the opportunity in the past to interview the likes of Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan. So please subscribe if you haven't already, and check out those interviews on this channel. Right now, that's all about the Royal Rumble. We're getting hyped up and in the mood. So let's run down the card for the show. Again, it's not a big card. Of course, we've got the men's Royal Rumble to look forward to tonight. The winner of that may go on to face someone, well, not one of these two. One of these two. Drew McIntyre or Sami Zayn. I'm still not 100% sure what we're going to see happen tonight. But again, you're going to see my original prediction with Sami losing this match, but going into the Rumble, winning it. What do you guys think of that? Women's Royal Rumble match, of course, tonight as well. And I eagerly brought up this graphic just a few moments ago, but it's a big, big topic on many people's minds. AJ Styles, will he retire if he loses tonight? It is apparently going to happen. I don't know. I'm leaning in him winning, though. Leaning on to him winning. I think Gunther, he can't retire another superstar that quickly, surely. Let me know what you guys think is going to happen tonight. Aiden says, Sami is getting squashed today. Sorry to break your dreams. I don't know if he gets squashed. I think he might lose, though. So let me just, before I get back to the comments, talk about what we see going on with the countdown. It's a busy show, to be honest. Again, they're going to have 2 pre-show matches tonight, but at the moment, there's an argument between Adam Pearce and Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman is upset with the entry numbers. Okay, so basically he's talking about number 2 being just as bad as number 1. Is that because they've now made Braun Breaker number 2? Again, rumors he's number 1 because of that graphic that pops up on SmackDown. Oh, okay, so a bit of a conspiracy going on here, it seems, from Paul Heyman. Adam Pearce disagrees and he's annoyed about this. FAFO, is that F around and find out? Okay. Interesting. There's been this big butt of heads between the Vision and Adam Pearce. Oh, CM Punk now trying to back up Pearce. Everyone knows it's a random draw to Heyman. It's not for you idiots picked a bad number, he says. So yeah, Pearce has to say button heads with Division and specifically Paul Heyman there. Pearce is making his way away, but Heyman said if you want to F around and find out, I'll F around, back to you essentially. Woo. BDE is a TNA wrestler. He's a YouTuber. Oh, I know who you mean. I know who you mean. I didn't know. Is that his wrestling name now? All right. Well, yeah. What was the question anyway? Will he show up tonight? Nah, surely not. Yeah, Brandon Collins, yeah. YouTuber in TNA. I could see Pat returning. Pat looked a little bit different on the Pat McAfee show when it showed the clip of him and Brock Lesnar. Is it just because he didn't have a beard? Is that what felt different about him? But yeah, maybe it will. Big Sexy Drew, says Aiden. Big fan of Drew McIntyre's work, of course, being a fellow Scot, Aiden is. And that will set up Cody versus Punk at Mania, says Sludge Sports. Casper's breakfast, egg sandwich and curly fries in a sandwich today. Quite nice. Curly fries in a sandwich? I've had a chip sandwich plenty of times. Don't you get me wrong. Whether it be from the chip shop or from home. But a curly fry sandwich, Casper, you're opening my eyes. I might have to try that. Again, thank you guys for tuning in to the build-up show. Thank you to everyone that tuned in early on to catch our original predictions as well. Now, I haven't actually checked in with Lucas just yet, so we'll do that in a moment. Chip Buddy is amazing, says Aiden. I agree. Big fan. Again, I'm just getting hungry now. I'm glad I'm only about an hour and a half away from not only the Royal Rumble, but some good old snacks as well. As I mentioned a moment ago, I haven't really checked in with Lucas, so why don't we throw it over to Lucas and find out what he's got to say about the Royal Rumble. He sent in his predictions, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he's got to say here because it's always great to hear his kind of insight. So let's throw it over to Lucas's original predictions. This time it's going to be about AJ Styles and good.
So Lucas here, just getting ready to head to a watch party for the Rumble tonight. But I thought I'd weigh in on this channel and give my thoughts. And beginning with the match between AJ Styles and Gunther, where if AJ Styles loses, he will have to retire. Now, interesting phrasing going around at the moment with a lot of people saying and reading into the fact that it could be a WWE retirement only. And the fact that it's so soon after Gunther obviously retired John Cena a month prior, and that Gunther has basically been doing the career killer, legend killer kind of gimmick as he retired Bill Goldberg in the summer last year too. So here's where I stand. I don't think that AJ Styles' last match is going to happen tonight at the Rumble. And I'm using that phrasing deliberately because I think that while there is... I'll get to my exact predictions in a little bit, but while he could obviously win this match, he could also lose, but then still have matches in other companies. Now, I'm going to get straight on it and say I don't expect him ever to grace the arena of the All Elite Wrestling company, but I would anticipate that if he was to lose this match, he would most likely go to TNA for a few months and then maybe even return to WWE to properly retire later down the line. There's so many options for this one, but it could also be the fact that he is just retiring now. You know, I mean, we saw Shinsuke kind of leak a text message exchange that he had said was sent by AJ last year, and so it could be that we are sadly at the end of the number one's career. And look, you know, there's a lot of things to be said about him retiring at the Rumble, so at the start of the year, and also in Saudi Arabia, so outside the United States of America. But I guess this could be a big thing for them to want to do, you know, to show Saudi, look, we're going to give you big moments, we're going to give you big matches, and we're going to basically spend your money wisely, because obviously we have to remember that Saudi are being paid, you know, over $100 million allegedly for this show. So they're going to want something big. Obviously, the Rumbles are big, and we'll get to those. But yeah, so in terms of my thoughts, my prediction of the match, it's so bloody hard. And you'll hear me say this quite a lot about the matches at this show. This one's hardest of all because you've got so many outside options. But have a look just at the lineal storytelling that's being taken place here in WWE. I'm going to say that AJ Styles wins this contest and continues his career as a WWE wrestler. And yeah, Gunther loses.
All right, so that's Lucas's pick. That again, he's managed to send us in. I know he's at a watch party tonight for the Rumble, so I'm hoping he has a good old time. But yeah, it's great to get his analysis. Always good to get the analysis of our friends from the wrestling media world as well. So what I'm going to do now is bring in Mr. Ryan Skillett in just a moment as well to let us know his thoughts on the Royal Rumble and what he thinks is going to happen in that career-ending match. Possibly career-ending match anyway. Let's move it over to bring in Skillett. How you doing, mate? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, good to see you, Scott. How are you, brother? You okay?
Yeah, I'm really good, man. So excited about the Rumble, especially to watch it at a reasonable time.
Yeah, it's a good change. You know, we don't have to stay up so late. You know, we can have a good nap tonight after watching a great event, and then we can have a good Sunday to ourselves. So
indeed, man. Indeed. How are you feeling about the card?
Yeah, all right. If I'm honest with you, I'm not as excited as I usually get when it comes to Royal Rumbles this year. I don't know why. There's no particular reason. I'm just not as excited as I usually will be. But I'm sure while I'm watching the event, that will probably change. But as for the card, yeah, you know, AJ versus Gunther, that should be cool. Drew versus Sammy, I'm looking forward to. Sammy's never beaten Drew, so that's a good story that they've got woven in there. And excited to see, obviously, always excited to see the men's and women's Royal Rumble matches. So yeah, should be good. Oh, sorry, I got a delivery.
No worries. I'll let you hop out for a second.
Yeah,
right?
my brother will go get it.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll bring you back in. No worries. Look at that. I was trying to come for you, but I didn't need to. All right. Oh, good. What are you getting delivered, if you don't mind sharing? Anything exciting?
Just some food. Pizza.
Fair enough.
My brother came round, so I thought I'd order some pizzas and stuff.
That's good. Hey, mate, that's timely. Actually, we've been asking people in the chat what they're having with their Royal Rumble watch experience. We've got chip butties going on. We got garlic bread being put on as well. I'm having a nice pizza in a bit. It's always nice to know what people are going to have for their PLE viewing. What have you ordered, mate?
A meat feast and Hawaiian. I know people might come. You know, a lot of.
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Right for the pizza. I'm sorry. I'm very.
Let's not fall out, mate. Let's not fall out. Right. What are your thoughts on the AJ Styles situation, mate? Because going into it a few weeks back, I was like, yeah, he's not retiring. But the closer we get to it, I'm like, it has been 10 years. I
know that AJ is he's done. I think he's ready to retire tomorrow. So there is a high possibility that this could be his last match and Gunther could just end it all. But I don't see WWE doing that. I don't. Even if AJ wants to do that, WWE is not going to do that. I think
that's a great point.
show the respect to AJ as he deserves. It won't be as in a higher scale as a Cena send off, but it will be it'll probably be after Mania, or maybe his last match will probably be at Mania. So I don't see it being a Royal Rumble in 2026, just first pay-per-view of the year. I think it's going to be built up to a big scale, and he'll probably end out that way. I think so.
I think AJ agree with you. What happens, though, if we're wrong, mate, and AJ Styles does retire to that? How are you going to feel when he taps, or that ref's hand hits the mat for the third time, whatever it is? How are you going to feel?
I'll be quite gutted. I'll be happy for him because he wants to go home to his missus. I think he wants to retire before he reaches 50. So he would have had a great career and would have rolled up to the sunset beautifully. But I think someone like him, such a legend as he is, and someone who's given so much to this sport, it can't be today. It just cannot be. I don't see it.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. It would be a massive shock if they did do it, but then at the same time, I can see a scenario where we do just step back and go, oh, okay, that makes sense. Speaking of AJ, he's currently being shown on screen on the countdown at the moment. Again, surprising. I don't know if you heard, Skillet, but there are 2 pre-show matches tonight. They don't do that often these days. No. So, 2 matches on the countdown as well. Okay. Let's stick to the main card itself, though. I want to know your thoughts on the Women's Royal Rumble. This is one that I'm I'm torn on both Royal Rumbles, if I'm honest, but the women's one, I think, is quite hard to predict. There's a lot of people suggesting that Bianca could return and win it. I'm never a fan of the returning superstar winning. I'd like to see her come back, but I don't want her to win it if she does. But what are your thoughts on the Women's Royal Rumble?
I didn't even think about Bianca, I just thought maybe she'll come back on the road to WrestleMania. But yeah, Royal Rumble will be a great way to bring her back. If she does come back, I think she has to win it. If she does come back, I think she has to, because she's one of those stars. She's of that ilk, She's one of those main event stars, and it would be a shame. It would be a waste just to bring her back and not win anything, or just be.
Do you think?
I think so. I don't right now. I don't see. I mean, who do you see going to Mania? What's the main?
Yeah, when you talk about Mania, that's when it changes.
That's what I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, and of course that's what it's all about. Don't get me wrong, but I'm thinking like Liv probably deserves to win a Rumble and has been close.
Has she not won a Rumble?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, that's a good shout.
Yeah, I don't think so.
If she hasn't won a Rumble, I don't know why I assume she has, but if she hasn't, then yes, she deserves to win a Rumble.
The other one, Jordan Grace, I think it might be a bit too soon, but I can kind of see it with a Jade Cargill feud bubbling under the surface as well.
I think it has to be Bianca, because it has to be Bianca and Jade. I think so.
That's a good point.
It has to be Bianca and Jade. If Bianca comes back, she has to win it, and it'll be Bianca and Jade will be a big main event they could really push as a marquee event. So I think it has to be. If it's Bianca, definitely. If it's not Bianca, if she doesn't come back today, I would love it to be Liv. I think Liv deserves a Royal Rumble win and a main event and WrestleMania. Well, if it's not a main event, at least a big high-profile match at WrestleMania. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Liv Morgan is she's got that kind of baked-in storyline as well when it comes to, the Judgment Day. There's a possibility that it leads to them splitting. Raquel Rodriguez has got a title match herself on Monday, so it does look like Liv's got something going on. She looks like she's kind of brewing some sort of shenanigans. But yeah, Liv would be quite good. Jordan Grace, as I say, is another one I've heard a few times, but they're probably the most common ones. But would you just outright then predict that it will be Bianca if she came back? But if she didn't come back, who do you think it would be?
If it's not Bianca, I'm hoping it's Liv.
Hoping it's
Liv. But I think I'm quite confident it'll be Bianca.
All right, let's move on to. I won't get to the men's one just yet because I've got questions to ask you about what might impact the winner of the men's one. We got a WWE title match between Drew McIntyre and Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn famously, has not beat Drew McIntyre before. Skip, this is my thinking. I don't know if it's going to happen, but this is what I would like to happen, right? Okay. Sami Zayn doesn't win tonight. Mm-hmm. And Drew McIntyre, the big bad heel, rubs it in his face and says, "You ain't challenging me again." Sami Zayn then gets himself in the Rumble, goes up against another dastardly heel who makes it look like he's going to ruin the party for Sami. Sami does win it. Big pop in Saudi Arabia, goes to WrestleMania, finally wins the world title. I think he should win a world title, but it might just be a dream. So I'm not sure. So I don't know if your prediction kind of moves into the Rumble here a little bit as well, but when it comes to this match itself, what do you think is going to happen? I think it's too soon for Drew McIntyre to lose the title.
No, I think Drew has to go into Mania to drop the belt. And I think your prediction with Sammy is a very good shout. They kind of done something similar to that with Becky Lynch. Remember in 2019 when she lost to... Who did she lose to? Did she lose to Asuka? Or did she lose to Charlotte? Oh, she lost to someone. And then
I can't remember.
And then she got back in. She got back in by attacking someone.
Yeah, no, wait, she didn't. I think Lana got attacked. I mentioned it earlier on, actually.
That's it.
And then she came in, like Finley was like, go, 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 or whatever it was.
That's right. She took Lana's spot and she won the Rumble. So they could definitely do that with Sammy. Sammy, maybe losing to Drew just by the skin of his teeth. And, luckily he gets the Rumble win. Or maybe Drew does something dastardly and screws Sammy of his title win. And then, there's a little bubbling tension between, is it Aldis? Is it Nick Aldis and Drew? So Aldis would be like, you know what, Sammy, go back in there. And then Sammy does it. I don't know.
Yeah, could be. We'll get into Rumble chatter a little bit more in a minute, but just sticking with, all right, let's say the Sammy thing doesn't happen. Is there any part of you thinks, as far as the Rumble goes, any part of you thinks he could win the title tonight? Because it's in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he could. I think that would be a shame for Drew. I think Drew's been through the ringer for far too long now, and he's finally won it. I think give him that Mania spot, man. I don't even want Drew to drop the title until Mania. So it might be one of those classic bookings that WWE used to do back in the day, where you have the hometown hero lose home. I know it's a bit different with Saudi Arabia, though. There might be a bit. I know there's a bit of. They like to get involved with the booking when they host their shows. So
true.
They might have some say when it's like, no, Sammy has to win it. But I hope not. I hope they do the right thing and make Drew retain and drop the belt at Mania. That's what I hope.
Yeah, I think best case scenario, you get the best out of both things. You give Sammy his moment eventually, and you give him a moment tonight by maybe this kind of Royal Rumble swerve. But you give Drew what he deserves as well. It's a tool they've used before, the kind of old transitional champion and whatever else to get the moment they wanted. But I think it'd be massively manufacturing a moment if they have kind of pulled some strings behind the scenes and said, we want Sami Zayn to win the title. Yeah. And WWE originally were like, oh, he's going to win the Rumble. And they were like, that's not good enough. Again, Sami, of course, is not from Saudi Arabia, but he has heavy ties with him, great, links. And
Syria, Syria, isn't he? He's the Syrian.
Yeah, great reception whenever he's there, of course. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Like, it's one of those cards where it's hard to predict where the match is going to be and what's going to happen in each match, because they kind of are dependent on what else is happening on the card and the order they put the matches as well. Let's talk a little bit about the Men's Royal Rumble then, Skillet. Again, I think this is another one that's kind of difficult to pick. My main picks at the moment, again, as I've mentioned, is my Theory and Sami Zayn. Beyond that, though, I think I'll stick with the ones that I wouldn't mind, and they are kind of Bron Breakker, Jacob Fatu, because I like it when someone pokes their head into that top tier, and they get that opportunity to become a main eventer. I'm not a big fan of people winning it again. I'm not a big fan of people that have held the title for several, on several occasions and been at the top of their game for several years. So I don't want it to be Cody. I don't want it to be Roman or anything like that. There's a risk when you got those guys in there that it is. But for me, I'd like to see Bron or Jacob Fatu. What are your thoughts on this one?
What do you think about the possibility they teased something at Saturday Night Main Event when Obafemi faced off against Cody, and then afterwards Drew got involved and they didn't push him on his ass or something, pushed him down?
Yeah.
Could it be Obafemi being a surprise entrant and he wins? At first time ever an NXT call-up, wins the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be huge. I mean,
he's
on the screen at the moment, so he's definitely there. He's definitely involved. He's on the Countdown show backstage, and a great reception from him from the fans there in Riyadh as well. But I think that point you make there of him getting called up and winning the Royal Rumble is crazy. But
history in the making, and it's what a way to make a star. What a way to make a star. So I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I wouldn't mind seeing that either. I think that'd be quite nice. It'd be quite refreshing and something different. So that's all. But
I agree.
I wouldn't mind. I do love me some Braun Breaker. I do love Jacob too. I just kind of feel like I kind of want Sammy, even though he's not. I don't know if he's in the match, but hopefully they do something with Sammy's in the match if he doesn't win the title.
Yeah.
Kind of want Sammy to kind of get his moment in the sun.
So we did a preview last night, and I was saying on that I do understand I might sound like a bit of a hypocrite when I say this about Sammy, because I also, if you paint it to me another way and say it's another person, different storyline, and said, oh, someone goes in as number one contender and they leave as number one contender, right? I'd be like, what? Like, they could have just won the title. But the story is so unique with Sammy, so I'll allow it. Do you know what I mean? To get what I want, I will allow it, essentially.
I mean, we all have that little bias, don't we? We'll bend the rules for something that we really like, so why not? Screw it.
Exactly. Let me get to some of these comments here as well. Casper saying hi to Skillet as well. Always good to have Skillet joining us on the show. What else do we have? Aiden says hello as well.
Hey, Aiden.
Aiden says, do I want a food picture? Yeah, you know what? Get my belly rumbling even further, mate. You know where to send it. At RN Pro Wrestling on X. Gasper also says, I do think the Royal Rumble is fire with the stars involved. I'm intrigued about what is happening with Tiffany Stratton. It'd be good to see her. Yeah, I think she's been away for a while. She's been injured, right? But I don't know how long the injury is meant to be. Do you have any ideas?
I think she'll probably be back today. I think sometimes you just got to save some talent, and then let other people have their little moment. And if somebody's coming back from an injury, what a way just to delay it a little bit more, and then you have that surprise entry, So
yeah, we'll get to some more surprises in just a moment as well. Sludge says Gunther's undefeated in non-title matches. That is crazy. He's had some incredible stats in his time in WWE, both NXT and on the main roster as well. Greg says my money on Oba and Liv Morgan. Yeah, those are some strong picks. Again, Oba would be incredible as far as like what it would mean for his career and what it would mean for like guys coming up to the main roster, that there is this pathway straight to the very top, it would seem. I think it'd be a bit soon, but I'm kind of there. If you're going to do it to anyone in that position, I think Oba for me kind of makes sense.
I agree. That this is something you can't just do with any talent. It has to be someone like Oba. That's the only way it would work.
100%.
So I agree.
Liv Morgan, again, a good shout as well. Ada says big sexy Drew should hold on to the belt for a year. Just full disclosure here for people tuning in. Aiden is Scottish. He is a big fan of Drew McIntyre. I'm a big fan of Drew McIntyre, but I'm not going around calling him big sexy and saying he deserves to hold the belt for a year. But hey, I appreciate the love for Drew McIntyre. No way Drew loses the title, says Greg. Yeah, me and Skillet are kind of on the same camp as you there, buddy. And Sludge says no way that Oba wins this early in his main roster career. That, of course, is the caveat there. It is so soon for Obafemi. Maybe next year though. I remember the Attitude Era, says Greg. There was never title changes at the Rumble like ever. I mean, even in the past few years, Greg, it's been a rarity, to be honest. So tonight would be huge if anybody kind of took the title away from someone this close to WrestleMania. Of course, it's only just changed hands, and that's what's kind of making us feel it might not. So it says my head says Cody, my heart says Rey Americano. I don't think that's going to happen. I appreciate it either way. Casper says, I find the men's rumble is hard one to call. Royce Keys. Yeah, we'll get to Royce Keys in a minute. Of course, Powerhouse Hobbs, as he was known in AEW, potentially showing up tonight as well. Aiden is going for Solo Sikoa. Someone that I think over the past few years might have got a lot of predictions, but is definitely more of a kind of out there pick these days, which is a shame because he's an incredible talent and doing quite well with his new MFTs as well. Wrap up a few more of these comments before I throw it back over to Skillet for some rapid fire predictions as well before I let him go for his pizza, even if it's one I disagree with wholeheartedly. It would be a great decision and really shows the next generation here, says Greg. I 100% agree with you there, mate. And again, as Skillet says, if anyone kind of fits that mold, it's Obafemi. Do you want to see Chris Jericho tonight? Let's go with that one. Yes, for me. And I think we will. Do you reckon we will, Skillet?
I hope so. And I hope it's fuzzy Jericho music. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people want to hear Break the Walls Down. Of course, I love that theme song. That's one of the greatest theme songs of all time. But I would love to hear Jericho's do this
in the WWE environment.
And I'm sure the Saudi Arabia crowd knows that theme song.
Yeah, they must do.
AEW too. So I think that would be great. And I think that'd be a great number 2 entrant to have that song play and they're just singing along.
Yeah,
It's number 2. That's the way I would do it. That's how
it's one of those things, man, because I think the fuzzy thing kind of slightly started to run its course at the end because they start singing for everybody's song, all these, especially international crowds. But in WWE, it'd be different. But then you've got that. I love Break the Walls Down, man, and him coming back. And
I do though. I do love Break the Walls
Countdown anyway. Even when he's returned to the Rumble before, he's never done that. I'd love to see.
And I see a lot of people in the comments disagreeing with me, so I understand.
Let's have a look.
I don't think they're wrong. I don't think they're wrong. To be fair, Break the Walls is the iconic theme. It's the iconic theme, and it is the better song.
But you know what? I think he would push for it to be Judas because it's his own band, and that would do a lot for him.
Exactly.
But also, I've heard him on his own podcast years ago, kind of ripping into the song, like jokingly talking about the random lyrics in it, because back then they were making random songs that didn't really fit the character sometimes, but they fit their vibe, but the lyrics kind of were a bit, what the heck does that mean? So I feel like he'd push for Judas, so we might see
his own song. So, and that's perfect royalties check for him as well.
Oh mate, that's a great point in itself. Right, let's talk a little bit more about surprises then, Skillet, before I let you go. Both women's and men's. Who else do you think could be possibly showing up tonight?
Let me think about the women's. Good question. I think so maybe Bianca, as we said earlier. Who's been MIA in recent times for the women?
It's hard to think, right? I mean, some people were picking AJ Lee, but she's kind of in and around anyway.
I think AJ Lee will be in it. Yeah, I think she will be in it. I can't think of any surprises for the women, apart from Bianca and AJ Lee.
There's one name floating around that seems to float around every now and then, and that is Paige.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, I saw a video the other day. I'm sure it was an up-to-date one where she was talking about training, and I did see this kind of apparent screenshot deleted by someone she follows. So apparently they're friends. Who knows? Whatever. You know what it's like in Rumble season if this stuff's legit or not. But it was have a safe flight or something like that. And that on top of the training seems a bit too obvious. So I'm not sure Paige would do something like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think she
but she's always a name that pops up as far as possible returns.
Paige would be nice. Paige would be nice to see. I would love, and I don't think Brie Bella will be back. I don't think so.
That's another name people were putting out there.
I wouldn't mind Brie Bella. I wouldn't mind seeing Brie Bella again. Her and Nikki reunited at the Royal Rumble. But I'm struggling to think of names. I'm sorry. I'm struggling to think of names for the women.
What about legends? I mean, we've done a lot of the old legend slots already.
In regards of legends, like Hall of Famers, you mean? Or just any
ones that are from, I guess, the PG era. You could your Eve Torres, your Caitlyn's.
Eve Torres probably will make an appearance because she was at Saturday Night Live at Cena's last match. So
she was, not too long ago.
She might be there. Elias was there, so Elias might come back today. You never know.
Good point.
Eve Torres would be nice. It'd be nice to see Eve Torres. I think I want to see a lot of NXT call-ups, if I'm honest. I can't really think of much PG era, we had Kelly come back recently. I think a lot of the ladies from that era did make a few.
They've done their Rumble spot,
They've kind of done their spots. Kind of want somebody who hasn't really done a Rumble spot in a while, or has never done a women's Rumble before, show up, to be honest. So it'd be good to see some NXT call-ups.
Definitely, yeah. And speaking of which, it looks like Sol Ruka is the forerunner for most predictions there, and the other one being Lola Vice as well. So again, great to see both of them. All right, before we get ready to Skillet, any other thoughts on the men's Royal Rumble as far as surprises?
Joe Hendry has to show up. Has to. He has to have some sort of spot in the men's.
He probably will.
Definitely. So Joe Hendry would be nice. I want to see Obafemi. I'd be interested to see. Is Trick Williams in the Rumble? Because I know he lost that fatal 4-way. Oh yeah, because that was a number one contender shot. That's like
for this event. Yeah,
nice to see him do his thing at the Rumble.
That entrance, man, so over.
It's so over. But that's where he needs to really he's a good promo. He's a really good promo, but he needs to make sure he nails it every time because you don't want to be. We're seeing the entrance damage wrestlers in the past. Great wrestlers too. Like Nakamura was damaged from a great entrance. Bobby Roode was damaged from a great entrance. We need to make sure that yes, you have a great entrance, but you need to also be more than just an entrance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I like Trick. This is not me knocking Trick. I just hope he could show his true potential. You know, because there's a lot of
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think he's done that so far, but like you say, it's kind of about keeping up that standard, and I think he will. I think he's done really well so far, as I say. Trick Williams probably going to be in it. As far as surprises go, there's more to pick from the men, which almost makes it harder to kind of imagine. But I think again, Jericho's the forerunner. Then you got again Powerhouse Hobbs, Royce Keys, I think is the rumored name for him. He might be showing up tonight. Maybe some NXT guys in there as well.
Has Corey Graves ever done a commentary / wrestler spot?
No, and I think it was a rumor about a year or so ago that he might be okay to wrestle again.
He is. I spoke to him about it. He's cleared.
Oh, look at you plugging some stuff, eh?
He was cleared years ago. He's just
okay.
He's never stepped back in. He's like because
that'd be a cool spot.
I think that'd be cool. It'd be nice to see Corey Graves get a little.
Because in the nicest possible way, I don't think he could come back for a long storyline because he wasn't in NXT for like super long. He wasn't like and again, I don't mean this in a bad way, but like if you think of NXT, he wasn't one of the most notable figures because of what happened, because of his injury and stuff like that. He didn't have a long time there. So I think a moment like that would be great.
That would be nice. It'd be nice to see him strap up the boots again. So
yeah,
I want to see a Corey Graves surprise. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, let's see if the classic spot where the commentator gets up from behind
the
thing.
If not, they'll just give it to Wade.
Yeah. All right, Skillet, it's been great catching up with you, mate.
Always, Scott. Take care.
Tell the people where they can find you before you hop out.
Yes, please follow me, guys, at Skillet World and all social media, SKILLIT World. That's on Twitter, Instagram, you name it. So, yeah. I don't even use Twitter anymore. I'm calling it Twitter. I know it's called X now, but I don't even use it. But you can still follow me on there if you wish to.
Just in case. Always good to have you, mate. Hopefully we'll catch up again soon, man.
Yes, absolutely. Take care.
Enjoy the Rumble and maybe enjoy that pizza.
I will.
All right, see you later.
Yeah, brother. Take it.
Again, always great to have Skillet on board. Again, follow him at Skillet World. Check out more of his content. And much love to Skillet for joining us. Always great to have our friends from the wrestling media world in general joining us on our build-up shows. If you're new here, that's exactly what we're doing, guys. We're building up towards the PLE, getting us and you guys hyped up for the show. We've got some great comments firing in, by the way, guys. I am seeing them. Don't you worry. We're going to get back to them. Let's have a little look at what we've got. Oh, hold on a minute. Breaking news, not related to wrestling, but related to my question about what are you guys eating for your PLE viewing. Again, we're watching this. We're international here at Rebellious Noise, right? Some of us are having breakfast, some of us are having dinner and midnight snacks. I thankfully get to watch this at a reasonable time, 7 p.m. in the UK. I'm going to have my dinner with it, a pizza, chicken, and some chips in there as well. Aiden, as in what you guys in the States might call fries. I realize I want to do that. I talk about being international. I've got to be open-minded. Oh, Aiden, that's looking good. I've got Aiden's picture up here. I try and get up on the stream, but I think it's going to be a little clunky. But he's got some nice chicken strips there, some wedges, some onion rings, and a bit of garlic bread on the side. Aiden, if my belly wasn't rumbling before, it's certainly rumbling now. I appreciate that. Let's get to some of these comments again. Let me know what you think is going to happen at the Royal Rumble, and let me know what you're going to eat during the Royal Rumble. What's your PLE snacks tonight, or this evening, or this morning, wherever it is around the world that you're watching? Sludge says, I think Tiffany kicks off the Rumble at number 1. That's a big call. Casper says, Sheamus and Rusev in the Royal Rumble. Are they in it? I don't know. M the Madman's in the house. Always good to see you, Madman. Good to see you back. I know I said I wouldn't watch wrestling after seeing his retirement. Oh, yeah. But after hearing my second favorite wrestler might return, Y2J, and my favorite women's wrestler might win, Alexa, I just had to come back. Madman, I'm glad they've pulled you back in, and I'm glad you've joined us again on another one of our streams. Again, appreciate you as always. Thank you for your predictions here as well. You say Finn Balor. Wow, big call. And Alexa Bliss. Now, Casper brought up earlier on how on Monday Night Raw, they mentioned that Finn Balor wouldn't be in the Royal Rumble. He'd lost his slot. I didn't notice why they said that, and he kind of really doubled down on being a bad guy after looking like he might be turning babyface. He attacked CM Punk, who, of course, is on the Countdown show as we speak. Finn Balor winning the Royal Rumble is a huge pick, but again, does it bring us back to where we were just a few days ago, where he was number 1 contender anyway? Again, I know I'm saying that for Sami Zayn, but it's not the same story for Finn Balor, even though I'm a big fan of the guy. I don't know if that's what they'll do. Trick Williams maybe, says the Madman as well. I don't call Grayson Waller big sexy, in reference to Aiden's love for his fellow Scot, Drew McIntyre. Yeah, Sludge being an Aussie is not having the same kind of plaudits for Grayson Waller. What would be my equivalent as an Englishman? Yeah, Wade Barrett. He's on the screen. Big sexy Wade Barrett, eh? I want to hear Break the Walls Down, says Aiden. We were talking to Skillet a moment ago about what song Jericho, if he's coming back tonight, what song is he coming out to? The Madman also wants it to be Break the Walls Down and reckons it's going to be number 30. Talking about women that might be surprise entrances, Aiden thinks we're going to get a return for Brie Bella. Will we be switching on Brie mode tonight? Paige could be there, says the Madman. Again, myself and Skillet discussed that at length just a few moments ago. It does seem like she is going to come back at some point, so maybe a one-off appearance tonight. Maybe she's back for good, to quote take that. Gable, Jericho, Powerhouse Hobbs, and Finn Balor are my surprises, says Sludge. Again, a great point to point out Finn Balor there, because officially he's not in the match. Maybe take someone out. Paige would be wild, says Greg. Thank you for your comments again, Greg. It would be big. I mean, if she came out and had a moment with AJ Lee, that'd be quite nice as well, wouldn't it? My boy Woods would be happy, says the Madman. I don't think Brie has any interest in WWE anymore, says the Madman. And Trish is probably going to be there. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Brie... I mean, Brie, I think as a one-off, though, we could get something like that. The Madman would like to see Kelly. A bit of a Ken Anderson situation going on there, or Mr. Kennedy. What about Seth Rollins? Do we see him tonight in the Royal Rumble 2026 as a surprise? Casper, great point there, mate. Look, so much focus has gone on the Vision, and of course, they kicked him out. The fact they kicked him out makes me think he's gone for a long time, but maybe not. Maybe he does show up tonight. Mickey James, a possible surprise, says Aiden. It'd be nice to see Mickey James back. Joe Hendry, says Greg. Look, we saw him last year. I think we saw him the year before as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him 3 times in a row. Most of the women's surprises will be NXT, says Sludge. He reckons it'll be Sol Ruka, Zarya, Lola Vice, and Kalani Jordan. Good picks for you there. JC Jane may be popping up, and Miss Parker, says Aiden as well. And M, the Madman's got quite a mad prediction here. Could we see Ric Flair return for one more match? I hope not. Full respect to Ric Flair's in-ring career, but come on, let's call it a day. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry, says Aiden. Again, another Scottish superstar for Aiden to sink his teeth into and cheer on. Nick Aldis. Maybe we see Nick Aldis tonight. I mean, quite similar to the situation that we spoke about with Skillet just now about Corey Graves. Someone who hasn't really got a lot of the current fan base knowing them as a WWE performer, because Corey Graves was NXT a long time ago and not for like too long compared to some of his kind of, colleagues. Nick Aldis, again, a big career outside of WWE and mainly been on an on-screen talent like Corey Graves has been as well. But still, could see something like that. Pat McAfee is a prediction for Aiden. I do think that's a possibility. Maybe Wade Barrett. Talking about people getting up from the commentary guest. Great point, Aiden. I'd love to see Wade Barrett get in there as well. Juan Cena says, "M the Madman." Of course, famously, who John Cena dressed as when he was, I think, fired or whatever it was, Loser Leaves Town type thing, when he was feuding, I think, with a Nexus back in the day. Maybe. That would be crazy if he retired and tried to be really serious about it, but showed up as Juan Cena a month or 2 later. I heard people saying Hornswoggle, says Greg. Mate, I would like to see Hornswoggle back in the Royal Rumble. I think that would be pretty cool. Hornswoggle over as AF in Saudi. It's possible, says the Madman. Big fan of Hornswoggle, apparently, those in Saudi Arabia. Wade Barrett said he could come in the Rumble in the countdown. I missed that. That's too obvious then. It's not going to happen, Madman. More updates when it comes to the snacks and the food. Calzone and tacos for dinner, says the Madman. It's 11:22 there. It is coming close to 6 p.m. here in the UK. Madman, you was in India, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Break the Walls Down would get a bigger pop, says Sludge. I agree. But it depends on the audience. It really does. Generally speaking, I think, yeah. If Alexa doesn't win, I would genuinely cry, says the madman. I'd like to see Alexa win. I just don't think it's going to happen. So I think you might be crying, mate. When will the pre-show matches start? Good point. Again, we have got, can you believe it, guys, matches on the countdown. If you're watching the countdown or you're thinking about tuning into it to see those matches, stay here, guys. Put us on a second device if you have to. Put us in a second tab if you need to as well. Let us be your watch-along experience for the countdown. That's what this build-up's all about, getting you hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE, but also talking last-minute rumours and letting you know what's going on with the countdown and watching it with you. We haven't seen the matches start yet, though, have we, Sludge? Santino Marella is a pick for Aiden. Hey, it's possible, especially with the working kind of situation they've got going on with TNA. He's famously the sheriff over there. Casper's going to leave just before it starts, before the Royal Rumble. Is going to be watching tomorrow, first thing. So, yeah, nothing to do for the rest of the night. Casper, I hope you have a great time when you watch the Royal Rumble, and I really hope you manage to avoid spoilers. Again, there's nothing worse than having the Rumble spoiled, and it got spoiled for me. I've mentioned it a few times by Dan a few years ago. When John Cena came back and won the Rumble, he told me both those things, and I was not happy about that, by the way. I know people look back on it fondly now and say it was one of the greatest returns of all time, one of the greatest surprises. For me, it was a surprise, but I was annoyed by it. And I've never, ever watched the Royal Rumble from 2008. Anything from that show. Some clips, maybe. I've never watched the show or the Rumble match because I knew what happened. There was no point. Aiden says, Casper, enjoy it tomorrow. And yes, I remembered correctly. The madman is joining us from India. Again, great to see an international flavor to our streams as always, guys. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. And if you're tuning in for the first time, we appreciate you just as much as those that join us on every stream we do here. Any chance for Lyra, says Aiden? Nah. A few months ago, I might have thought that, but not at the moment. Do we know what's opening? Not at the moment, mate. It doesn't seem like we've got anything going around. Let me have a little look on social media and see if there are reports flying around at the moment. Again, that's what we love about these shows. We try and get in the last minute rumors and stuff like that. Let's have a look. WWE.com have apparently predicted Liv and Gunther, if that means anything. All right. Okay, so the word is that maybe those matches were going to be for the fans in attendance, but not the countdown. But I think they mentioned it on the countdown, right? I'm watching you and the football, says Aiden. Yeah, it's Chelsea, right? What's the score? All I know is Arsenal won 4-0, and I'm so pleased we're back on track. Up the Gunners. Santino could return. Yeah, I do think. Oh, Santina. Sorry, now I get what you're saying. Santina, yes, possible. Santino's sister, right? That was it. Sadly, it's 1-0 West Ham versus Chelsea. Who's winning? West Ham. Oh yeah, you're a Chelsea fan, right, Aiden? Is that right? Imagine losing to West Ham. Don't listen to us, Barca fans. Oh, West Ham's winning. All right, fair enough. Women's Rumble is that opening first, Aiden? Is that what you're hearing? Hope Women's Rumble was opening. I need to sleep before 2 a.m. Man, you've always got this struggle, right? Especially when the shows are international, away from the States. It seems like you struggle to be able to stay up for all of them. I get angry when I find out what happened on Raw, SmackDown, and NXT when I watch the next day. I get what you mean, mate. So to get PLE spoilers, especially big ones like the Rumble, yeah, I feel that pain, mate. Again, I've been there before myself. Aiden, yeah, Chelsea fan. Yeah, well, all right. Well, I hope you lose. Cass says, we play Fulham tomorrow, Man United under Michael Carrick. Yeah, I mean, look, talking about teams I don't want to talk about, Man United beating Arsenal recently was quite upsetting for me. Shows are in Saudi, so I can actually stay up and watch it live. Finally, says the madman. All right. I'm seeing on the screen, on the countdown, Triple H at the moment, guys. Again, this is your watch-along experience for the countdown. We take you right the way up to the build-up show itself. Cody Rhodes being shown as well. Triple H, though, reminds me, he broke some news tonight that Backlash is coming live from Florida in May. I believe it was May the 9th. So that is officially the next PLE, as it often is after WrestleMania. Aiden says, fine Tuesday, we get our own back. Of course, yeah. Arsenal go into that Carabao Cup semi-final tie, 3-2 up. I hope you're wrong, Aiden. I want to make that final. Bailey being shown backstage now as well. Sludge saying there are shocking rumors that the men's Rumble will be kicking off. No. I'd be very shocked by that. Let's have a little look. Anything coming up? I've got to say, I do like this song, the Linkin Park theme song. Let's have a little look. See if anybody online has been posting rumors of the opener. Okay, Sean Ross Sapp has said that the opener is the women's Royal Rumble. Of course, this can change, but Sean is a reputable source, of course. But what are our thoughts on that, guys? It looks like the women's Royal Rumble might be open in the PLE tonight. It's what I expected, to be honest. Styles match might main event. Look, if Styles versus Gunther main events, it's surely if only going to be if Styles retires. And I don't think it will main event. Christopher Leclerc says, I was born on June the 2nd, 1988, so I didn't get to see Jim Duggan win the Royal Rumble match. Me too, mate. It's a little bit before my time as well. I was born in 89. Yeah, I didn't see that. First one when I was born was probably, so I was born in May of 89, so I would have missed. Who won the 90 Royal Rumble? Was it Hogan? Or was that the one? Is that the one that Ric Flair won? Let's have a look. The Royal Rumble in 1990, so the first one after I was born was won by, come on, Hogan. Okay, did Flair win in 92? 91, I'm sure Flair won around that period. So Hogan won in 1990, so the first Royal Rumble winner in my lifetime was Hogan. Hogan won the next year as well. 92, I swear that's when, Ric Flair eliminates Sid Justice last. Is that when he does the famous "with a tear in my eye" promo, greatest day of my life, and all that good stuff? Aiden says the planned order is the women's Rumble, then AJ, then Drew, then the men's Rumble. That's what I predicted, so I would be expecting that. Let's go. We sleeping tight tonight, guys. I hope you get a good rest, mate. I hope you get a good rest. Is iShow Speed getting in, says Vicky Boy. Good to see you, Vicky Boy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. I don't know. I mean, they've done like a little bit of coverage of him lately. I think they showed his behind-the-scenes stuff from when he didn't in the Royal Rumble. I don't know if they're going to do it again, though. But you'd imagine in Saudi, because Saudi gets all the big boxing matches these days, maybe they will have a big moment there. Maybe they'll have someone like Tyson Fury again. But I can imagine a big celebrity kind of crossover. Sludge says, I'll be honest, I hated when the men's Rumble opened in 2023. Is that what happened? Did the women's close it then? I don't even remember that. Madman born in 2008. Oh, I'll try and keep away from that naughty word you used there. 2-0 West Ham, says Aiden. Not that I'm a hammer, but hey, funny to see Chelsea drop. No offense, Aiden. First match I watched Rumble wise was 2007 when Taker won, says Sludge. Yeah. Undertaker a bit late in his career as well to become a Royal Rumble winner. The Royal Rumble winner the year that Madman was born was his GOAT, John Cena. Yeah, well, again, I wasn't a big fan when that happened. Casper says Triple H is taking a lot of stick over creative booking for most of the show, saying his ego is out of control. What are my thoughts? Yeah, Casper, there are a lot of memes going around at the moment, right, about Triple H putting himself on the 2K cover. Of course, he got that special edition and all the memes that have sprung out of that. I think Triple H is the easy target, just like it was Vince McMahon back in the day. And yeah, like the buck stops with him and he's kind of, he can say yes and no to things, but I think his hands might be tied in some sense as well because of TKO. So we've got to be honest with that. And even if he feels like he wants to see certain things for a performer, he might feel like the story takes going in another direction for financial reasons, selling T-shirts, selling tickets, whatever it may be. I guess that's what it's all about when you're in business. So, look, I still think that Triple H is doing a good job. I don't think it's anywhere near as catastrophic as people have suggested. But there's definitely things that could be better. Don't get me wrong. Christopher says, first Rumble I watched was 2006. Wow, Christopher, so you got into it a little bit late, am I right in thinking? So you said you were born in 88 and your first one was 2006. First one I watched was 2000. Like, live at least. Like, I'm a wrestling fan watching current product. It was in 2000. The Rock won that one, sort of, because he cheated. First Rumble I watched it was 2013, says the Madman. Then I skipped all the Rumbles to 2017. That's a big gap. That was when Sammy turned face and Sludge. My man says, I don't mind too much of the 2K26 cover. You just can't say he doesn't deserve one. Yeah, I saw some kind of discourse going around saying that if Triple H didn't marry Stephanie and whatever, the same old stuff you always get, it'd be kind of nothing. I think it's ridiculous. Triple H had a decent career before that. He was on his way to becoming a main eventer anyway. It might not have worked out for him. Who knows? Maybe. The Stephanie thing would have helped. But that's not to say he weren't a great performer. First Rumble was 2012, says Aiden. And 2025 was a terrible year for WWE. I stopped watching after Mania. Oh, Sludge. Creeping back in for the Rumble, as we all do. Again, when I weren't watching it, I had a few years where I was in and out. I'd say 2005, 6, 7, 8 were probably the years that I was dipping in and out. Maybe 2009 as well. I still watched, but I always watched the big ones. I was always drawn back by Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam. And that's why having the 2008 Rumble Sport for me was such an annoyance. Like, because I wasn't watching much at the time, and that was like one thing I'd be looking forward to. I hear Dom could be in the Rumble, says Aiden. That'd be great if he was. I don't know, again, how his recovery is going. It's always interesting when it comes to potential injury returns at the Royal Rumble. I'd love to see him back. Triple H was a workhorse. He wrestled 5 no DQ gimmick matches in one SmackDown. Did he? I don't remember that. I didn't even watch SummerSlam last year, says Sludge. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. But look, I'm glad you're back now, giving it another chance. And as always, mate, always good to have you joining us as well. YouTube views of both the shows after Cena left have genuinely become a third. Yeah, big drop in viewership apparently since John Cena left as the Madman. Jeff Hardy is in Saudi Arabia. That'd be a cool surprise if Jeff Hardy showed up. Now, again, they're talking about the Women's Royal Rumble. Charlotte, of course, saying that she is going to win. Let's find out what Lucas has to say and who he thinks is going to win this year's Women's Royal Rumble.
Right, so now on to the Women's Rumble match. And this seems to be one where, in the RWC, there's only really been one person ever discussed as kind of the main kind of winner. And I'm looking at the list now, that's what I'm looking down, and there's 17 people have confirmed themselves for the Rumble. Little sidebar, can we cut that from next year, please, WWE? Do we really need everyone to make full-on, 5-minute entrances to walk to the ring, to look at the camera and say, I am entering the Royal Rumble match? No, we don't. No, we don't. Just either put it on social media or just leave it for a surprise on the day. We don't need to be seeing that same promo. And it's made work with the fact that obviously we have to see this, for both matches now. So in the past few weeks, you have to see this at least 10 times on television. It's too much. Just stop it. Anyway, back to this match. So 17 wrestlers have confirmed themselves for the match. There's some ones confirmed very early on, it's only a couple of weeks ago, since they kind of got the Rumble for a little bit. And of the ones that are confirmed, I'd say that Liv Morgan, Becky Lynch, and probably Rhea Ripley, can never count her out. And one of the, I guess I come back to one of the Judgment Day, I would have said Liv Morgan. I think those are the main ones really to be looking at. And of those kind of main ones, as much as I guess they would maybe push for Rhea, it could be a push for Rhea to get it back in the title scene. I don't think they can do that just yet. So with that being said, of those ones, I would say Liv Morgan. But, and there's a big but, because the Women's Rumble is known for having lots of surprises in it, because obviously, just historically and statistically speaking, there have been less Women's Rumbles in the past, and there have also been less female competitors in the past. So what that adds up to is a quite interesting thing where there are less surprises to come back, but there are kind of less things that have already been done in the Women's Rumble. So that when it's done now, it's quite a surprise. However, last year and 2022, I want to say, and 2019, I think, we've had quite a few surprise entrants win the Rumble. And I think it's a gimmick that maybe needs to stop. You can look at my own channel for that, because I'm going to have a video probably out today about this. But essentially, it's now no longer like a people aren't biting for it because it's been done so many times. And one of the big surprises that are rumoured are obviously Bianca Belair to be making her return. But I think with this, I think Scott will agree too, that the return is the pop. So have the pop for the entrance, and like online we're going crazy. That's enough. We don't need to have the return and the win. They're two separate pops. Bianca Belair can return and someone else can win, and they're two different reactions that can exist as part of a wrestling show. And that's what we need, especially on a show which, may I remind you, only has 4 matches. So with all that being said, it's my long way, basically, over 3-minute way of telling you that I believe the winner of the Women's Royal Rumble will be Liv Morgan. It'll be very much deserved. I'm not her biggest fan, but I think it will be used to cause rifts in the Judgment Day, especially as Raquel is currently feuding with Stephanie Vaquer, and that match is happening very soon. And it could even lead to Judgment Day versus Judgment Day. There's even Judgment Day Triple Threat could happen at Mania. Could have got Roxanne in there as well. And yeah. So that's my pick, Liv Morgan.
All right, so Lucas's pick for the Women's Royal Rumble is Liv Morgan, and yeah, he's right. I do completely agree with him on the Bianca Belair situation. I've said it a few times before, but look, the surprise entry is the pop. I don't need her winning. I like Bianca. She was very nice to us when we interviewed her, which, by the way, check out on this channel if you haven't already. But look, I don't think she needs to win the Women's Royal Rumble. Liv Morgan is one of my kind of favourites to do it as well. I think ultimately I would pick her. Again, Jordan Grace is another option there. But yeah, for me, I think it's going to be Liv Morgan. Keep your comments coming, guys. I do want to know what you think is going to happen at this year's Royal Rumble event. Casper says, do I see Brock Lesnar winning the Rumble in 2026? I really hope not, Casper. I really, really hope not. I think he's a spectacle and will be entertaining, but he should not be winning the Rumble, in my opinion. Is there a chance we get 2 pre-show matches still? I don't know, man. It's looking like we're not. Maybe it was just for the audience. What a shame. Like, why would you not put that on? Anyway, we'll see. Not long for it, though, right? The show starts in just under 45 minutes. Tate and Paxi could be in it, says Aiden, as far as surprises. Becky and Rhea definitely do not need another Rumble win. I completely agree with you there, Madman. And says, Liv does have a story if she wins, to be honest. As much as I hate it, I don't know what Bliss would need to do if she did win the Rumble. I do believe she needs to win since she hasn't held a main title since 2018. Is that right? 2018, man, that is a long time. That's a mad stat. I mean, to be fair, like she was involved with like a huge story that basically out kind of grew the division she'd be kind of usually bound to. So she didn't need to be women's champion or anything like that. But of course, that was the Firefly Funhouse stuff with Drew McIntyre, Bray Wyatt as well. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Alexa, and I would like to see her at the top again, but she's kind of getting into that period of her career where it's not her time anymore. So, but she's not as kind of worn to the ground as far as being champion all the time, like you say, as we have had with people that come after her, like Rhea. Who's the other one? I just thought of Bianca Belair, again, another example of who could win tonight. So yeah, I'd like to see her do something big again. Let's throw it over to Lucas's predictions for the World Title match, WWE Championship match, I should say. Here's what Lucas had to say about that one.
So up next is the match for the undisputed WWE Championship as Drew McIntyre takes on Sami Zayn. Now, this one's a bit easier, actually, a bit more clear-cut, as I don't believe that Drew McIntyre will lose on a first defence, and I also don't believe he will ever lose to Sami Zayn. Lots of people saying that they might be playing the long game here, with Sami Zayn losing this and then going on to win the Rumble, which I'll get to that pick later on. But yeah, I don't I don't see those things kind of happening. I guess I've already got to that pick later on, because I'm not going to predict Sami Zayn to win the Rumble, that for certain. But I'm also not going to predict him to win this match. I just don't think there's any reason to do another title change. There's lots of rumours and reports that the initial title change onto Drew was done to kind of shake things up going into Mania season, and I still kind of believe that we are going to get the belt either back onto Cody before Mania or at Mania itself. So I wouldn't anticipate a Sami Zayn kind of wildcard distraction actually being effective here. They're always weird Rumble title matches, and I watched quite a few this week, and especially in recent times, because I think we'd got used to it being so rigid, the fact that the champions just won't change going into Mania this late, and it seems that we're not. That shock we got, it was still the start of January. It wasn't like it was February or early March, going into a month removed from WrestleMania. We're talking about something happening still with 3 months to go. And yeah, I don't anticipate that Drew McIntyre will lose the belt to anyone other than Cody Rhodes.
All right, so that's Lucas's pick for the WWE Championship match, and also tells you where he thinks the title picture is going. Cody Rhodes, potentially the one that defeats Drew McIntyre. Is that going to be the case? And does it play into his prediction for the Royal Rumble? We'll get to that in just a moment. But let me know what you guys think of Lucas's original prediction there. He reckons Sami Zayn won't be doing it, and he won't be going on to win the Rumble either. That's what I would like to see. I've been saying it for a while now. That is exactly what I want to see. I think he deserves to become champion. And I think this is a good opportunity to tell that story. So, yeah, I personally would like to see Drew McIntyre lose the title to Sami Zayn, but at WrestleMania. Let's get to some more of these comments. Fire Toik is in the Rumble, says Aiden. Now, this is the guy, of course, that they unveiled on the Kickoff show last night as a new WWE superstar. And yeah, they have announced that he's in the Rumble. So, okay, cool. Let's see what he can do. Looks like a big guy. Sludge asks who he is and says he's just another Dragon Lee. For context, Sludge hates Dragon Lee for some unknown reason. Do you think KO could return? I would love it if he would, says the Madman. I 100% agree with you. I would love to see it as well. He's apparently booked at a watch party event, so it looks like it's not going to happen. And we don't know where he is in his recovery. Of course, there's been a serious injury by all accounts. One is very scary and may lead to long-term kind of implications as far as whether or not he even wrestles again. I hope it's not the case. I'd love to see him back. I'd love more than pretty much anything to hear, nothing this more than anything, to hear his theme song tonight. But I don't think we're going to get it. So someone from Saudi who they interviewed yesterday, Aiden talking about who that guy is going to be showing up as well. Jackie Redmond has spoiled that Bianca returning tonight. Really? Is that what just happened? Let me rewind that. Is that from the countdown? Let me rewind and see what she said. I can't find it. Crap. Let me know what she said. Did she ruin the news that Bianca Belair could be coming back tonight, guys? Just looking over on X. If you don't already, please subscribe to us here on Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling's YouTube channel. Also, you can follow us on social media at RN Pro Wrestling, RN Pro Wrestling, on Instagram and on X. Just want to bring your attention to a comment we've received on X. It said, a few Rumble spots I want to see happen. This is from Kevin Molnar. Good to hear from you, Kevin. Appreciate you sending in your predictions via social media. He says, Gunther versus Lesnar. Can you imagine that in the middle of the ring, guys? I think we might get that. Obafemi wins it is what Kevin would like to see as well. Again, if anyone coming up from NXT could do it, I think Obafemi could. It'd still be a big shock for me. Chad Gable meets El Grande Americano. Again, another one I'd love to see. I don't know if Chad Gable is ready to return, but if he was, it'd be a great spot. Santino as a surprise entrant. We have talked about that a little bit on the stream already, but yeah, I also think that's a possibility because of his ties with TNA. This one's really interesting, though. The Miz as Iron Man for the Rumble. I would love it. I'm a fan of The Miz, and it plays into his character. I think it would be cool if The Miz showed up early on and was the Iron Man, something people would not expect. The last prediction we've got, or something that he would like to see at least, is Chelsea Green winning the Women's Royal Rumble. That's a good shout. I haven't thought about Chelsea Green. Putting her into that tier, I think would kind of make sense. She's a great character. Who knows? Will we get something like that? I like Sami Zayn, but I don't think I'd put the belt on him. But it's always good to see him. Trick Williams is fire, and Randy Orton fire as well. After seeing bald Randy on SmackDown, I wouldn't mind if he won the Rumble. Yeah, it did seem like the old days of Randy Orton, didn't it? All right, let's get to Lucas's prediction for the Men's Royal Rumble.
Now to the Men's Rumble match, where I believe 22 people have declared for it. I'm gonna have to get it up because I can't remember 22 names. I'm not a genius. Sorry, 19, sorry. Oh, I thought it was 22. Okay, only 19 have confirmed for the match. Most notably, obviously, Brock Lesnar via a video call on a Pat McAfee show, and Roman Reigns, who couldn't be bothered to do a in-ring appearance and just did a video package. But hey-ho. So the Men's Rumble match is a very interesting one because I do believe there's a lot of big contenders. You've got people like Bron Breakker, you've got Logan Paul and the rest of the division. You've got Obafemi, you've got Randy Orton, you've got Brock Lesnar, you've got Trick Williams, you've got Cody Rhodes hoping to do the three-peat. And you've got Gunther, you've got Rey Mysterio, you've got so many different names that are synonymous with not just the Rumble, but the WWE in general. And it's a big match. It's a big match. Now, something I never understood is why doesn't the other world champion ever enter the Rumble matches? Same with the women. Like, there's two world championships. Why wouldn't you, as one world champion, want to get the other belt? I've never understood this. But anyway, I know they've done this previously when obviously Brock Lesnar entered the Rumble, and I think Charlotte Flair also entered the Women's Rumble a couple of years ago while she was champion. But yeah, more people should do it. But look, in terms of this match, this is a very, very difficult one because obviously we now know as well the Chamber is sticking to its usual boring thing of basically sloppy seconds, I'm deadly honest, where the Chamber winner will face the other brand's world champion, basically, or basically the championship that the Rumble winner doesn't pick. Sorry, that's more accurate. And so it basically means like who do we want to win the Chamber and the Rumble are kind of linked now, because obviously if a Raw superstar wins the Rumble, then a SmackDown superstar most likely win the Chamber. But then I guess it didn't have to be because they've been blurring things quite a lot. The brand split kind of has disappeared. But it's really difficult. I feel they've soured somewhat on Braun. I think his performance, or kind of lack thereof, in the Raw match early in the month against Punk, and the fact that he's just showing he's very, very green. I think they soured on him, and I think I'm going to rule him out. One I would like to win is Obafemi. Long-time viewers of this channel know that I'm a massive, massive, massive fan of Oba and think he is, like, the future. But I don't know whether they're going to do, like, him debuting and winning the Rumble. Because, again, similar to what I said about the women's match, in terms of the return and then the win being two separate pops, I do also think the kind of debut and the win are two different pops. But I'd argue this one's better. It would be a better case if Oba was to debut and win the Rumble, because I think there's a lot they could build up. And also they can build up anticipation to his first actual match on the brand and then his first actual title match, down the line. And that's something I would do. I would literally just hit the ground running with him. I think literally have him win the Rumble, I think you could probably go to Mania with him just going through the Raw roster or the SmackDown roster, whichever one you want to choose, and then defeat the champion at Mania. I think it's a ready-made story that people would really be behind, but I know they're not going to do it. There's a lot of talk, a lot of chatter about Cody Rhodes and how he may do what Stone Cold did, and that terrifies me. For multiple reasons, I just think that Cody's in a really weird transition period now where the boos, like, they are there. They are there, and they've been addressed on air, by Cody. Like, he tried in London by promising us a WrestleMania, which is literally, like, how kind of kryptonite it seems, like something which we will just pop for solely, just without anything else. But Yeah, I can't get behind Cody winning. And I mentioned in my other video, but I cannot get behind Sami winning at all. Sami Zayn is not a main event wrestler. He's a mid-card guy. He's a tag team guy. He's a feud with Kevin Owens guy. He's a feud with the new guy. You know, he's not, that's main event WrestleMania with him. I'm sorry, he looks like a tramp. And it's just not happening. So if he loses the Drew, he loses the Drew. That's it. Yeah, I cannot live through Sami Zayn having another title match. I would go through it at the Rumble. We did it a few years ago at the Chamber, where it's in his hometown, but he's not a main event guy. And he may be someone that, if even in story, they may look to do this next year when WrestleMania is in Saudi. But sorry, I'm not with it. And I just think they're going to play it really safe. This is what pains me. There's so many like fun options here. Obviously, I mentioned Braun and I've mentioned Oba. And I think they're both fantastic options. Oba more than Braun. But I think even like Logan Paul. Imagine Logan Paul winning the Rumble. Like the attention they'd get, the media attention they'd get, all the social media interaction that they'd get would just be phenomenal. I'm talking phenomenal. What if AJ wins? Like, what if AJ wins? What if AJ beats Gunther and then goes on later on in the night to win the Rumble and, you know, do basically what Cena should have done last year and go on to win the championship? There's fantastic stories here to be told. But I think they're going to play it safe. And I think that the winner of the Rumble is going to be, once again, Roman Reigns. And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I hate the fact that they have to use every single vehicle in this company to push main event talent over and over and over again. And for those saying that this is maybe this is an out there pick or this is whatever, like look at the stats. Like Brock Lesnar, he won the Rumble a few years ago, did not need it. You know, Triple H had won a Rumble, he did not need, you know, for the championship in 2016. You know, we've seen multiple wrestlers win the Rumble match that just haven't needed it at all. We can get to, they want to do Roman and Cody again, or they want to do Roman and Punk, they want to do Roman and Rollins and Punk and all that kind of people. They can do it without the Rumble being used as a crux for it. WWE, push a new star. Push someone different. I'm aware it's been a long video, and I wish I could be there. And I'll try and some splits from the Rumble watch party. I can't even speak anymore. Maybe so angry, but yeah, I predict that Roman Reigns will be the victor of the men's Rumble. Bonus thing, I think that Oba Femi will probably break the elimination record though, and most likely eliminate Brock Lesnar, and hopefully, cross fingers, set up a match between Brock and himself down the line. That's it.
All right, a lot of interesting points there from Lucas. Great to get his input on the show, even though he wasn't able to make it with us tonight. Again, he is at a watch party. Hopefully, we get to see some of the atmosphere from his clips as well. But look, there's a lot to tackle there. I mean, the last thing he said, just kind of because it's fresh in my memory, I try to remember as much as I can from it. But he basically said, Obafemi, getting rid of the most people and throwing over Brock Lesnar. I think that's great. I don't think he should win. I think he should look really strong, but I don't think he should win. What else did he say? Look, he ultimately said he's really angry about it, but he thinks that Roman Reigns is going to win tonight. And I'd be annoyed by it as well. If Roman Reigns wins tonight, I will be coming out of this PLE thinking, again? Not just because he's a two-time winner, but like he's been in this position, like top of the card for ages, doesn't need to win the Royal Rumble. I know there's a lot of Roman fans in the chat. I'm a Roman fan myself, but he doesn't need to win the Royal Rumble. Like that spot's for someone else, in my opinion. Completely disagree with what he says about Sami Zayn, by the way. I think he deserves to be a world champion. I think he is a main eventer. I kind of wish Lucas was on here so that we could battle back and forth about this one now. But again, I appreciate him sending in his video either way. But yeah, I completely disagree with it because I think he's just so, not just over here, like he's so over, like is a great talent. I think what he did in the period where he reinvented himself and then joined, what he did with, the Jackass match and stuff like that was fantastic. Then the fact that he kind of made, he made that work. He joins the bloodline. He becomes the most over person in the bloodline, Byron Roman Reigns, depending on how you looked at it. And for me, should have beat him at the Elimination Chamber in Montreal years back. So for me, like, if that weren't the time to pull the trigger, you need to find the next best time And I think it's now. Not so much now as in tonight, but I think in this period. I think we've been leaning towards this anyway, that he's never won the World Championship. Now he's never beat Drew McIntyre. He happens to be the champ. I don't think he'll do it tonight. I think he should win the Royal Rumble as a surprise, and he should go into WrestleMania and beat Drew McIntyre there. And tell a massive story there. So we have a big moment in Montreal, a big moment in Saudi Arabia, and a big moment at WrestleMania. Yes, maybe that's too many big moments for one person, but he's got a little bit of setback there as well. As if he hasn't enough, by the way, himself in his career. He's been set back loads, and he's been set back by not winning in Montreal. When again, I think he should have won. They should have pulled the trigger with him years back because they didn't give it to Cody the next month anyway. Right. Rant over. But look, I do want to again say thank you to Lucas for sending that in and raising some really good points there about whether or not, again, just like with Bianca Belair, people debuting or returning should be winning the Rumble. All the other kind of people that you mentioned as well, some interesting points there. If you do want to hear more from Lucas, of course, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel is where it's at. He's a fully fledged member of our team, and we've always appreciated having him. But he's also got his own channel. The Lucas Jackson Show is where you can find him as well. So make sure you go and check out more of his content on there. I know he's been uploading some more stuff around the Royal Rumble. So if you want to check that stuff out, make sure you head over to his channel and subscribe. And of course, make sure you subscribe here to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel as well. Let's get to some more of these comments, guys. I see them flying in. I appreciate it. Let's see where we were last at before I throw it over to Lucas. Sludge says, I think Javon Evans is the type of guy to be number 3 in the Royal Rumble. I think that could be the case as well. Was he injured, though? Either way, I'd like to see Javon Evans do well in the Royal Rumble. Joe Hendry winning the Rumble. Drew McIntyre versus Joe at Mania. Again, if you didn't know that Aiden was Scottish, you do now. Not for me, mate. Not for me, as much as I like both guys. Changing subject here. What do you think about the Royal Rumble being in Saudi? And again, I'll kind of add on another comment here because it's got a similar kind of theme. I assume this is where we're getting at with this original comment as well. But Alex says, not watching Royal Rumble, 30 women covered head to toe is disgraceful. So I do want to kind of pick up on this sort of stuff while we're here. Look, the Saudi Arabia partnership with WWE has been one that we have talked about for years on this channel. From its creative output to the kind of suspicious and kind of downright dodgy things that we've seen happen on the show and be reported behind the scenes. The women's stuff is a big part of that, of course. I would way prefer this show to not be in Saudi Arabia because I wish it came to London. I wish we got the first non-North American Royal Rumble, as I wish we also got the first North American WrestleMania. Isn't the case because money talks out there in Saudi Arabia. And look, whether you want to talk about sports washing or anything like that, the shows themselves have got gradually better. They've become more canon as far as Crown Jewel goes and stuff like that. But still, we have this kind of crux of the issue of, again, these allegations of sports washing, things going on behind the scenes. There are some great articles out there that I am not close enough to the situation to really be able to fully comment on it. But of course, I have my opinions as far as kind of the way things are going. And I don't approve of the way things are going, where a country could basically, whether a lot their political kind of scene is a murky one or not, I still think that any country shouldn't be buying their way into industries like this. Sport as a whole. You've got the golf, you've got the football. Like they're buying a lot of big stuff. Cristiano Ronaldo plays there. A lot of big stars from the Premier League go over there now. Interest in Newcastle United in the Premier League. Again, the PGA Tour, I think it was, and wrestling, boxing. My goodness, have they taken over boxing as well from its traditional, I guess, homes of Las Vegas or even London. But then even with Vegas, like they had money in Vegas, they took it. Again, maybe it's a little bit different there because politically at the time, maybe you're aligned with America. But let's get back to the issue here of the women. I will say that you cannot deny there's been progress. They weren't on the shows. They appeared on the shows in these weird outfits. They appeared on these shows now in these slightly weirder outfits. But it's still an issue. They still cannot go there and express themselves the way they would in many countries as well. Now, whether you believe differently for religious reasons, I guess social reasons that may be politically influenced as well, is neither here nor there. It's a fact that they do appear differently to how they do in the rest of the world. But again, I do want to say it has changed, and maybe there is the argument that you can't do change without going. I know that's the spin WWE put on it. I know that's what they say. But I think both things can be true, even if it's really about the money. At the same time, there will be people on this roster that think, if I take part, maybe I can make a little bit of a difference. when it comes to Saudi Arabian fans themselves, I think they deserve to get a show just as much as anyone else in the world. It's not their fault. You know, I don't want to directly compare it to this, but it's like in football, Man City fans, like the true Man City fans from back in the day, it's not their fault their club got rich, right? And started buying all these players. It's not your fault if you grew up in Saudi Arabia, you're born there, and that country does what it does, and then it starts buying out all these sports, and you get to go watch a Royal Rumble live. They are clearly big fans of the product. I remember the first few years, it was weird. Remember ringside, those weird plush seats and people that looked like they weren't even there for the show. These days, that's not the case. You do get some of the kind of, big, I guess, names from Saudi Arabia there. It looks like we're going to get someone in the Rumble as a bit of a kind of political push in there as well, perhaps. But, as far as being a home country guy. But yeah, look, it's there. Let's try and get the most out of it. Let's try and appreciate the progress that has been made for the women in the WWE and hopefully, therefore, for the women in the country of Saudi Arabia as well. So that's my kind of 2 pence on it. Hope I was kind of clear in that. I mean, again, this is a subject that was brought up every single time there's a Saudi show and we cover it. It's brought up, and that's not me saying I don't want to talk about it, but hopefully I've given you a bit of a recap as to kind of the thoughts we've kind of talked about on this channel before in the past as well. Right, let's get back to some of these comments. The Madman says Roman shouldn't win because he doesn't show up enough to win the Rumble. That's a good point. Should a part-timer be winning the Royal Rumble? Tiffy and AJ Lee lead odds to enter the Rumble last. Yeah, I mean, Tiffany would be a surprise. AJ somewhat a surprise. She's still involved in the company, of course. Here, Kathy Kelly could be in the Rumble, says Aiden. Madman thinks Tiffany is overrated. And Sludge says, Aiden just says anything. Aiden says, sorry, it's just what Aiden's reading online, Sludge. Don't give him a hard time. After Finn, Trick, Austin Theory, after Finn, Trick and Austin Theory are my two favourites. I just don't see it, mate. Not with any of them. I'd be pleasantly surprised, but I don't see it. Obafemi, please focus on Dragon Lee. Again, for some strange reason, Sludge. We still don't really know why. Not a fan of Dragon Lee. Roman Reigns. I think Obafemi would destroy a lot of people tonight. By the way, Roman Reigns wins tonight. I would be mad, says Madman. Aiden disagrees with me and agrees with Lucas. Says Sammy is not a main eventer. No, Aiden. No, that's only because he's going up against Drew. Come on, don't let your Scottish bias get in the way here. Sammy is a main eventer, says Sludge. He's on my side on this battle. Madman says, I'm skeptical with Sammy, but I would not be mad if he won. Sammy would only be a transitional champion, says Aiden. I don't doubt it. I think if he won tonight, he'd probably lose at Mania. If he won at Mania, he'd probably lose not long after Mania. But either way, as I said on last night's stream, guys, and again, thank you to everyone that tuned in for our weekend kickoff show. Sami Zayn cannot go down in history as another Roddy Piper and Razor Ramon as far as people that are in WWE and don't win the world title. I genuinely think it's a disgrace to those who didn't do it, and I think Sami Zayn should be winning one as well. Casper says, I agree with Lucas. It's not that Sami Zayn is a mid-card guy, but not a yeah, okay, that's a mid-card guy. Main event, that's no disrespect to Zayn, but Trick Williams and Randy Orton, but he's over, I get that. Yeah, no, I just think Sami is a main eventer. Casper says, a lot of people on YouTube saying that he is a main event guy, Sami Zayn. A lot of YouTubers losing it over Sami Zayn, but I know you think he is Scott. No, okay, that's okay as well. I appreciate that, Casper. Again, we've all got different opinions. That's what's beautiful about it, right? We all come in and chat pro wrestling. And again, in the hours leading up to the PLE, it's all about getting hyped up and in the mood. And nothing hypes you up more than a little bit of debate, right? So I appreciate your comment there, mate. As always, great to see some familiar faces here and some new names. Appreciate all your comments as well. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You are watching the build-up show for the Royal Rumble. What we like to do is on the night of a PLE, we get you and us hyped up for the big show by breaking down all last-minute rumors and giving our predictions to it as well. Thank you to everyone that tuned in last night to our weekend kickoff show and to our kickoff watch-along that WWE did as well. 4 matches tonight, 2 Royal Rumble matches, a potential career ender for AJ Styles when he faces Gunther, and of course, a World Championship opportunity, WWE title specifically for Sami Zayn when he faces off against Drew McIntyre. Let me know what you think is going to happen, guys. Sludge hopped out to take a shower and decided to go on Macho Man show. Oh, yeah. I've got the old Cactus Jack. I mentioned it earlier on in the stream, but I thought, you know what? A man who had a great Royal Rumble when he came out 3 times, Mr. Mick Foley. Of course, love goes out to Mick Foley. Recently had some sad news, the passing of his mother as well. So I do want to send out some love to him. He did a beautiful tribute to his mum. And I want to honor Mrs. Foley's baby boy as well here tonight by showing my support for one of the most fun wrestling characters we've ever had. What I'm trying to say is that Trick Williams and Randy Orton are main event guys. I get me talking about Casper. Trick Williams, that's a big call, man. He's jumped straight into the main event, and it's been, you say sink, swink, or swim. He's been swimming so far. Aye, big meat men slapping meat. Yeah, going back to, do you remember that? The quote from Big E about Goldberg versus himself. He wanted to have big meaty men slapping meat. I'm a big fan. I got to be careful where I say these things of big meaty men slapping meat. That's why he hates Dragon Lee. It's because he likes big meat and slapping meat. And yeah. All right, I've got no Scottish bias. Aiden, come on. Let's be real. If he wins tonight, he should lose it at a chamber. Talking about Sami Zayn. So it says, after run some errands, mate. If I get back in time, I'll pop in. And if I don't, it's been a great stream and enjoy the Rumble. Cheers, mate. Thank you, Sludge, so much for tuning in, buddy. Always appreciate your comments. Hope you have a good time watching Royal Rumble, whether you join back in or not. Hey, look, for those who are jumping out soon, know that I will be back live straight after the Royal Rumble went to talk all things Royal Rumble. We're going to be talking about whether or not our predictions came true, and we're going to talk about all the big moments coming out of it. Does AJ Styles retire? Do we see a new WWE champion? And who wins the Royal Rumble? And will there be any big surprises? Aiden sending love to Sludge here to enjoy the Rumble as well. The Madman says, Sammy should not win tonight since Drew's reign just started. Also, I feel like Drew should bring his old thing back. I just listened to that tonight, and man, Jim Johnson is a genius. Mate, I was there at Clash at the Castle where Drew should have won then as well. If it weren't going to be then, it should have been Sammy. If it weren't going to be that, it should have been Cody, and they took it a whole other year later. But anyway, I've been there before. And I loved it when Drew had the little intro playing Broken Dreams, man. I was listening to it the other day and just, I don't know if it works as him as a heel, even though it was a heel when he used it. Now it would like get a babyface pop like it did that night. Man, I don't want to see Drew lose for a year, says Aiden. I'm going for Drew McIntyre against Zayn on this one, says Casper. And the Madman also agrees that Drew does deserve a long reign. I don't know if he's going to get a long reign. I think he might go up to Mania. And Aiden enjoys the work of Drew McIntyre and getting backed up there by the Madman. Drew was screwed that night. Yeah, man, I was so upset. Leaving. Look, I have to admit, I was very privileged and appreciative of the fact that we were invited by WWE to head to Clash at the Castle in Cardiff. I had a great time in Cardiff. What a wonderful city. Looking forward to my next time there. Got some great content, by the way, guys. Check it out on this channel. Interviewed Drew McIntyre that weekend. But I was so upset when he didn't win. And I remember I was with Skillet, who you saw on the show earlier on, and some of our other friends from the WrestleMania world, such as Andy Spores, who joins us quite often on this channel, Dom from Give Me a Hole, again, and we were all kind of ejected, dejected, I should say, maybe ejected as well, and it just felt weird. I remember I did a video at the time, and I never posted it, but I was like, if not Drew, who's it going to be? And like, it was a bit all over the place, but I think mostly we thought Cody, even though he wasn't quite in the storyline at the time. It ended up being Cody, but it took a long time to get that title off of Roman Reigns. Will Roman Reigns be picking? I mean, if Roman wins the Rumble, is he winning the championship at Mania? I mean, I really, really hope not. Even though I enjoyed it. Big Meaty Man Slapping Meat just gets a mention, by the way, on the Countdown show. Still no matches. 30 minutes to go, guys. Looks like those matches were for the house only, which is a real shame. It would have been great to finally use the Countdown in that way. They're showing the winners here. They're not doing it in order because there's a year they're going to miss for reasons. Right. I think he has an EO-like reign where he defends at Mania, says the Madman. And you were probably laughing because Scottish wrestler getting screwed. Aiden, no, you know I'm a big fan of Drew McIntyre. I'm a big fan, and I wanted him to win. I was on his side. And again, he might be Scottish, but that makes him British. So, I appreciate him for that reason as well. Either way, Drew's such an incredible talent. I thought he deserved to have his moment in front of the audience to become WWE champion after being champion in the period where there were no fans. And carrying the company in such a difficult time, incredibly. Didn't happen, though. Really didn't happen. Didn't get his reward. He's had reward since, he won at WrestleMania, lost it quickly, and I think that was okay because it was a heel and it worked with his storyline with CM Punk. But he's had a great moment recently winning the world title as well, so WWE Championship. I don't know if you know him, but BD joined TNA, says the Madman. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier on, actually. People talked about whether or not he'd show up in the Rumble. I don't think he will, but... Aiden says João Pedro gets a goal. 2-1 now. Oh, Chelsea coming back into it, are they? All right. Talking about coming back into it. Let's get back into the card, guys. We're 11 minutes away from the Royal Rumble kicking off, and I really cannot wait. And I'm so excited to be able to watch Royal Rumble at a reasonable time and have a dinner while I do it. Again, I'll be back later on for an instant reaction review stream, so make sure you subscribe, hit that bell for notifications, and it will let you know when we're going to go live. But it will be straight away. As soon as the Royal Rumble ends, I'm going to be on this channel again. Right. Let's talk again about the card itself. AJ Styles, let's run it down. AJ Styles, final predictions from me. Will he be retiring tonight? Again, ages ago when it first kind of got announced, I was saying no. And as we got closer and closer and I realized the anniversary, Shinsuke's message, I thought maybe. But now I feel like the Shinsuke thing was a swerve. And I think they know what they're playing into. They've even alluded to a phenomenal farewell tour, which Gunther has said is not going to happen. I think that means they're trying to push back on the feeling of he is retiring to kind of balance it. I think he won't be retiring. If he does, man, I'm going to be coming on air in a few hours' time in quite a down mood, at least about that, So AJ Styles is my pick for tonight. Women's Royal Rumble, again, this is kind of a tough one, but I've gone for Liv Morgan. I think it could be Bianca Belair. I think she will be returning. Possible surprises for Paige returning. AJ Lee, depending how you count that as a surprise or not, because she's been in and around the company the last few months anyway. But yeah, I think Liv Morgan is probably my pick for that one. Let's move into the WWE Undisputed Championship match. We've talked about it a little bit there just a few moments ago and plenty of times tonight as well. Sami Zayn going up against Drew McIntyre, one of his many nemesis. This is, of course, a person he's never beaten and a title he has never held. And I think that will be the case here tonight to really drive home the underdog story, hopefully, in my opinion, going into WrestleMania. And the way to do that is to win the Men's Royal Rumble. So that's what I want to happen. What do I think will happen? I don't know, man. I don't know if Sami Zayn will do it. But if he doesn't, then I think it might be Bron Breakker, Jacob Fatu. Who else have I kind of touched on? You know what? Lucas's point earlier on about Bron Breakker not being as fondly looked at since the anniversary of Netflix match. I think it's a good point. That match I enjoyed it, but there were definitely some moments. And maybe that's made him look, as Lucas puts it, a little bit greener than people realize. So, yeah, I don't know. I think he's a great candidate, and the story with the Vision makes a lot of sense. Jacob Fatu, I think he's lost a bit of his shine, or he had when he come back because of that confusion of a face going after a face. He kind of feels like a heel again. But then him kind of him winning the Rumble, I can see it. But this year, I don't know. I really don't know, actually. But yeah, those are my picks. Those are my thoughts on the Royal Rumble. Let's get to a few more of these comments before we wrap up, because the Rumble itself is 8 minutes away. Guys, please subscribe. Give us a like if you haven't already. We'd love to have you back on our next stream. Whenever that may be, that you join us again. We'd love to hear from you in the comments as well. I know a lot of people online, YouTube, not fans of CM Punk, but I like him as the Raw champion. I hope Punk keeps the title to WrestleMania. I'm a big fan of CM Punk. Always have been, mate. Always have been. Man's going to set up. Enjoy the Rumble, buddy. I hope it goes well. Thanks for the comments you've been giving us tonight as well. Aiden might need to get some tissues ready if Drew McIntyre loses as well. This could be Bayley's last of the Rumble because the contract expires later this year. Yeah, we touched on this earlier on in the comments, didn't we? It would be a shame if that's the case. She's such a big part of the modern WWE, as I said it earlier on. Casper says enjoy the Rumble and that he won't be on later on. Of course, I know, Casper, you're going to be watching it tomorrow morning with your brother. I hope you appreciate, I appreciate you tuning in, and I hope you avoid spoilers. But thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope it's hyped you up, even though you're not watching it tonight. Hopefully you have a good sleep, a good rest tonight, and tomorrow you wake up with that excitement that we've put into you for it. I'll definitely be on tonight's stream. Aiden, always appreciate that, mate. Thank you for joining me here for this one on the build-up. And again, for committing to joining us later on the instant reaction review. Again, we're going to be going live as soon as Royal Rumble ends. We will be talking all things Royal Rumble. We're talking surprises. We'll be talking the world title match. We'll be talking WWE title match. We'll be talking AJ Styles' career. Does it continue? And we'll be talking about the winners of the Royal Rumble and what it means for the road to WrestleMania. Bayley leaves if it ruins if Bayley leaves, it ruins Lyra's run. Maybe Bayley needs to stick around for a little bit longer to kind of help boost Lyra, but I think she's done well to do that already. Anyway, as I say, a few minutes away from the Royal Rumble. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Build Up Show. I've been Scott. Thank you to Skillet for joining us earlier on live as well. And as always, for Lucas for his contributions to the show. Again, hopefully we'll get some more talk from him later on. But thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to everyone that's commented and those that lurked in the background and didn't comment. We hope you at least enjoyed the show. Subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.